Right, next up then, Emmy Crondwell with the Violet Hayes Junior Dragster going alongside Frankie Kent with the West End Junior. Mum and Dad out there for Frankie. So Kevin, if the schedule wasn't moved around, would have been racing this weekend in Fuel Funny Car, but unfortunately not. So time for the team to concentrate on the juniors this weekend. So here comes Frankie Kent and Emmy Crondwell. .16 for Emmy, .30 for Frankie. Both get one on the board. So Emmy goes 7, Frankie goes 9. Right, can we please have Super Pro ET? Can we have you into the lanes, please? Super Pro ET, can we have you into the lanes? Next pair, Jacqueline Bartlett in the Slick Tricks lane going alongside Teddy Howe. Now, we mentioned all about the new fencing that's been going up on site. That man there, Matt Howe, is the one that's responsible for that. So well done, Matt. Thank you ever so much indeed. All your hard work. Whoa, look at that one. Jacqueline Bartlett, 017 goes into the number 2 spot with that one. So close to taking the top. Indeed. Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Jr. going alongside Luke Mugridge with the Velocidragster. Well, fair to say these two contenders, that's for sure. Let's see how they get on. 017 red for Luke, but it's an 02 green for Grace. And that puts her into the number 3 spot. Nice opener there for Grace Smith. So number 3. Well done, Grace. Ellie Moore and Lola Bell Kent, your next pair. So Ellie Moore with the Miss Hyperactive Junior Dragster in for another season. In the West End Motorsport colours. Grandad Tony out front for this one. .019 red for Ellie, 09 red for Lola Bell. They were both really going for it there. But a pair of reds on the tree. So as the juniors make their way, that's another improvement actually. If you look at that exit that you can see on the live stream there, that gate was swapped around. It opens a different direction now, all being painted up. Just continual works, improvements here at Sandpod Raceway that have been taking place. So it is Liam McDonald that goes to round number 2 as the number 1 qualifier in a Junior Dragster. As I say, we've got lots of news to come from the Junior Dragster. Fantastic additional funds being added by the Green family. As I say, we will explain more on that a little bit later on. Okay, we move into Pro ET, the class sponsored by Modustang, and many thanks indeed to all of the great sponsors. We'll get that list out as the day progresses, but like a lot more people here and tuned in. But yeah, good to see that the Pro ET sponsorship scheme very, very strong indeed. Let's not forget we've still got the Eurodragster.com and Bad Habit Racing, and also Twister Racing with Hayley Hadfield. We've got the awards still to come up. So Darren Huxley goes 11.46 on a 29, and Warren goes 9.31. So yeah, all the perfect awards, we will give you an update on those as well. All right, next up, Laura Bainton and Mark Huxley. Laura Bainton dialing in 10.35. Mark Huxley 9.79. Both the way well with 0 lights, but it's all about the ETs in qualifying for Pro ET. So Mark will get there first with a 9.83. That'll do nicely. 10.59. So Mark Huxley, 400s off, goes to number 1 spot. So as the next pair come up to the line, it is Vic Parsons taking on Dave Rudd. So the Pro ET sponsors, let's get some of them out straight away. A, B and C Solutions, B&H Construction, Bean and Ballantyne Properties Limited, BLP Racing Products Extreme Performance based in the USA, CSK Building, Goodale American Speed Shop, Hauser Race Cars, Independent Scaffolding, Sammy Kingwell, Maverick Diagnostics Limited, and we'll get to the others in a few pairs time. So let's see how Vic Parsons and Dave Rudd get on then. 980 plays 950. Well, Vic going well, but let's see how Mr. Qualifying gets on. 991 plays 1033. Dave goes in at number 6, but Vic number 2. More sponsors then. SG Commercial Vehicle Repairs Limited, Silverton Aggregates and Builders Merchants Limited, Supercharged Outlaws UK, John Turner Upholstery, Three Brothers Brewing Company, UK Scaffolding, Warren Watts Automotive, Leicester Brake Tyre Centre, Wise Guys Tech Support Limited, Huxley Motorsport, Nova Scotia Drag Racing, Simply Smart Homes, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, and Affinity Motion Limited. So well done to all of those companies joining in, supporting the Pro ET sponsorship scheme. And this is Hans van der Spek with Taz, the Chevy pickup truck all the way from the Netherlands, a place called Velzebrek. Good to see Hans coming in early into the season. We normally see him at the main event in Euro Finals, but good to see him here at the Easter Nationals. Dials are 10.51. Gets a 10.60, goes number 2. Right, a dragster we know, but the car has a different driver. This is Andrew Brook. He's going to be campaigning the Appliance Dragster this season. Had a catch up with the team yesterday in the pairing lanes as they were waiting to do some testing. So Andrew Brook taking the wheel of the Appliance Dragster this year. So don't forget, Andrew, I believe, is on licensing as well, so hence that's why he's running solo and doing his observed runs at the same time. So I believe that's the case. But don't forget, we will see the other car from the team, and actually he's lining up in the lanes ready to come round. So the other car supported by Maverick Solution. Maverick getting more and more involved in the team, so well done to them. We have a Roadster and a Dragster underneath the tower at the moment, just waiting to come through. I do believe that's Dave Fulton down there. Well, I'm not quite sure which one of the Dragsters it is yet. I'll wait for it to come through. I think it's Tom, but as I say, I'll wait for the screen to give me the update. It's right underneath me, I can't see it. Yeah, it is Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing Dragster taking on the Ford Roadster, the 2070 of Dave Fulton. Dave dialing in 9 flat, Tom a 10.23. Tom just getting a little bit out of shape there. Nice straight true run there for Dave Fulton. Goes 9.35. Tom backing out of the run there. Coasts across the line with a 17. So Dave goes in at 7. Tom goes in at number 9. As I say, it's early days. Perrin Lane's chock-a-block with cars at the moment. Good to see. This is Pro ET. We've got Super Pro following them. Three rounds of qualifying scheduled for today, and then obviously eliminations tomorrow. So you got Mason Griffiths now with a door car instead of a dragster, so a change of vehicles for him. Dialing in 11.99, wanted to get a run in yesterday. I like the name of the car actually, called Sour Grape. The Javelin, I like it. I didn't realise the car had a name until just now. Saw him in the lanes yesterday. Yeah, so new experience then for Mason Griffiths. Out of the dragster and into this Javelin. 355 cubic inch motor in there. Let's see how he gets on. Sounds good. And a 0.3 of a second breakout. I think we'll take that. So that really was a journey into the unknown. They didn't have a clue what the car was going to run. 11.69. So you will definitely see a dial-in adjustment next time round for them. Right, the class champion from last year, Lee Morris, the green with envy Jaguar E-Type. I'm loving the new team shirts as well. Very, very smart indeed. I do like that. And Shane out front, which means it's one of the Watkins squad, and it's Tom Watkins with Doris out there, the Charger. 9.05 dial in there for Tom, and Lee dialing in 10.25. Just a little bit concerned, but yep, all good. Also just got to give a mention to the SPRC and of course Ian Marshall down there. It's his last season as chief starter. He's seeing the year through, and the button will be handed over to the man to his left, Dave Warren, who will become chief starter from 2025. But let's see how these two get on. Tom Watkins, 9.10, nice opener goes to number 2. A breakout for Lee Morris, 10.21 on a 10.5. Just 4 hundredths too quick, but I don't think they'll worry too much about that. move on then. Jack McClure with Goldilocks, that beautiful little 100E, going alongside Doug McClure with the Slugsess, the Anglia. Good to see family rivalry straight out there in Q1. Just unfortunately Jack just being pushed back on. That's a great shame. I was hoping to get these two side by side. There may be just a tiny fluid leak from underneath. They just want to check it, make sure it's not an overfill or anything like that, but not going to risk it. Certainly not going to risk it. So Doug McClure then, 1165 the target with that lovely little Anglia. Let's see what he's got for us. 1180, that'll do nicely. Number 5 in the qualified order at the moment out of 13 cars that have run. Oh, the next pair will be told to come forward. So the DKM construction pickup truck comes underneath the tower. 8.95 Darlin then for Harley J, going alongside Matthew Dowdy, the Little Red Nova. 1150 the Darlin. Now Matthew, I think, is literally doing an A to B here. It's a new engine in the car to him. There's a lot of setup changes on the car, so it will literally just be a launch and just take it up the track. So not trying to set a new PB on his first run. So that is the plan for Matthew. Just get a feel for the car, as there's quite a lot of changes since last season. Harley J though will just probably go for it. Harley J goes 909. Matthew, oh my goodness me. I thought Matthew was going to be taking it easy. No, he's just set a new PB, goes 11.55 and goes into the number 2 spot. Beautiful run for Matthew Dowdy. He lied to me in the pits. Total and utter liar. Oh, I love it. Well done, Matthew. The engine out of the Cherry Bomb 55 that was Jason Pickett's engine is now nestled in the frame rails of Matthew Dowdy's Nova. So yeah, that's why the car is, shall we say, woken up a little bit. But nicely done, Matthew, into number 2 spot. Well, it's a car that I've really been looking forward to seeing, actually. Reuven Dawson with the Copo Camaro. Imported from the States. I had a good chat with Reuven this morning and the team. Double classing this weekend, running in Pro ET and in Comp Eliminator. Got a and then just chip away at it. Let's have a look then, Amy, 954, Dave, 990, 969, 1036. Safe at the moment, but by no means safe by the end of play. So they are 7 and 13 there. A couple of nostalgia superstockers that are having a go in Pro ET this weekend. Don Scott and Adrian Portelli. The Superbird and the Charger. 10 flat plays, 10.75. Oh, 3 light for there. Adrian, Don goes 0.16, but it's all about the ETs. Let's have a look. 10.04 for Don Scott, takes number 1. 11.09 for Adrian, goes 13. So Don Scott, your new number 1 qualifier for the time being. Nicely done, Don. Next pair, Freddie Thompson with the Capri. Good to see Freddie back. And it's Bob Bolden. Good to see Bob back. We missed Bob towards the end of last season with, shall we say, a very wounded engine. So he's all back together. So the White Noise Peugeot 205 is back. And of course, the whole family back here as well. Darling's End, 1078, place 935. $9.39 for Bob. Nice run. Puts him in at number 2. And 11.58. Next up, Dave Crowhurst, Nick Mugridge. So Dave Crowhurst, 9.33 with the Camaro, and it's Nick Mugridge, 10.11 with the Junior Comp Dragster. So Dave's going to get there first with a 9.36. He takes the number 1 spot, 300s off. Nick Mugridge, 10.30, goes to number 13. So well done to Dave. Cracking opener from him. Wow, look at the Hailing Island Garage Ziva Camaro. What a fabulous new colour scheme on that car. Great to see that car returning to the quarter mile after a few years out. New owners, obviously, and Stevie Gates and the whole team. That car just looks absolutely spot on. Going alongside Neil Watkins, the little Purple Express Dodge pickup truck. Darling's End, 8.55 for Stevie Gates. Nicely hitting the Darlings there. And Neil Watkins, 11.25. Well, straight and true, straight down Broadway to an 8.63 at 154 mile an hour. Well done to Stevie Gates, their first full-on pass in the car. And yeah, it's like he'd been driving it forever. 11.47 there for Neil Watkins. Goes into number 15 spot. And Stevie Gates, I don't quite know where he ended up. Number 7. Nicely done, Stevie. All right, Simon Innes, the Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. The man that last year had the perfect run. And it's the only one that I've ever seen in the UK. It's only the second one I've seen in my life, actually. I know there have been others, but when you hit your dial-in bang on and get a perfect light, just it doesn't happen. So anyway, dial-in then. 10.70 for Simon Innes. So 0.11 light, and it's a 10.76, goes to number 7. Well, the two protagonists of the Pro ET scheme these days, and the two the two teams that sort of look after everything within Pro ET at the moment. John Bean with the Shotgun Mustang and Brett Featherstone with Nova Scotia. Brett, former champion and almost got it last year, but it was a real bun fight in the end. Pro ET. Darlings then, let's have a look. Oh, very close actually. 9:30 for John Bean. That means he's nitrous, and Brett looking for 9:32. Deb's just bringing Brett up to the line. Let's see how they got on in our first pair with these two. Beautiful launch. Oh boy, I hope the photographer's got that wheel stand. That was a cracker from John Bean. Is he going to break out with that? John Bean just goes 9:13. Oh my goodness me. Oh, that was loaded for bear and it flew. 9:78 for Brett, but oh my goodness me, 9:13, 140 mile an hour there for John Bean. My goodness me, what a run that was. Beautiful launch, drove through that wheel stand, I say just took it down Broadway. What a run. Oh, he's a happy bloke anyway. He's going to be delirious when he sees his timing ticket on that one. Fantastic. Next up, Ronnie Mercer. Oh, and is Ronnie going backwards or is he going forward? Right, Ian's just having a good look underneath the car. No, a little bit of a fluid leak, we think. So Ronnie just going to go back a little bit further. Shuts off the engine. So it's always good just to make sure, whatever the issue is, just to get it sorted. Ian's start line, and everybody respects him for it. Well, it just gives us a chance to have a quick look at the order at the moment, see who is where. I think it is, Dave Crowhurst in at number 1 at the moment, from Don Scott, number 2, Bob Molden, number 3, Mark Huxley, number 4, Matt Dowdy, who is the biggest liar to me today, at number 5, said he was going to be taking it easy and just drove it out the back door. In at number 5, Tom Watkins, number 6, Simon Innes, number 7. A great debut pass for Stevie Gates with the Ziva Camaro in at number 8. Great to have Hans van der Speck back with us, number 9, and Vic Parsons in at number 10. I've got to give run of the round so far with 29 cars setting numbers is the guy who is 28th, and that was John Bean with the Mustang. What a phenomenal pass that was. Just a brilliant wheel stand, and arrow straight, new PB, and an absolutely brilliant run. So well done there to John Bean. So just having a look round the corner in the lanes. It is Frankie Taylor with the Banshee altered. Absolutely gorgeous little car. It was imported a couple of years ago. Lots of the work's been done by the Banshee team with Mick and Lee and everybody there. And although Frankie has run at Nostalgia events, this is her first foray into Pro ET. It is a gorgeous little altered, very unusual actually. Most of the altereds, the driver is sat over the back axle, but this is a side-driven car, if you like. It's a left-hand drive car. So Frankie Taylor, obviously from Junior Dragster. As I say, has had a couple of runs in this car last year, so this is her first Motorsports UK event. A familiarisation pass almost. It's been a while since she's driven it. Fabulous display up at the Silverstone Festival with this car last year as well, and they're starting to build on that event as well. Loads of stuff going on in the world of drag racing at the moment. But Frankie just A to B just to get a feel for the car. 11.10, 126 mile an hour there for Frankie. Nice and straight, a little bit of a weave at the 8th, but nicely done. Just coasting down the shutdown area. I bet Frankie was chomping at the bit just to get that run out of the way, which she duly does, so nicely done. Right, the Bluebird just going out to put some extra traction down as we get ready for Super Pro ET. So I tell you what, we're just going to take a breather just for a moment. So Nitro FM 96.2, my first handover to them for this season. It won't be the last, but let's get Nitro FM on the airwaves once again. Over to you guys. Well, our track crew walk back out to the start line, so it is time to continue with our qualifying. As we look around the corner, well, actually, no, Ronnie Mercer is just coming underneath the tower to zoom. So 10.44 the dial in then for Ronnie. which we all know means it's a non-nitrous pass. And the clock stop at 10:34, 127, a tenth of a second quicker than what he planned, but nevertheless, a good run. As we now switch our attention to Super Pro ET. And to kick things off is the Morris boys. Colin Morris with the Morris boys Camaro. 861 dial-in, and is John Tebbenham with the Crew Killer for Pop. 892 the dial-in for him. So our first pair then in Super Pro ET. $9.18 there for John Tebbenham, $9.59, a little bit off pace there for Colin Morris. Next pair then, Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang, dialing in 870. And it's Bob Doyle with the ZK Datsun. Great to see Bob and the team here for the first end of the year. So the Bath bloke dialing in. Well, pretty much side by side all the way up the racetrack. Your next pair. Team Time is Money, Cortina Estate. Tom Atkinson behind the wheel this weekend. And of course it's Team Dragster. The family dragster, if you like. Leah will run it in Supercomp, but Joe runs it in a Super Pro ET. $8.42 the dial-in for the Cortina Estate, $7.46 for the Dragster. Just sitting up here, just observing everything that's going on, and it is seriously so good to be back. Just didn't realise how much I'd missed this over the winter period, and pretty much like all of our racers and all you fans as well, been chomping at the bit to get back up to the racetrack. And the next 6 months will be full of racing and everything that goes with it. Oh, going to be a solo then for Tom. Not quite sure what's happened there to Joe. That's a lovely looking run for Tom. 850, 157. That'll do nicely. But I don't have a clue what Rich He's staging with the back wheels. Can't do that, Ash. Got to stage with the front ones. Did a good job of staging with the back wheels. Actually had it absolutely right, but it was the wrong wheels. Well, 122 to 60, 554, 126 at the 8th, and it's an 864, 158. Well, there's still a couple more Super Pro cars, or is he a switch here to Super Comp? It is Super Comp, actually. And then it is Street Eliminator, my apologies, slightly wrong way round. So Andy Clifford with the Snake Eyes slingshot going alongside Richard Tunstall with the Jamie Dodger. Well, Jed Guy caught up with Jed yesterday and saying, oh, you know, how's Richard getting on? He goes, oh yeah, new engine, new transmission, new this, new that, new that. So, right, okay, so it's back to square one. And they haven't had a test passed yet, so this will be, well, their first run with the new combination, so see how this one goes. He could hit it bang on, he could be half a second out. We've just got no idea yet. Andy Clifford, yeah, well, let's just see what Andy does. He doesn't always go by the rule book, put it that way. Well, he doesn't always try and aim at the 890, he's just here to go quick. So let's see how they get on then. Andy Clifford, Richard Tunstall. Actually, Andy a little bit off pace on the moment, 9:46 for Richard. Not bad for a checkout pass for the first run with the new setup, but now they'll start working. Obviously, new torque converter as well was another part that was new in that car. So yeah, first run, 9:46, 142, 15:21 there for Andy, just 52 mile an hour at the stripe. And he takes the first exit. Next up, Paul Hudson with the pension pot, and a new one to Super Comp is Warren Watts. Now Warren, normally find him in Pro ET, which he's double classing this weekend, but here he is in Super Comp, and he's looking forward to racing so much in the class that he's put his sponsorship into it as well, so well on to Warren. 890 is the aim of the game here. In actual fact, these are the last two cars, so unfortunately we haven't got Leia Kellett coming down with Dolly J-Doom, so there must be an issue that they can't fix quickly on the dragster. Got no Steve Hudson this weekend, caught up with Steve yesterday. He's here, he's down on the start line there, but frustrated that he's not racing. So a chance for everybody to get a lead on those two. Right, Paul Hudson, 895 into the number one spot there. Warren Watts in at number 2, 927. Right, I now have a guest. You can hear me? Right, so now let's put the microphone on and we'll be able to hear it. Joined by Mark Sheridan in the town. How you doing, Mark?
Very well, thank you, Colin.
Good to see you. Yeah, well, thanks for accepting the invite and coming up and have a chat with us. Obviously, we've been looking at the social media, putting everything back together with the car, but it's an ongoing process, isn't it?
Yeah, we're still waiting for a crankshaft.
Yeah.
So we had a new one ordered since October, and we sent the old one back for repair. It's had a crack test. They say they can repair it, but because crankshafts that's hard to get hold of, the repair shops have got more work than they normally had, so it's a catch-22 really.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We were hoping to do the door slammers. That's our target.
That's the target, yeah.
You don't often get it.
But I bet you're finding other things to do as well on the car in the meantime.
Yeah, we're playing around. Made a new oil pump mount because I blew the old one off, and I just wanted one that was a lot easier to adjust, just easier for maintenance. So I fitted that yesterday, that's all good. and then going to have a little measure up for engine blanket or a diaper.
Okay, yeah.
So we got, since we dipped past the 750,
Yeah.
we were on muddy waters. Lucky enough, after the blow-up last year, most of it was held in the containment tray.
Yeah.
So I know there was some oil in the truck, but we
Yeah.
kept it to a minimum. But we will have a blanket for this season or a diaper.
But last year, the numbers, you went deep into the sevens. You were over 200 mile an hour. It was coming together nicely.
Probably the last 2-3 meetings, I think we made some big improvements.
Yeah.
We finally got 60 foots down to like 129, 128, whereas previously we've been in 150s, 160 territory. In fact, we had an egg timer.
Well, that's the sort of race that I could be side by side with. Then all of a sudden, those turbos kick in, and you go, "Well, bye."
And, the 200 mile an hour passes, we seem to do them pretty much at will.
Yeah.
I think we've got a 10-second at 196.
Yeah, they're crazy. They just don't go together. When you look at it, you think, how's that worked out? But I mean, obviously, if the car doesn't launch right, but once it's settled and then it hooks and goes, it's just beautiful to watch.
We found some ECC things as well, and we were tuning the car ourselves last year as well, so that was a bit of a learning curve. I still have Shane there as backup if I need him, but we decided to do as much as we can on our own. And then we found some things on the launch that was holding us back, and that's when we started to pick up. So
Yeah.
still not won't. I think 743 was our best, and our terminal is 207.9.
Yeah.
We just need to get them all in the right order, and hopefully things will go from there. But just good today. Come back to the tracks. Beautiful day, and just looking forward to see the SE boys. I know had quite a few changes over the winter, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. No, as I say, the class is as strong as always. Again, a bit of frustration for the teams yesterday not being able to get some test passes in. So a lot of them, and actually I think all of them, this will be their first runs of the year.
Yeah, I was speaking to Andy Bond's crew guy this morning, and to with the Capri. Tony, sorry. And they both sort of got to the line and then got pushed.
Well, Tony was in the burnout box.
Right, yes.
That's how far he got. Very frustrating for him.
He said to me, fortunately, that he didn't actually do a burnout, so that saved his tyres a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think everyone's looking for their first pass. It'll be interesting. I mean, Victoria was running strong last year. Was it 801, I think?
Yeah, she had 2 8.0 passes last year.
She should be
187, I think she went. So, that car is, in theory, the next 7-second car out there. Let's not forget Al Williamson with the truck as well. He's knocking on the door of the sevens.
He has been indeed. Tony, I know, has had a few upgrades. Percy Pigs definitely had a few little major changes. So, there's a few little things I've noticed. I saw a couple of little bits on Andy's car this morning, so it's good that
nobody sits still, do they? It's
can't afford to.
No, you're dead right, mate. You're dead right. You certainly can't.
So it'll be good. So.
Well, 3 qualifiers today. Then it's still going on the cruise later on, aren't they?
Yes,
on this one,
yes, yep.
That's right. Can I just call out into the pits? Actually, can I have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator. It is one of the banner classes, of racing, which leads nicely into Street Weekend, because obviously the top 3 from Street Weekend are Street Eliminator cars. Going to be quite a battle this year, because 200 fools will be doing Street Weekend, and I'm one of them. I can't wait. I'm really, really excited about doing that. But just looking at the entry list, a lot of the Street Eliminator guys are in that again.
Yeah.
Is that something that would interest you? And obviously you're not down for that this year, but would that be something that you'd like to have a go at?
I'm not sure.
Right.
I don't know if I can. It's not really my cup of tea, I don't think.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll let you know.
It's probably one of those things that once you've done it, then you know what.
Yeah.
So, but full play and full credit to everybody.
I know what you mean. Oh, another class to call Comp Bike. Can we have you into the lanes as well? As we hear the rumble of the V8s. And it is our first player, and it is, of course, Al with the Howling Hauler. And it's the Transit God himself, named by Darrell Bradford, and so much so that he's had his hoodies now made with Transit God on there. He can't get away from it. Ash Cooper. Absolutely bonkers, that Transit. It's cool. I love it. Absolutely brilliant. So, and it's only a small block in there. I didn't realise that, Ash was sort of, I was poking around the engine bay. He goes, "Yeah, can't get much more than a small block in there."
Yeah, there's not a lot of space in there for sure.
Yeah.
Here we go. How's it? That's Ash. Come on, Ash. Good run from Ash.
So Al Williamson pulling over, but is Ash going to be straight into the nines? Oh no, 11.05 to 129. That was good looking, good launch as well actually. 03 off the line, but the 60 foot was actually quite down actually. 213.
Ash looked like had a, Al looked like had a blowback just as he left the line, didn't he? I'm not quite sure.
Right, next pair then. Tony Higgs with the Triggers Broom, the certifiable nutter, as he's now labelled. Going alongside James Murray with the 9-second Cortina Estate. James did threaten to paint the car to make it look better, and we said, "Don't you dare!" You've got to keep it like that.
Very deceptive, and he was making quite a few PBs last season.
Yes.
So it's good to see him progressing.
Oh, Tony just blazing the tyres there, and James not exactly hooking up brilliantly either. Tony's still going to go back 160 here. Oh, 166 at the stripe. There we go. Another one of your weird numbers. 1140 at 166. A 1268 at 125 there for James.
Yeah, Tony was putting the power down half track when he was squeezing it on.
That's one of those races that I'll go to Tony later. I said, I could have had you. I could have had you. Oh dear. Right, Elliot Day and Vix is down there with that phenomenal Oldsmobile. So I believe Elliot now can drive on the Cruise.
Yes, correct.
Because he's now insured and old enough to do it.
Well, speaking of, I think they've got a few little electrical gremlins at the moment on their data login, so they're trying to get around that at the moment. But I think the car itself is okay. They're just not getting the data they want to read. So.
Well, Elliot coming forward, but no movement from Victoria at the moment. No. So I think they're probably going to send Elliot on his own. That's right. Yeah, Davy's sort of tidying up the start line at the moment, so maybe Vic's been instructed just to hold at the moment. So let's see how Elliot Day gets on. Well, he has every possibility of taking the number one spot at the moment. It's only an 11.05.
Oh, a bit of wobble.
A wobble, but a straight wobble. So that looks okay. 9.35, he'll take that. 153.
It's feathering the throttle in there, wasn't it? Just getting the power in.
Supergas, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Supergas, can we have you into the lanes? How do you feel right now? Obviously, you know, the car's in the build at the moment. You're sat up here. Is it like, oh, damn, I wish I was racing down there? You're sort of thinking...
It's nice, but not nice.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's nice to have you up here. I know you've never been up here before. But you say, yeah, I want to be down there, you know.
There's Victoria.
So the Boost Monkey Buick. I called it an Oldsmobile a moment ago. I do apologise. Of course, it is a Buick GS. The most amazing chew work underneath the front end that you'll ever see on any car.
It's got a new front end this season. Hasn't
Yeah.
It? So a bit of weight saving. She's off.
That's hooked up fairly well, to be honest. And that should be straight into number one. 8.52, 178 it is.
Nice pass.
Very nice opener for Vix there. Shoot out in the shutdown area, slowing down nicely. I do like the telltale rear lights as well, actually. They're very, very clever.
It's a good little matchup.
Almac with the Evolution Volvo 162 going alongside Andy Bond, the class champion at the moment, and has been on a few occasions with the ugly sister Chevy.
Named after the driver.
So building the boost up, they'll bump into stage. Almac away, so is Andy. Andy, nice.
Ooh.
Looking run here, arrow straight from both of them.
Number one.
7:52.03. Nicely done for Andy Bond there. 8:96 at 163 there for Almac in at number 3. Next pair, Graham Smith and Rob Carter.
Percy.
I know Rob and Hazel and the whole gang have been working feverishly, not only on the car, but their race transporter stroke combination looking very, very good indeed. Bit of a thrash to get that ready for this weekend. Issues with the tail lift of all things when it came to getting everything loaded up, but had to strengthen that, got it sorted. So Graham Smith, non-nitrous, I believe, on the first pass. Mind you, that's launched hard.
It's a good run.
Yeah, very good indeed. Here comes Rob Carter with the pedal down. Could be close at the stripe actually. 9:29 plays 9:62. Rob Carter goes in at 4. Look at the speed, 171 there for Rob. 142 for Graham. And a very warm welcome into the class to Michael D'Souza with Bella, the Zephyr. I think Michael was doing the Street Eliminator tryouts last year.
Correct, yeah.
And Michael's been around drag racing for quite a while, comes a lot to the like the nostalgia events and things, but this is his first time in Street Eliminator.
Oh, another welcome addition to
Yeah.
Street Eliminator. Nice guy, nicely built car. It's good to have more people in the class.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Nice guy as well, actually, Michael. He's someone that I don't know that well yet, but obviously as we progress through the season, do the Street Eliminator pit walks and stuff like that, get to know Michael. It always comes to the nostalgia events, where I very rarely get out of the tower, so I think I have a chance to catch up with some of these guys.
I did race against him last year and we had a few little chats, and then we had a good chat at the SE dinner dance, where they used to call it. So no, we had a few little chats. He's a nice guy. So.
Well, a 408 cubic inch motor powers this Zephyr.
Much to his disgust, I gave him about a 3-second stop and then picked him right on the line. It was like...
Oh, just right. Thing is, though, Michael's been doing this a while, so he knows the process. But and this is the last car in the class. Well, to have 11 cars down for Q1, exceptionally good.
Yeah. So I know that Rob's got issues. Rob Slater. So,
Yeah, I saw Rob yesterday, actually.
he's. I spoke to him this morning. I think he said number 7 lifter, roller lifter, has gone. So he can't race this weekend.
11.79, 116 there for Michael.
Good pass.
Yeah, so is Rob still here?
He's still here. I saw him earlier.
Yeah.
He's got.
No, because I saw his car in the caravan going the wrong direction in Wellingborough. I thought, no, hang on a minute, the track's that way, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I only briefly spoke to him this morning,
Yeah.
and I know that he said he had lifter problems, so he's going to get that sorted fairly quickly, I think.
All right, well, great to see you, Mark.
Thank you very
Open
much.
invitation, come up anytime you like, and join in with the Street Eliminator, it'll be really good.
Thank you very much.
And next time you come up, Darryl will be here as well, so...
He talks a lot, though, doesn't
Yeah, he does, yeah. Oh, dear. Mark Sheridan, really, really good to see you, mate. Thanks ever so much indeed for coming up. And don't get too disheartened that you're not racing this weekend, but I think you're pretty chilled out. So
Harry sends his regards.
Yeah, no.
But they're both in bed watching at the moment.
Right.
So, I don't know how much they're watching, but yeah.
Okay, Mark Sheridan then, really good to see him. Thanks ever so much indeed for coming up to see us. All right, can I please put a call out for 850 Bike? Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? 850 Bike, let's have you into the pairing lanes. Right, our next class are down there already, and it is Super Street Bike. But what a pairing to start off with. Johnny Hines and Brad Head, both of them refugees from 850 Bike, stepping on up to Super Street Bike. And can I please have 950 Bike into the lanes, please? 950 Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Both of these guys have been quick before, but this is a whole new ball game then going into Super Street Bike from 850 Bike. Both of these guys have been into the sevens already. But yeah, a whole change. Let's see how these guys go. Brad Head with a lot of tuning and help. He's part of the JKE Raceworks team. Oh, how did Johnny miss that block? I don't know. So Brad Head goes 9.25 at 1.73. The speed was there, but obviously the ET wasn't. And Johnny goes 12.38 at 1.06. But had to keep away from that centerline block there. Margot Schmidt makes the journey over the water to join us this weekend with the Team Brothers Racing Hayabusa. Now, Margot, I know, is looking for good things this season. Going alongside Alan Morrison, the first of the Morrison family, to take to the track this weekend. Margot rolls the beams, unfortunately, so she's not going to get a speed or ET, and a bit of a bucking bronco and everything going on there for Alan Morrison, so he's backed out of the run as well. It's a little bit of first night nerves actually in Super Street Bike at the moment, but they'll get it sussed out in Q2. Still got more Q1 runners to come though. Just let Margot take the first exit as our next pair do their burnouts. And I do believe that's Chris Reed. Boyce makes his appearance in the Slick Tricks lane. Good to see Chris back in Super Street Bike. Oh, black striping away, loads of wheel spin. Tried everything good to stick with it, but the bike wasn't having it. Got plenty of power in there. And coasting to a 15.32. More to come from Chris. All right, a call out in Street Eliminator pits. Rachel Smith's been in touch. Need a welder, actually, for Graham Smith. So if anybody, I don't know if it's Tig or Mig, but need a welder in the Grimhild pits in Street Eliminator with that 57 Chevy. So they do need a bit of help there. So just having a look at the Slick Tricks lane. And maybe a little bit of grooming. Actually, yeah, the tractor's just going out just to make sure. So whilst we got one, the Morrison squad down there, Alan Morrison Jr. Tractor just going out doing a little bit of sledding. Just a little bit of clean up there. Tell you what, Nitro FM, if you can just take the airwaves for a brief moment, and maybe an advert, and we'll take it back as soon as we continue. Okay, so we're good to go once again with Alan Morrison Jr. just starting up and going into the burnout. So let's see how Al Morrison Jr. gets on. Where's the number one with pride? $123 to 60 foot. 747, 199. 30-minute warning for Comp Eliminator. So 30-minute warning, Comp Eliminator. Give you guys a chance to get yourselves prepped and ready. So Top Fuel Bike, also 30-minute warning for you as well. Top Fuel Bike, 30-minute warning. As it's the Jake and Daniel show. Jake Michelle and Daniel Lenks. Well, fair to say that these two, along with the Morrisons, actually some stellar performances last year. Let's see what they got for us. Q1. Jake blazes the tyre, but Daniel is off and running. 684, 218 miles an hour. That's the way you start your season. 684 on his first pass. Nicely done indeed. Jake blazed the tyre off the line. Still went 851, 193 at the stripe. But it was all the wheel spin off the line. Just couldn't get the traction. So we move on to a funny bike. And unfortunately, I did have just a text come through from Simon Campbell that we're one down already in funny bike, and that's the Storm bike. Lorcan Parnell, so much work and so many upgrades. I was really looking forward to seeing how the team are going to get on this weekend. New electronics, well, just so much new bits on the bike. And doing a warm up yesterday, and unfortunately the clutch decided that it wasn't going to play. And so they are unfortunately out before we've even started. So commiserations to Lorcan, Simon and the whole team over at Storm. But we do have two here, Dave Peters with the Rigger Boot Express and Roger Moore with the Boxer Frogs. Both of these machines are Suzuki based, but not what you would normally expect to see. Let's see how they get on then. Well, both of them coasting. To be fair, Dave Peters, good launch, 118 to 60 foot, but coast to a 993. And Rog goes through, though, 12.39 at 62. One thing we do have to bear in mind with all of our races, most of them, I would have probably said about 95% of the races here this weekend, it is their first run in about 6 months. Testing was curtailed yesterday due to weather, so we only had about, an hour and a half, 2 hours of track time. So not many people managed to get a run in yesterday. So it's their first runs, so you do expect everybody to be going flat out straight away. Right, the Voodoo Rhythm Racing Suzuki GSX of Ryan Davidson. And Martin Zylstra on his Suzuki appears in the Slictrix lane. Well, Ryan's already gone into stage, and here comes Martin. Martin leaning over to the right as much as possible. 7.51, 168. Nice opener for him. Ryan goes through with an 8.94 at 1.48. Well, still the funny bikes appear. Eric Ricard, the team brothers. Boussa from France and Aswin Lenoble. So Eric and Aswin, your next pair. Aswin, obviously, we normally see in Pro Stock Bike, but moving over to Funny Bike this weekend. And Eric generally rides it like he stole it.
Well, Eric Richard, I was having quick side bets with myself on the way up here this morning. First of all, whether I'd get here in time.
Yeah.
Secondly,
But you're here.
I'm here.
It's good to see you.
What low ET of the weekend's going to be? And I reckon Eric's got the best chance of just about anybody of running the quickest ET this weekend, because he's been in the mid-60s many times. 7.09 at 1.89. They look quite chuffed with that. And Aswin, 8.73, 1.46.
How you doing, mate? How's the M25?
Oh, it's motorways, little kids. Oh, dearie me. Anyway, we're here, which is the most important thing, isn't it? It's always a great time of year, isn't it, when your Facebook is just flooded with people going, "It's great to be back. I've got to see everybody again. People are giving me free beer." That's great, by the way. Those kind of things.
Oh, is that why you took an hour and a half to get to the tower?
There you go. That'll be it, yeah. It's just so nice to be in the same place again, isn't it? And see all those lovely summer faces and those lovely summer frocks. I hate to say Mr. Boyce as well, who's wandering around behind there. So, Paul Hambidge and Anna Sasiak. Paul Hambidge is another one of our really strong 7-second runners. I don't think that'll be a 7. 8.70 for Anna though at 1.54. Paul gets out of it with an 8.92.
We have Sportsman ET into the pairing main speed. Sportsman ET.
So how have we been doing this morning, Colin?
It's been good.
You doing everything on your own?
Yeah, no, it's been very, very good indeed. No major incidents at all. Run of the day so far, I've got to give it to John Bean in the Pro ET Mustang.
Cool.
A wheel stand to about 150, 200 foot, 919.
Holy.
Yeah, that was flying.
Well,
A brilliant run.
talking of flying, two guys who, Comp Bike is their second home. Two Super Street bikes, Mark Dainty and Danny Cockrell. Will this weekend be Mark Dainty's first 6-second run? That's a stormer, straight down the middle too. The 737 at 196, 804 for Danny at 161. Conditions as well. I can't believe there's a very good chance we're going to have the two best days in the whole of April in a row. Oh, sorry, March in a row. And we're racing. I think yesterday was pretty appalling, wasn't it?
Yeah, testing was curtailed, as you know.
No, it's called testing because it tests your bloody nerves. is
right,
what it's
okay.
for. Yeah, it's not testing for cars or bikes. So Dan Diaz moving, should we say, across from 850 bike?
Yeah, he just wants to go quicker.
That's what happens to everybody, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's always that.
I mean, if you look at 850 bike this year, you got the two title contenders that were fighting out like mad. Dan Diaz has moved to Comp Bike, and Brad Head's moved to Super Street. So, dear oh dear. Well, Dan using that extra power to go upwards instead of forwards. Still goes 818 at 179 though.
Deary me. How turned down was that to run 850, lads, over the last couple of years?
Well, he had gone in the sevens with it, didn't he? So,
well, I think that's what did it. I can't remember who it was, but someone put up a bonus for quickest run in 850, didn't they?
Right,
One
yeah.
of the events.
Yeah.
And everybody thought hands down it was going to be Stace that would do it. And Dan thought, I'll have a go at this.
well, I think it was 779 or
It
something
was,
daft like that. Yeah.
Something mostly like that. That will be quicker than the 7.7 anyway. Chris Neary and Michael Gooding. The trouble is, though, when you start turning it up, things start going pop, bang.
Yeah.
And, we know how it works. But it's good to see him in.
Good
in
to see
Comp
these
Bike.
two in comp, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Normally in ET.
Michael Gooding, you normally see him in ET bike. I think Chris was the same, wasn't it?
Yeah, that go quicker itch gets to everyone, apart from Colin, whose streetcar's still a streetcar. Well, Michael Gooding won't be setting any personal bests with that one, but still goes 11:15, 116 miles an hour. Going to reset the clock and give Chris Neary another stab at it, so to speak. Yeah, Easter is obviously early this year, but as you can tell, actually today and tomorrow, hopefully, by the weather, the light breeze, the partial sunshine. Chris breaking traction almost instantly off the start line.
Yeah, there's quite a few of the bikes that are breaking traction, actually.
Goes through the 944 at a very big speed for a 944, 161. Yeah, the weather, the track and everything is still great. I mean, Easter's one of the events that a lot of people set personal bests at, just because the air and
is so
everything
good,
is
yeah.
so good, isn't it? Sort of conditions our American cousins and probably Australian ones would, could die for, really. Adam Burns and Michael Piggott this time round. They qualifying for a 16 bike field, I think, in Comp Bike, are they?
It depends how many we get. I would have thought so, yeah.
Well, is Blade running in ET bike or is he running in Comp? I think. I can't remember. Well, we'll see in a minute anyway. Good looking launch for Michael Piggott. That's a lovely looking run. 7:54, 185 miles an hour.
I think that's a new PB there for Michael. Very, very nice indeed. Number 2 qualifier as well after that.
Well, Adam Burns not far behind on speed at 170, but the ET was a little off after he spun off the line. Yeah, Blade's actually in Comp by the looks of the bike number on the side of it. I thought I saw him entered in Comp.
Yeah.
So, Andrew Christophe. Another one previously in 850. Am I wrong?
No, I think he's pretty much been comp.
Okay.
But really tidy machine. You'll have a look at that one. Very, very nice indeed. I think this is Andrew's 3rd season now. Len, I think you had a 0 on the app, don't you?
33rd, maybe. I remember Lenny racing bikes back in the 90s, so yeah, that's at least years ago.
Yeah. 778, 784.
Very, very nice indeed. 177 the speed for Andrew Christophe. And this, I think, will be the last bike for this Q session of comp. So another one that got fed up with dial-ins. But not dial-ins, but, you know, running,
I know what you
running
mean,
to
yeah.
a number, sorry.
Yeah.
It's funny though, isn't it? I mean, if all drag races the same, it'd be a very boring sport. And we love the fact that some love something. Some would be bracket races till forever. Others just want to go as quick as they can.
Whoa, yeah.
Well held, sir.
Oh, very tail happy, wasn't it?
It's going to be a big speed for a 12-second DT.
66. Well, looking at that, even just at the speed,
That's an
you know
8
that's
second
going to be a
bike.
low 8, possibly even a high 7-second bike. Right, we on to Supergas, or TMC, Tony Morris Carburetors with Rough Diamond Racing, or RDR. It is Supergas, and it is Tim Moore and Wayne Hiscock.
Well, that's the first
Well, it was
upsetting
one.
thing I've seen for a while. For sale on Tim Moore's car.
Yeah, it's. I don't think he wants to sell it just yet. I think he's just put the feelers out because he wants to do the season. So let's see.
So basically, that sign should say "for sale" when I've finished with it.
That's it. Yeah.
Yes.
Good way of putting it.
However, when I've finished with it, might be a while. Yeah.
Yeah. 10, 14, 140 mile, and that's a lovely car. And I tell you, whoever gets that one will get a very well sorted car indeed.
Well, not the start that Wayne Hiscock wanted to the season. Whatever it was a little leak under there. They're just cleaning up down there on the start lap. Now,
Yeah,
new man in.
I was looking forward to his 95 mile an hour, 1,000 foot lift.
So, first time in Supergas, I think.
It is, yeah.
For
Yeah,
Vic
for Vic.
Parsons. With the
We know the car
immaculately-
can run the numbers. It is. It'll just run it out the back door. Maybe a fractional lift at the stride, depending on how the run goes. But yeah, Vic Parsons with the Belvedere. Well, the wheel's been off the line, so he's not going to lift at the stripe, that's for sure. Then 65, 131.
Now the thing is, it may be because the track's a little cold they're having trouble getting hold of it, but at the same time, there's plenty of bikes and cars that have hooked up, no problem at all.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Do you know what? Once again, I unless someone told me I wouldn't know, there's been bits of the track that have been repaired and relaid, isn't there? No
Oh.
idea where that might be.
Right, well, the first 330 foot has been redone.
What, all of them?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a new, basically the start line's brand new.
Yeah.
Blimey, I thought it was just a couple of bits. So Bob Molden back to handbraking at the top end.
Nicely done, Bob. 991 on the 990 index for the class. And he takes the number 1 spot. Check out the new fencing everywhere. Look at
Do you know
that.
what? I just thought I walked into a theme park then, because it looks like that's the sort of stuff you get.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's wonderful, isn't it?
Looks brilliant. So our friend Matt Howe from ML Fencing
Yeah,
has
yeah.
done it all. So cracking job he's done.
If we let his lad win in Junior Dragster, is that what he's doing it for? Just kidding. I'm only kidding. Don't take that literally, please.
All right, Dave Fulton and Andy Harrison.
Dave Fulton in the Roadster.
Yeah. He's also double classing in Pro ET. He's the only Fulton in competition this weekend.
Is
Got
that
no
possible?
Simon.
Is that possible?
Yeah. Dan Fulton, unfortunately, the engine's broken in the Firebird.
No. Well, he's up against Andy Harrison. 10.04. They both missed it a little bit, but again, first runs of the season, so. And they didn't get test runs yesterday, did they? So 10.05, 142, 10.04. Bob Moulton's run starting to look better already.
Right, Stuart Morris. Now the Morris boys are swapping over this year. Colin is running the car in Super Pro, and Stuart is running the car in gas.
So am I right in thinking that Stu Morris has got the number 1 on the car from last year in his first season back driving?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that is pretty epic. That is amazing.
going alongside Stu Doiney with the Roadster. That is starting to come round very nicely indeed. 10.97 and 9.96. Stuart goes number 2. And the other Stuart, the terminal speed tells a story there. 106 at the stripe. Big early lift there. That car's normally clocking 150 at the stripe.
Yeah, at least because it's also a Supercom car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we've got one more rumble underneath us.
No one can hear you anywhere.
So just a little bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel beer lane at the moment. So we've still got super gases coming round. Now, I don't know if Stu has had a fluid leak. They've obviously, the car has turned around the corner at the top end. Maybe a radio back to the start line. But, well, fingers crossed, hopefully Stu hasn't got an issue with the Roadster. That's the last thing he wants. Oh, that's perfect, isn't it? Right, Wayne Hiscock lines up in the Slick Tricks lane. Oh, he didn't lift. 10.14, 128. Maybe he feathered the throttle instead, but 10.14, 128 there for Wayne Hiscock. So that wraps up Super Gas. It is now 8.50 bike. First pair, Craig Wright and Pete Slater.
Also, just one more time. If you've got it that handy, we'll upload that first.
Right, slight switch around there. Craig Wright comes forward and Pete Slater is your first pair in 8.50 bike.
So Craig Wright's been here since Wednesday, is that right?
Do you know, I think it was even before then.
Jesus.
Could be Tuesday.
He spent 3 days cleaning the caravan. He finally gets to race the bike now, doesn't he?
Does look good though, the bike. Very nice colour scheme. But he introduced to the world this week. $8.70 for Craig's first run. Pete Slater goes 9.24.
Oh, you're talking to us. Sorry. Okay.
Right, Mick Wynyard and Jay Rowe, your next pair. huge wheel stand off the line there for Mick. Brought it back down and got the throttle back open again. J-Row is going to go through with an 8:41 breakout. Too quick. Mick still goes 8:61 at 171 mile an hour.
Well,
now, Mick Wynyard has come out from Combike, gone to 8:50, gone the other way.
Fair enough. Well, what traction problems? I think was what Mick Wynyard was doing there.
Yeah.
So Ian Critchlow and Carl Thomas moving from 950 to 850.
Yeah, the champ, I think he was in 950 last year. Ian Critchlow in testing literally hit his 850. New colour scheme on the bike. And he goes through with an 8:53 at 155, sets his stall out very early indeed, and takes that number 1 spot.
So I do regularly turn up just to make Julian's life a misery.
You've got your headset now,
So good at it. I'm so good at it. Every single time it's going swimmingly till I turn up, but there we are. I think that was Critch at number 1. At number 1
yeah,
as well.
8:53, nicely done.
Yeah. Carl Thomas stopped just past the gantry. Okay, we'll be into 950 bike just afterwards. And then I think by the looks of it, it's going to be Sportsman ET.
Yeah, it's still got Stacey Reed down there to put a run in. Just having a look in the lanes there, Rob Stanley. Not only did he leave something for me at home, he left his pump at home as well.
He left his
Pump. Couldn't do his tyres. Go and borrow one from someone else. He was a bit annoyed with himself yesterday.
It's the one good thing about being here, isn't it? That that there'll always be someone next door to you that's got one or whatever else as well. So, you lovely people that have turned up to watch this weekend, thank you very, very much indeed. Obviously, not the original scheduled event. However, that will be in just 3 short weeks' time, when we're promised it will be tropical weather.
Yeah. I heard the same rumour.
Really?
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. Yeah. A good job it wasn't a rumour. But the good thing is the grass looks green. And,
Well, you hope you should stay green. Won't get churned up, that.
yeah, but I thought it just looked like water, you know. Yeah. Oh, dearie me. I came up here probably like you a couple of months ago to sort my caravan out. My God, like driving through Olney this morning, I couldn't believe it was dry.
Yeah.
Because 2 months ago, the fields, everything was dreadful, absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, but if you look at some of the fields, they are still waterlogged.
Oh, very.
And
yeah.
even the car parks here, there's a lot of them are deep puddles in there.
Even with all the drainage. The trouble is you can't, endless flat space, which is what you need for a drag strip, let's face it. What do you do about drainage?
Yeah.
And that's why the fields the fields behind us, around us, all over the place are flooded. It's not just, not just us being annoying. Okay, Stacey Reed for her first run of 2024.
Again, wheel spin off the line.
Caught it very expertly though. And left just before the finish line. 988, 136. So a rather slimmed down version of 950 this weekend. Carl's racing in 850. And I don't know who else we're missing anyway, but there's a couple of others I think.
Well, you got Rob Stanley and Dave Hall. And can we have Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please? Comp Eliminator. Let's have you into the lanes, please. Oh, Dave Hall went for the launch and then it just bogged completely. So it's going to be Rob. Now, is he going to take the number 1 spot or he's going to break out? 966. He's got the right side of it. Well done.
A number 1 qualifier will get a bye.
Yeah, so I think it's only Rick Sawatsky down there as well. He's under the tower now. Can we have Top Fuel Bike into the lanes, please? Top Fuel Bike. Can we have you into the lanes, please?
Now, Rick Sawatsky's one of those guys who, I think is he still got the number 1 on the bike? Oh, it's just McLean, actually. No, Rick isn't here.
Ah, right, okay.
No, I was just going to say.
Sorry, it looked like the car bike from... No, it was Carl Thomas that
That's
would have
right.
had the 1, but obviously he's moved up to 850.
Good looking launch for Josh and a good looking, nice clean look to the bike as well. And a 996 at 134 to open his account for the weekend.
So it is the world of Sportsman E.T. that is about to descend onto the quarter mile here at Santipod Raceway for the Easter Nationals. And it's going to be the truck. Coming around in our second pair, but in front it is Chris Wynn, part of the Eurodragster team.
I was expecting to see,
as Graham goes, yeah!
I was expecting to see bigger sponsor decals on
Yeah,
the car.
I was
Come on, fellas, sort it out.
I was
Really?
expecting to see a Eurodragster.com cunningly disguised as an Alfa Romeo, not an Alfa Romeo with nothing on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, it does.
It's a website on wheels. There we go. That's what you need to put at the top. Opening line, Eurodragster from now on forever. Website on wheels. Sorry. Anyway.
Right, Jaco Stokes, a 13.20 darling, 13.35.
Nice.
Chris Wynn breaks out too quick, 15.20. See, now if you'd have weighed it down with Eurodragster logos,
It
he'd have
would have
probably run
run
the
the
perfect
number.
ET.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
Website on wheels is going to be the easiest thing I'm going to say all year. Sorry.
Right,
Stop
Clive,
now.
Clive Dandridge with the truck. Going alongside James Grew, not with the red mullet, unfortunately. He's got Mont Blanc back, the big VW. Actually, James has taken that car to the final in Sportsman ET
Wow.
previously.
Well, it just needs to be consistent, doesn't
That's
it?
it.
Doesn't
Yeah.
have to be anything else.
Clive goes, 12.94. James, 15.90. Oh, he breaks out by less than 2 thou. Oh,
That's going to tickle.
yeah. Good effort, though.
If he'd have just slightly missed that gear shift.
Right, good to see. Actually, Al Medley, really, really good to see both Al and I think Jill's here as well this weekend. Good to see him back. 13.25 darling for the Mustang. And Jay McCready, Ben's van, 15.11. I would like to stab at a guess that you may see a 14 again from Jane this weekend. Could be wrong, but they won't mind, actually. It has run in the 14s before. But yeah, a low 15-second van pretty much consistently. Let's slip a 14 in just for fun. Launched well.
Yeah. And on time.
So Almandi's going to get there first, looking for that 13.25, gets a 59, and a 15.21 for Jane McCready, puts her number one for the time being. Nice, tidy little run, that one.
I love everything about the van and that team, especially the understated way she calls herself Calamity Jane.
Yes.
When she really isn't. She's very, very good.
Very
And
good
that's,
racer.
Yeah,
Very
exactly.
good racer.
That goes to prove it. On the subject of very good lady racers, Simon Swarbrick, just kidding, Simon. Kirsty Tram in the Kestrel Lane with a 12 flat. Dial in the Camaro, the quickest you can dial in before you end up in Pro ET.
Oh, roll the beams a bit, though.
Simon Swarbrick not far off either with a 12.12. Let's get those out of the way in qualifying, eh, Kirsty? Well, 13.01, second off for Kirsty.
Most
Simon,
of that was due to the rolling the beams and then,
stopping.
yeah.
Simon went 12.74, which put him number 7. No, not number 7. 5 at the moment, sorry. So, Jill Medley with one of the nicest sounding Jeeps you'll ever hear. Taking on Steph Pateman. With the BMW.
Saw Steph pulling in yesterday with a caravan behind that BMW, which I wasn't quite expecting, but
Of course.
there we go. I think they just pick it up from the storage and tow it in, actually. They say that Cherokee does sound good.
Yeah, definitely. Looking for 12.35. 54 and 14.01. Wow, Steph Pateman on the money, I think that's called.
Yeah, 100th off into number 1 spot. Debbie Taylor and Ash Simons. The Dream Wrecker Skyline taking on the Mustang. 13:30 plays 13:47. Well, Ash not launching as hard as he has done previously. You normally hear the whoosh and then it bogs, but no, he launched it totally differently this time. Goes 13.25, breakout by 500s. That's probably why.
That's probably why, yeah.
13.64 against the 13.47 there for Debbie Taylor. No, if you remember when Ash, the car used to spool up, then it was shh, and then launch, but it didn't do that.
Well,
time.
maybe just launching at lower RPM is more efficient.
Yes.
More consistent.
Yeah,
Saves
that
on
could
wheel
be
spin.
that could be the key to it this year for Ash. Right, father and son lining up. This is good. Troy Attree with the Blue Temptation Camaro, taking on his dad Terry with the Cherokee. It's not a Cherokee.
That's what happens when you read
It
the
shrunk in the wash.
It did. It's and become more economical.
Yes.
If that's what happens, folks, when you
When
read, the screen
and
instead of
don't
looking
look,
out
yeah.
the window.
I thought Cherokee could go quicker than 18, but obviously the Focus won't. But yeah, Troy Attree, though, we used to see in that car the Blue Temptation Camaro dialing in 1250. Do you know, I thought for a minute Troy got completely treed there by Terry, but it was an 01 red. $13.85. Work to do that.
Yeah, there's a bit of spin off the line. Will it be 18? No, it's 19.10. Managed to just break the speed limit as well. 71.03 miles an hour. So, Georgina down there with the Supra. 1595, slick trick side of the racetrack. And in the Kestrel lane, 14.60 for Rob Creswell.
Well, Rob's going to get there first, but good stab at the reaction time there. 006
Really good.
light. Very nice indeed.
In a road car as well. That makes that even more impressive. Good on the numbers as well. 1467 goes into number 2, Georgina. Number 7 with a 1621 on a 1595. Could this be? Is that going to be a stabilisation aid, or is that someone left a roof rack on?
It's a viewing platform.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't seem to be anyone on it viewing, though. That's the
No.
only problem.
No. Perhaps they fell off.
They would do in a
That
second.
is bizarre.
Well, as long as it's secure. Looking for a dial-in. You can see it if you look really hard. Obviously, the boot polish had run out of it when they were doing that.
The tea caddy. Oh, I like it. Chris Laram with the Falcon.
Double classing in Nostalgia Superstock and going around for a bit of practice in Sportsman ET as well.
God, the tea caddy just went 006 off the line.
Nice. 12.91 for Chris. That'll do him some good.
Be lucky to break 20 seconds, I think.
Sorry.
21.45.
64. Maybe take the wing off. It's not a wing.
Take
It's
the lid. Take the lid off the
Take the
cannon.
lid off.
Oh dear, it's getting bad already, isn't it? Right, Richard Palmer with a family cat, 1354 dial-in, alongside Gary Lake, the Arabian Night. Trans Am, 1395. Went through the school of dial-in day, did Gary Lake a few years ago now, won it, and proceeded to take national championship in Sportsman ET.
Goodness me. So who? Too quick. Sylvia does as well by. Oh, I was going to say that's not.
No, she's the right side.
She was the right side. I do apologise. It's right because the screen changed quickly. It's always really funny driving down the M1 on the way home, going past. I'm sure is around somewhere. Yeah, underneath us, so just clearing up in the other lane. 17.41 takes Felicity to number 12, and I think last couple of cars, and they're going to be, oh maybe not, last few. So this is Pete Waters. His sister is right behind.
I think Pete's already tested this car into the high 12s.
I was just going to say, that's fairly nippy.
Yeah. O2 off the line. Wouldn't expect anything less actually from Pete. .43. Look at that.
Into the number 3 spot off the trailer. That'll work. Pretty tough at the top of Sportsman. Up next is his sister. With another Mustang. 15.50 for her. Last couple of cars before we get into Comp Eliminator. Probably no slouch either, was 0.4 on the tree. $15.72, she goes number 10. Okay, last car. It's another one of the Creswells with another hot hatch. This time round it's Chris, 1467, which is it's pretty stout for a regular road car, that.
O2 light. Yeah, spot the Cresswell.
Goodness me, they're all absolutely on it this morning.
Well, I want to see Pete and Jamie race again as well. So, 1473. Chris goes in at number 4. Jamie, want to see you racing again? Yeah. And you, Pete.
Right, I think we got a little bit of track prep before we get to, before we get to comp, because I can see Dan wandering around underneath me, not in the car. So we'll hand back to Nitro FM just for a couple of moments, folks. Thank you very much, Dee, for your time and attention. And we're about to get a bit quicker and faster very shortly.
was in. Ash. Come on, Ash. Good run from Ash.
So Al Williamson pulling over, but is Ash going to be straight into the nines? Oh no, 11.05 to 129. That was good looking, good launch as well actually. 0.3 off the line, but the 60 foot was actually quite down actually. 2.13.
Ash looked like had a, Al looked like had a blowback just as he left
Yeah.
the line, didn't it? I'm not quite sure.
Right, next pair then. Tony Higgs with the Triggers Broom, the certifiable nutter, as he's now labelled. Going alongside James Murray with the 9-second Cortina Estate. James did threaten to paint the car to make it look better, and we said, don't you dare.
He's
You've got to keep it like that.
very deceptive, and he was making quite a few PBs last season.
Yes.
So it's good to see him progressing.
Oh, Tony just blazing the tyres there. And James not exactly hooking up brilliantly either. Tony's still going to go back 160 here. Oh, 166 at the stripe. There we go. Another one of your weird numbers. 1140 at 166. A 1268 at 125 there for James. So building the boost up, they'll bump into stage. Al Mack away. So is Andy. Andy, nice.
Ooh.
Looking run here, arrow straight from both of them.
Number one.
750.203. Nicely done for Andy Bond there. 896 at 163 there for Al Mack in at number 3. Mind you, that's launched hard.
It's a good run.
Yeah, very good indeed. Here comes Rob Carter with the pedal down. Could be close at the stripe actually. 929 plays 962. Rob Carter goes in at 4. Look at the speed, 171 there for Rob.
So I know that Rob's got issues. Rob Slater. So,
Yeah, I saw Rob yesterday actually.
yeah, he's. I spoke to him this morning. I think he said number 7 lifter, roller lifter, has gone. So he's not. He can't race this weekend.
1179, 116 there for Michael.
Good pass.
Yeah, so is Rob still here?
He's still here.
Tuning and help. He's part of the JKE Raceworks team. Oh, how did Johnny miss that blog? I don't know. So Brad Head goes 925 at 173. The speed was there, but obviously the ET wasn't. And Johnny goes 1238 at 106. But had to keep away from that centerline block there. Margot rolls the beams, unfortunately, so she's not going to get a speed or ET. And a bit of a bucking bronco and everything going on there for Alan Morrison, so he's backed out of the run as well. It's a little bit of first night nerves, actually, in Super Street Bike at the moment. But they'll get it sussed out in Q2. Still got more Q1 runners to come, though. Oh, black striping away, loads of wheel spin. Tried everything good to stick with it, but the bike wasn't having it. Got plenty of power in there. And coasting to a 1532. More to come from Chris. All right, a call out in Street Eliminator pits. Rachel Smith's been in touch. Need a welder, actually, for Graham. Can we have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please, for Q2? Junior Dragster, can we have you into the lanes? Right then, it is time for Comp Eliminator. And the first pair we're going to see is going to be Dan Williams with the Chevelle, who last year was running the Camaro, so a car change for him, and Reuben Dawson with the Copo.
I never thought we'd even see one of these cars here in the UK.
Yeah.
We're now lucky enough to have two.
Yep.
How cool is that?
Had a good chat with Ruben earlier on this morning. So we'll give him a warm welcome, if you like. Now, Comp Eliminator going to be very interesting. You've got 8 cars this weekend, 4 of them from the Williams Brothers stable. But you could see a shuffle in the batting order, if you like, because Gary Carr is running the Boiling Point car. He's next round. That car could go real quick. And Spencer, there's some changes on Spencer's car. That could make things it's going to be very interesting this weekend. But Dan, his index is 11.25.
Really?
Yeah. This could be very interesting to see how quick Dan can go. We're not rolling the beams, so that's not going to help him. It goes 1084, 116. Ruin goes 972. Now, if you look at these two, one is GSA and one is HSA. There was talk trying to even them up, but they haven't, not yet. So we'll see what happens. Right, so Gary Carr.
What's his index?
He hasn't got
though?
an index. Oh, that's bizarre.
He should have. Don't worry, he does have. So what's Spence? Spence is.
1168.
I'm just thinking his is a G and Gary's is an H. So Gary's should be slightly slower, probably by a tenth or thereabouts anyway than Spence's. And a 002 light as well.
light for Gary. $11.23, $11.40.
Well,
Yeah, we just need to get Gary's index in there.
then we work it out. Got Rob Smallworth ran there as well. We got Top Fuel Bike. I can see ET Bike 2.
Right, so no Nick Williams by the looks of it in this session, unless he's around the back there. Unfortunately, we lost Jordan Payne. They had the engine on the dyno on Monday. They just found
Ran
some
out of time,
shavings.
didn't they? Yeah.
And so they tore the engine apart again just to make sure it was all okay, but they just couldn't get it back together and ready for the event in time. So unfortunately, they had to pull the entry. Ahmed Jamshed, 5 o'clock this morning.
I saw
they
that,
got that
yep.
one together. So I'm not sure if Ahmed is going to make Q1.
Yeah, we forgive him if he overslept because he only went to bed at 5:15.
That's right, yeah.
However, actually, hang on. It's now lunchtime, so, you know. But Rob Smallworth, this the Dirty Dog 55. One hell of a car, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
That looks like a proper outlaw street car, as in like American Street Outlaws type car or a street racing car. It's not. It's a full-on drag car, but you know what I mean.
We've got Top Fuel Bike following this. And then Junior Drag Bike and ET Bike to wrap up Q1.
So the 799 you see on the board at the finish line is his index, trying to go as quick as he can against that number. Ideally, he's way quicker than that would be really good. But restricted by engine size and type of car. Vents the nitrous. I'm not sure what Rob's quickest run is. I know it's probably in the mid-sevens. I know he was getting towards the chassis tag on his other car, which is why he's got this. If you remember the other yellow and white car that he had. 179 at 175. Good opening number. 2024 for Rob. There were a few yes-no moments on the way down there, as you could probably hear. So we have one Top Fuel bike down for this session. I know we may well have two here this weekend. Fingers crossed we'll get to see both. Got that lovely noise. Here's the dealer himself, Steve Willett. This bike and Steve have been around for a number of years. I'm not going to make a guess at how many because it's a few. Because it is a few. Now, the good thing about being in this part of the world, as in the UK, Europe, is that we do have proportionately large amount of mad scientists that are really into motorcycles, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. Let's face it, Britain for many years has been the hub of many different excellent motorcycle manufacturers. And this summer, all being well, there's going to be a whole bunch of people on fuel bikes as well. Just kept flying for that 8th mile mark. 1.14 to 60 foot for Steve. He was off the throttle by the 8th mile at 450, only 136 miles an hour. Trickles cross with an 827 as we get our first whiff this summer of nitro up here in the tower. Thank you very much, sir. So, junior drag bike, first qualifying session of the weekend. Terrific class, bought on a few years ago now. Up first, we've got Holly King and Anouk Bergering from the Netherlands. 7.90, 30.20. They run to the 8th mile, just like the junior dragsters do, but they qualify not based on reaction time, but based on dial-in. They also run off a Pro Tree, which does make things a little bit trickier. Well, Holly actually powered through the slide, did a really good job of it. She's not going to get an elapsed time, though, unfortunately, because she backed out of stage just as the light ran. 13.02 for Anouk. Right numbers, wrong way round. Her dial-in was 13.20. Good start there. I think Holly obviously wants to ride a speedway bike. Okay. John McLean with the Spud Missile in the Slick Tricks lane. 11.60 for him. And Declan in the Kestrel lane. $13.24 for John. And Declan goes 14.34. Okay, Richard Wilcox over there in the Kestrel lane. We still think the world's only double-classing junior drag racer. Taking on Harry Isaacs. So Richard's going to be on his own this time. 9.35 is the number. goes 9.52, which I think actually should be enough to put him number 1 for now. See how the rest of qualifying works out. So it'll be a buy run for Jackson King. There he goes, 14.60 into the second spot for now. Okay, side-by-side Rugrats this time. Lara Humber. Kestrel Lane, 15.50. Much quicker with a 9.75 is Maggie Smallman in the Slick Tricks lane. $10.15, right on the money. And a 15.71, not far off either. Actually, Lyra goes to number 2 with that one. That'll do. So, giving it another try out there. Unfortunately not. Do get some time on the board though, believe it or not. 25.05, it's 68 miles an hour. Okay, we got side-by-side Morrisons this time.
Yeah, just looking at the dial-ins, a little bit quicker than before actually. So I think power plant change in these machines.
Leah Morrison wearing the number 1 from last year in the Kestrel Lane, and Brad Morrison. Must be so fun to go bike racing with your dad. Yeah. 10.86 for Leah to number 5. Brad goes 11.73 on 11.50. Number 3. Okay, a couple more juniors before we get into ET bike.
Good to see so many junior drag
Loads.
bikes now. It's fantastic class. I think when Ollie King sort of handed the reins over to, shall we say, the next generation looking after the class, Brett Cordell and my apologies, can't remember who the other one was now, but they're looking after it. And I've got to say a big thank you actually to Ian King. Ian has donated a lot of his former big trophies, if you like, that he he'd won over his time racing. And keeping them in the sport, he's donated them to the Junior Drag Bike Club, and they're going to be repurposed and given out there.
What
So,
wonderful
so
idea.
thank you ever so much indeed to Ian King for doing that.
Out there, that's Isaiah Alvarez from Bedford, obviously. Just making it to the 8th mile. I'm not sure it would be timed out there because that did take a while to get there. Yeah, I think he might have been timed out. Unfortunately, that's why no numbers come up on the board. But yeah, that is a real nice idea. I don't know what the plan is. Wouldn't it be awesome if Ian actually came and gave some of them away too? But
Yeah,
we'll see.
Well, yeah, we'll see. But no, I know the Junior Drag Bike Club were really, really appreciative of that because Ian posted a photograph, of some of the trophies, but he said that's just the first batch. He's got loads to go yet. So
But you get for being too successful, and you've got loads of stuff to give away, mate. That's what it is.
So yeah, excellent stuff. Right, Ewan Fgrave, can you please see our security team? They have a lost item of yours. So Ewan Fgrave, if you find a member of our security team, they do have an item of yours which you may have not perhaps realised you've lost yet. But if you check your pockets, and yeah, they've got something of yours. Right, Rico Patterson on Rico's bike. Another one of these young racers from Bedford.
It's all part of learning, isn't it?
It is, yeah. All right, well, Rico gets off the line now then. Let's see how they get on getting towards that 13:35 dial-in. Tell you what, that's not a bad little shout, actually, is it? 13:48. Hey,
Number one.
Very, very good
Is that his
indeed,
first
Rico.
time on that bike as well?
Cracking.
Number one.
All right, next up.
Give that man a day off school. Oh, hang on. He's got one. But
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. Alia Lester from Waterlooville, the little ninja machine. .10:58, 64 mile an hour for Alia, goes to number 7. So another call out then to Ewan Fgrave. If you can see a member of the Santapod security team, you do have an item of yours that you may have lost. Sophie Pollen. Well, another new name to Junior Drag Bike this season. Obviously we know Grace Pollen well, but this is Sophie. 93, slots in at number 8. But that's 12 of them that put numbers on the board so far. I think that could be it because we've got ET Bike below us now. Oh yeah, you're right. How are you enjoying it out there?
Yeah, it's good. It's loud.
We haven't got any real loud stuff like this weekend, so
But yeah, it's good. Got some good photos. I saw Persia. I love that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's been quite nice. And go down, like, seeing kids.
So the first pair of ET bikes for their first qualifying session of 2024 underneath the tower. This class is, well, I was going to say a lot of the classes you can see today are entry level, but this really is one. Great class where basically, as long as it's got 2 wheels and you dial your own, you can come and run with the class. Unfortunately, it looks like we've got a bit of clean-up to do out there in the Kestrel lane, though. Just saw Mr. Marshall sprint for the tractor. So before I duck out and head to Nitro FM, Pro ET into the lanes, please. Can we have Pro ET for presumably round 2 qualifying into the lanes, please? Nitro FM, hopefully just for a couple of moments.
I've been on the road for so long.
goes in. Ash. Come on, Ash. Good run from Ash.
So Al Williamson pulling over, but is Ash going to be straight into the nines? Oh no, 11.05 to 129. That was good launch as well, actually. 0.3 off the line, but the 60 foot was actually quite down, actually 2.13.
Ash looked like Al looked like he had a blowback just as he left
Yeah.
the line, didn't he? I'm not quite sure.
Right, next pair then, Tony Higgs with the Triggers Broom, the certifiable nutter, as he's now labelled. Going alongside James Murray with the 9-second Cortina Estate. James did threaten to paint the car to make it look better, and we said, don't you dare. You've got to keep it like that.
Very deceptive, and he was making quite a few PBs last season.
Yes.
So it's good to see him progressing.
Oh, Tony just blazing the tyres there. And James not exactly hooking up brilliantly either. Oh, Tony's still going to go back 160 here. Oh, 166 at the stripe. There we go. Another one of your weird numbers. 1140 at 166. A 1268 at 125 there for James. So building the boost up, they'll bump into stage. Al Mack away, so is Andy. Andy, nice.
Ooh.
Looking run here. Arrow straight from both of them.
Number one.
750.203. Nicely done for Andy Bond there. 896 at 163 there for Al Mack in at number 3. Mind you, that's launched hard.
It's a good run.
Yeah, very good indeed. Here comes Rob Carter with the pedal down. Going to be close at the stripe, actually. 929 plays 962. Rob Carter goes in at 4. Look at the speed, 171 there for Rob.
So I know that Rob's got issues. Rob Slater. So,
Yeah, I saw Rob yesterday, actually.
yeah, he's. I spoke to him this morning. I think he said number 7 lifter, roller lifter, is gone. So he can't race this weekend.
11.79, 116 there for Michael. Yeah, so is Rob still here?
He's still here.
Tuning and help. He's part of the JKE Raceworks team. Oh, how did Johnny miss that blog? I don't know. So Brad Head goes 9.25 at 1.73. The speed was there, but obviously the ET wasn't. And Johnny goes 12.38 at 1.06. But had to keep away from that centerline block there. Margot rolls the beams, unfortunately, so she's not going to get a speed or ET. And a bit of a bucking bronco and everything going on there for Alan Morrison, so he's backed out of the run as well. It's a little bit of first night nerves, actually, in Super Street Bike at the moment. But they'll get it sussed out in Q2. Still got more Q1 runners to come, though. Oh, black striping away, loads of wheel spin. Tried everything good to stick with it, but the bike wasn't having it. They got plenty of power in there. And coasting to a 15.32. More to come from Chris. All right, a call out in Street Eliminator pits. Rachel Smith's been in touch. Need a welder. Okay,
Actually,
we
for
are
Graham
Smith. So if anybody, I don't. Well, Leah Lester, unfortunately, just come out of the burnout box and the bike spun round on him.
Sideways. He appears to be fine. He's picking.
Yeah.
The first thing you do is picking the bike up. That looked like a bit of an unusual one. You don't want to be going forward that way, mate. But no, he looks all right.
Well, first time in competition then, Carl Rushby. Anna Sasiak, obviously, with the phone filming her partner. So Carl Dials in a 12 flat. We normally see him with the white hat on the start line when Anna goes.
Oh, okay.
But it's like Carl's turn. 13.41.
So underneath us this time, we've got Scott Collier and, I'm not sure who's in the lane underneath. I didn't see both come round, unfortunately. It's Brett Cordell. Two good buddies racing each other. Both are pretty much the same number as well. Scott out there in the Kestrel lane, 9.60. Dad Jerry standing behind. Sky, who will be joining the ranks of Supercomp, or thereabouts, hopefully a bit later on this season with her car. Taking on Brett Cordell, part of the Hysteria Racing family. Scott's got to half track thinking, come on Brett, where are you? Good looking run for Scott on the rebuilt bike. 9.68, that'll work. And a 10.28 for Brett. Number one for now is Scott Collier. And if you're listening out there, Sharon, sending lots of love. I hope you're feeling okay. And I don't know whether you're on site this weekend. I'm really sorry. Can't remember whether Jerry said you were or not. But anyway, Sharon Collier, one of the instigators of the and the driving forces behind the original junior drag bike class. Sharon, hope you're doing okay. So, Liam Holgate and Casey Holgate, another pair of rugrats. 11 flat, 9.45. 11 flat in the Slick Tricks lane. I don't think that's going to be 11 flat. Unfortunately for Casey, the bike just trickling up the racetrack. 10.57, 1.33. Good speed for Liam. ET just a little bit off. Well, unfortunately, I think Casey's going to get timed out on the boards at the top end. She's still going. She will make it to the turn-off, but I don't think, unfortunately, she's going to get an elapsed time. Yeah, she is still going. So, number one, after a couple of pairs, Scott Collier is 9.68 and 9.60 dialing. Okay, Phil Pratt, who's had to pay to enter a race for the first time in God knows how many years this weekend. That's because the champion in each class gets free entry into all the events the following season, and Phil has been nothing but the champion in ET Bike until last year. Well, Phil's a little bit too keen to get the season started. And Pete Harrison, 10.90 for Pete, 11.6. Yeah, not sure what the problem was for Phil. I think what happened, normally when something like that happens, goes up on the chip, on the two-step, but it malfunctions in some way, shape or form, so it just drags you through. But Phil's been doing this a long time. He's a very, very successful guy. Absolutely knows what he's doing. Okay, Jake Bowden with a very unique looking machine. In the Kestrel lane, 11 flat for him. And Dave Grundy, look at that. Dayglow Dave Grundy. As you will probably never be known, but I've said it out loud now, so it might happen. Dayglow Dave Grundy. So 10.51 is Dave's dial-in. $10.90. 11 flat goes 15.09 for Jake. Plenty more chance to step up from that though. So Gary Hester with the sometime Nostalgia Pro Stocker over there as well in the Kestrel lane. 8.80 for him. And Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin. That lovely unique note, 995. Well, as you'd expect, Gary's gone flying past Robbie. 909 at 144, 1007. Robbie Dobby actually goes to number 2. He was 0.12 off of his dial-in. Okay, Christopher Venn with the V-twin down there in the Kestrel Lane 10 flat up against the other Hester. That's Carl. Hang on, I think there's 3. He's got Leo as well, haven't you? Slick Trick Slide the racetrack, 1080 for him. Good looking launch for Chris. 1023 at 127. Crew seem happy with that. And other side of the track, 11.18. Super Pro into the lanes, please, for Q2. Super Pro ET, please, into the Berry lanes for the second session. Okay, Scott Smith and Nick Playden. There's been quite a bit of shuffling between the classes over the winter, with some from ET Bike going into 850, some into comp even. $11.15, $11.57, 5 for Nicholas, 10 for Scott. I think we've got a couple more two-wheel machines to go, and then we're back. We're on to our second qualifying session, which will kick off with Junior Dragster in just a couple of moments. Okay, Grace Pollen underneath the tower, the last machine to go down the racetrack in our first qualifying session. So Grace has moved onto a big tyre, big wheel bike this year, previously in junior drag bike. Looking for 9.30. Still at the top of the pile after the first session is Scott Collier with 9.68. That was on a 9.60, so there is quite a bit of room still at the top. But no one's done a better job than Scott so far. Pretty good from Grace. 10.06 at 1.32. Well, not on her dial-in, but they look absolutely delighted with it all the same. Well done, fellas. I beg your pardon, not the last bike. We still have one more. My apologies. I think that's it is Leo. Beg your pardon, Leo Lester. After a slight false start, a little bit earlier on.
How do you kind of know what reaction time is? There sensors? How do we kind of...
So it's 10.75. 10.98. He goes in at number 4. So we're done with ET Bike. Scott Collier, number 1 qualifier after session number 1. We're back round with Lucas Oil Junior Dragster for the second qualifying session of the year. So your current number 1 qualifier is coming round right now. No surprise, folks, it is Liam McDonald from Ireland. Taking on Molly Openshaw. Molly hasn't got a number on the board just yet. So, yeah, no number for Molly yet, but Liam, number 1 off the trailer with a 0.15. Junior Dragster qualified based off of reaction time, and the top 4 off the trailer in 2024 were 01, 01, 02 and 02.
Right, absolutely delighted to welcome Nicole from Lucas Oars up here for Q2. Spent Q1 down on the start line, getting a feeling of the sport down there, so a very, very warm welcome indeed.
You didn't know you'd be famous when you got up this morning, did you? Trust me, you won't be when you go to bed tonight either. Nothing like us. We're not famous at all.
No.
They are, though. The
infamous.
kids are. The kids
Infamous.
are infamous. Yeah, absolutely. So Liam McDonald and Molly. Didn't Molly put in a run earlier? Was that
No. But Liam certainly did. He took that number 1 spot. He wears the number 1 from being the champion from last season. And 001 this time round. That is a cracking light. Almost perfect. If he was 1 thou quicker, it would have been a perfect light. Well, 10,000th quicker actually. So when I'm Liam, set his stall out very early indeed. All right, next up then, Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Junior Dragster going alongside Teddy Howe. So actually, Teddy has moved up to junior modified this year. He was in junior stock last year. Grace Smith with the JMA machine, the Boost Monkey Junior Dragster. Grace's 3rd season, I think, in junior dragster this year. Always watch the juniors with interest because these are the future of the sport. They really are. Well, a little bit too keen there for Grace, but Teddy Howe, 013. He's just moved up from number 10 into the number 2 spot with that one. Very, very nice indeed from Teddy. That drops Grace down from 3 to number 4. Next up, Freddie Taylor with the Outlaw. He was number 6 coming into this session. Daniel Weir, number 19. Now you can see Daniel right over to the left-hand side of the racetrack there. It's not as sticky there. In the middle, it's very sticky indeed, because that's where all the cars have been launching from. But Daniel coming over to the left-hand side doesn't want to get stuck to the start line. But no help for Daniel, goes red. Not as bad as he was earlier. Freddie Taylor, no improvement from him. 05 light, keeps him in at number 6. All right, next up, Lola Bell Kent with that gorgeous West Ham Motorsport livery. Going alongside Cherry Bomb, Ada Cassisi. And one of the things that we keep reiterating to everybody involved in motorsport is how gender neutral this sport is. It doesn't matter. The boys take on the girls on a totally equal playing field here. And especially when you move up to the ranks of Top Fuel Dragster, then, well, basically the girls rule there at the moment. Ada goes 02 red. Lola Bell gets one the right side though, 07 green. And that slots Lola Bell in at number 8. And Ada drops a spot there to 14. All right, one of the cars Nicole's had a good look at actually. This is Kai Cooper with a Lucas supported junior dragster from Fenny Racing. Andy down there looking after those 2 cars. Going alongside Sam Fairhurst. Now Kai is already in at number 5. He's currently on an 0.24 reaction time. Sam had a red light in round 1. He wants to get a green this time. Kai just inches in, the tree. They 2 It's an improvement, yeah, and he's going to move up from 5 to 4 is Kai. And Sam Fairhurst moves up 18 to 15. So both going in the right direction there. Nicely done, Kai. But it's consistency as well. That's 2 O2 lights Kai has had there. So good job. Right, Neve Deevy, Little Miss Dynamite, and Frankie Ken. Right, the other of the Lucas Oil's Fenny Racing Junior Dragsters. So that's Jake Cooper down there, going alongside our active junior dragster. So Zoe just setting all important launch RPM. So 3 rounds of qualifying today, and of course they go into eliminations tomorrow. Always want to try and stage in exactly the same spot for each run. Oh, Jake, just that little bit too keen there, puts a red on the tree, 07. Emily goes 0.19. I don't think they're going to move up from those yet. Oh no, Emily does from 18 to 14. Jake stays number 20. Right, next up, Emmy Crundwell, and the first time we've seen Eva Davis this weekend. So the Mayhem Junior lines up in the Kestrel lane, and Emmy lines up in the Slick Tricks lane. Oh, problems there. Oh yeah, in actual fact, you can see that rear tyre is actually wet. So I think of a little bit of a... I think that's a fuel leak actually. It's evaporating very quickly indeed, but problems there for Eva. So it's going to be a solo for Emmy. It's away off the line. Currently sits in the number 13 spot. Going to stay there actually. 21 juniors have put numbers on the board so far. There's still more of them to come. There'll be a 32 car ladder going into eliminations tomorrow. Harry Peters up next, currently number 10. Ellie May, currently number 12. Ah, good old buddy. Rick Johnson's just been in touch. Very good morning to you, Rick. Any chance you could give a shout out to Zach Johnson? Nah, no, I can't do that. No, joking aside, yeah, absolutely no problem at all. So a big shout out to Zach Johnson. As you say, a former junior dragster racer. And at some stage, we would love to see him get back on track. The news, though, from Zach. He's taken a while out from racing. And he got married, and got a beautiful daughter now as well, which means Rick's a granddad. And here this weekend, crewing for Andy Thetford. So good to have Zach back with us, and good to hear that everything is good there, and good to hear from you, Rick, as well. Right, Ted Sullivan, Tom Peters, your next pair. So Ellie Mae Brown there just slipped into the number 7 spot there. Very, very nicely done indeed there, Ellie Mae. An 042 light, very nicely done. 04 red, just that little bit too keen there for Ted, but an 09 green for Tom. That's going to move him up from number 21. Going to put him in at number 10. Nicely done, Tom. Nicely done. Right, Luke Mugridge, who has been championship runner-up 2 years in a row. He was runner-up last year, he was runner-up the year before. Is this the year that Luke Mugridge can take top spot in the championship? He's always there or thereabouts. Twice he's come along to the SPRC Awards Night to collect a runners-up trophy. Twice he's come to the Hall of Fame to get his award there as well. He wants top spot. He really does. His brother, Nick Mugridge, has won plenty in junior drags. He's been a champion, and surely Luke has got a chance to do it this season, but he's got that pesky Liam McDonald to get round as well. Jacqueline Bartley, though, a great Q1 session. Oh, Luke Mugridge, he was number 19. He's gone up to number 3 with that one. Jacqueline drops to number 4 because Luke Mugridge in now at number 3. And he got all these little qualifying points as well. It all adds up. So, Luke, excellent job from him. Nicely done. And that is a wrap for Junior Dragster, actually. Good session indeed. I hope you enjoyed that. Stay, because you've got Pro ET coming. Watch a bit more. Right, your number 1 qualifier from round 1 was Dave Crowhurst. He ran a 9:36, but hello, 9:01 dial-in. He's obviously he's found something. He's turned the wick up a little bit. He'll probably got to ride them wheelie bars as well. Let's see how he gets on. Hans van der Speck sticks with that 10:51. Hans is currently number 9. But Dave Crowhurst has the luxury of 2 vehicles that he can run. We've got the Wanga Beetle and obviously the Camaro.
That's greedy.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
not luxury, that's greed. I'm just being rude.
That's
anyway.
a double garage, isn't it?
That's what it is, yeah, enough space. But in all seriousness, aren't those kids amazing? They're seriously, really, they're very, very cool. And they're so competitive, and it's so much fun to watch them race. That is a big old jump for Dave Crowhurst, actually.
That is.
3.5 tenths.
Considering he's number 1 qualifier as well, he thought we'd fine-tune it there, but no. Dave got his own idea. Nice flat launch. 03 light. Although a red, but he should have left it alone. That's 9:35.
Well, at least he knows the first number was the right one.
Yeah. 10.91 there for Hans. Right, Andrew Brook. I would imagine he's going to go a bit further than the start line this time round with the Appliance Dragster.
Any idea of the reason for the driver change, or?
Yeah, because Mason is now in a door car. So it's a 2-car team now.
Dragster to a door car. How does that work?
Yeah.
I'm only joking.
Yeah, I must admit, I saw Mason in the lanes yesterday. And
Yeah.
Hang on. And then where's the Dragster? He goes, oh, it's just over there. It totally caught me out.
Just not with me, innit?
Wasn't expecting that. So yeah, this is Andrew Brook. He's actually on licensing passes, so he did his launch first time round, and Dave Warren just giving him the calming influence.
No, he's doing
if
it.
you
He's
like.
not. He's doing his dance moves, isn't he? That's
Yeah.
what this is.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So Dave's last season in the left lane. He'll be moving over to the right lane next year.
Or wherever he wants to. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Probably in the middle.
I would imagine this should be a half-track run.
It's a pretty good reaction time as well, all things considered.
Yeah, it was a 3:30 actually, not a half-track.
Yeah, the trouble is, if you need to get a quarter-mile licence, this is the only place
Yeah.
you can get one without getting on a boat or a plane.
Yes, good point, actually, yeah.
Actually, saying that, that's not strictly true because you've got Spitfire Raceway down in Cornwall, in case Lee was listening. Sorry, Lee. But I don't know whether you can license there, and I'm pretty sure you can't license a drag. You might be able to. Anyway. But yeah, anyway, what I'm getting at, hardly any permanent racetracks left.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Qualifying himself, Dave Rudd, from last year in the Kestrel Lane, finished really high up in the championship, almost by virtue of his qualifying performance. And I'm not no disrespect to Dave, he just did really well. Against Laura Baton. How many cars we got in Pro ET as well?
42
Tons.
entered, but they haven't all put runs in yet.
So about a second difference in dialing. Dave Rudd substantially off what he was looking for. Steph says Dam and Blast. I think that's what that is in Northern, down there on the start line. Laura goes 10:58.
Yeah, moves up 6 spots in the process, so it's a nice job from her. I was going to say these two would be fairly close. I wasn't expecting a 984 a pair, though. Mark Huxley and Vic Parsons, your next pair.
Yeah, this is one of those events definitely that double classing really pays off, because if you get 3 qualifying runs, that's not bad. It's not as many as usual, but double classing you get 6 obviously, and that really helps.
Vic just having his window net sorted out, I think. The transformation in Vic's Belvedere since it went through the workshops at Williams Brothers and the new paintwork by OCS, it just really has turned that a good-looking car into a great-looking car. And Dan
quicker.
totally rebuilt the engine in that car. The car had never run a 10, never run a 9, and then basically since that engine came out of the workshop, it's basically never run slower than a 10. It's been a phenomenal change. Well, they're both looking for 984. 989 a pair. Well, Vic goes up from 10 to 5 with a 989 with a 0. Mark goes 989 with a 6. Stays number 4. All right, you got Darren Huxley going alongside the Goldilocks car of young Jack McClure. Came down for Q1, unfortunately got pushed back, so fingers crossed he can get this one in. So Jack dials in 11.50, Darren dials in 11.35.
Brave bracket racing with the drift car as well. Hard to do.
That's all right, actually.
Oh, really good.
11.37.
And he's number one.
Number 1. But then let's not forget he's a Huxley, so that does sort of have some pedigree,
Yeah, of course it does.
doesn't it? Yeah. Well, the former number 1 qualifier then, Don Scott.
Yeah, we're going to have one hell of a bump session later today,
We
aren't
are, yeah. That's fact. Don's slipped back to number 3 now, actually.
I thought Don... Is this for sale still?
No, he sold the Monte Carlo.
Oh, I thought he was selling that.
He was, but no, he's campaigning the car this year. There is a rumour he may swap engine to calm it down a bit later on, but
Calm it down a
yeah.
bit.
Well, he's getting old, you know. So
I'm glad he's your friend, not
yeah,
mine.
I did rather rib him a little bit at the Nostalgia Superstock Awards night because it was his birthday.
Into the nines with a 997.
But look at Doug McClure, 11.66 on a 65. Doug takes number 1 spot.
But now.
Nicely done. Oh, you're talking about Mason Griffiths? There he is.
Ah.
The car is called Sour Grape, the Javelin. No, when I was ribbing Don at the Nostalgia Superstock Awards, I said to Don, I said, look, unfortunately, mate, I said, you can't have a birthday cake. And he goes, well, why is that? Is that because of the calories and everything? I said, no, it was the fire hazard.
Yeah, due to the hotel, mate.
That's it, yeah. Right, Mason Griffithson, Freddie Thompson. Mason, 11.30 gets 11.70. Freddie Thompson goes 24 to 21, goes 11.58. Now then, the star of round one, without a shadow of a doubt, was John Bean. He's actually on the bump spot. And that's not because the car wasn't performing, it's because it was performing better than it ever had. The dial-in changed to 9.1. Honestly, the wheel stand that he pulled, he rode the wheelie bars for a good 100, 150 foot. And as I say, it was a spectacular run. I'd love to have been in the pits when he got that timing slip.
Nah, you'd love to be in the passenger seat.
Yeah. Going alongside Harley J, dialing in 904. Now, Harley has been in the 8s for the truck. Thing is, though, John Bean's put himself in that territory where he's like, ooh, I wouldn't mind an 8 out of this. Let's see how he gets on then. Oh, Harley J goes too soon. 004 light for John Bean. It was another big wheel stand. That's a good looking run. 9.13. Oh, he's backed it up and he's gone to number 3. Oh, outstanding from John Bean. Well, goes to show the first one wasn't a fluke. Bob Molden lines up against Warren Watts. 9.37 plays 9.15. Warren double classing. He's in Super Comp as well this weekend. Bob Molden obviously with a new engine now, having destroyed one last year. It's a bit different this, isn't it? It's always good when a guest comes up to the tower from one of the sponsors and is smiling because he's enjoying it, which is really, really good.
Yeah, apologies about my menu choice, but it's just that time of day as well. Sorry about that. If you can see easier, there's another screen there too. It's okay, it's just that I don't know which one you're closer to, that's all.
010 light there for Bob. It's all about the ETs though. 9.37 and 9.15 the targets. 9.39, 9.60. Warren Watts goes to number 1. Nice move there from Warren. Bob moves up to number 4 with his run. But it is Warren Watts takes top of the shop then in Pro ET. Right, is anybody not qualified? No, we've got 32 at the moment. So if any other drivers put runs in that haven't put a run in yet, the bump spot will kick in. Next up, Tom K, Tom Watkins. So Doris the Charger lifts the front wheels off the line. Actually got wheelie bars on there as well. Goes 909 with a 3. Is that number 1? Wait for Tom to cross. Oh, it's number 2. So Tom Watkins goes to number 2 with that one. Oh, so close. 13.93 off the throttle at 54 mile an hour at the stripe. Right, next pair. Lee Morris, Nick Mugridge. So the champion from last year currently in at number 31.
Yeah, but don't forget at the start of last year, I'm pretty damn sure he was D&Q at the first
He did,
event.
yes.
So he's just setting everyone else up. That's what he's doing.
Nick Mugridge currently number 18, dialing in a 10.21. Lee Morris 10.10. He won't break out this time on a 10.10. He did last time out though. able to hear the gear changes from Nick as he goes down the quarter mile. Well, they both move up 10.33 on the 27. Nick Mugridge goes from 18 to 12. Lee Morris up from 31 to 14. A 10.17 on that 10.10 dial-in. Right, next pair, Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger alongside Matthew Downey, who lied to me, and I'm not going to forgive him for that. He said he was just going to launch the car and run it, and ended up taking it all the way down Broadway and went 11.55 and 11.50 dial. Dial-in change though to 11.20 for the Nova. Dave Cherritt, the Dark Revenger, 990, which is a number you can hit easily. It's also the index for Supergas. Dave Cherritt gets there first, 998. Matthew goes 11.33. 26 to 16. Matthew Dowdy sets another PB there. Well done, Matthew. 11.33. Starting to stretch the legs a little bit on that Nova. Engine working very, very well indeed. The engine that's in Matthew Dowdy's car this season was the one that powered Jason Pickett's Cherry Bomb last year. So Jason's having a new engine built for his car, and the engine from Jason's car is now in Matthew's car to wake Matthew's car up. Musical engines at Williams Brothers once again. Next up, Adrian Portelli and Dave Fulton. Adrian dialing in 10.75, Dave 9.28. $9.36 for Dave, helps him. 23 to 16, Adrian a 10.95 for him. No movement in position. Neil Watkins and Amy Watkins, your next pair. I haven't had a chance to say hello to Steve Kelly yet today. I don't think he can hear me either, but he'll play that for the live stream and realise I've said hello. Just guiding Amy through the burnout box. Amy currently number 21, dialing in a 9.59. Neil currently number 23. He dials 11.40 with the Purple Express Dodge pickup. Well, zero lights are paired, but it's all about the ET. Amy, 9.59 with a 4. Please say hi. And well done to your new number 1 qualifier, Amy Watkins. Neil moves up 23 to 10, a 44 and a 40, but Amy Watkins into the number 1 spot. 9.59 with a 4 on a 9.59. Nicely done. Right, next up then, Ziva, not the Duster anymore, but it is now Ziva the Camaro, the Hailing Island Garage Squad. Stevie Gates, that car just looks absolutely gorgeous. Going alongside the Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda of Simon Innes.
I was going to say, it looks gorgeous because it takes after its previous owner.
Yeah, but...
No,
and that's right, he's booked in to race this weekend, but I haven't seen him.
Is he?
Yeah,
Cool.
He's got a Beetle, I think.
He has indeed. Oh, look. That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, Stevie Gates on the tree with an 02.
Wow, 866.
That's tightening up a bit more like we we want to see. 10.76 on the other side.
Yeah, it's on a 75 dialing. That was very nice.
That was
indeed.
good. Yeah, number 3.
Right, Ronnie Mercer, and Reuven Dawson. I was trying to get them both out at the same time,
Yeah,
and it got a bit jumbled up.
Yeah, and Reuven Dawson, we've already seen it in Comp Eliminator, so we'll have more time to talk, I'm sure, at some point. But how does this car differ from Nick's?
Different engine for a start. It's
Okay.
a 427,
Yep.
naturally aspirated, where Nick's is a 350 with a supercharger.
Okay.
That is the big difference. Obviously, they're both Copos, they're both the same year, but obviously different categories in Comp Eliminator as well. This is a low 9-second car, could dip into the 8s, all being well, but it's early days, where Nick's car is on the verge of going into the 7s. So, yeah, there is differences between them. But the
Nice.
biggest difference is engine.
He's looking for a 966 here. 938.
You won't mind that at
No,
all.
you're not bothered about that one. 142 miles an hour and a 10.37 for Ronnie Mercer gets him in at number 16. Reuven actually gets bumped back to 1 spot by the improvement made in the other lane. So
Reuven is purely here to learn this weekend, but an 03 light, I think he's learning very well.
So I understand from the, as always, very excellent article on Eurodragster. He's been around racing American cars a lot before.
Yes,
Is that where he
yeah.
like run what you brung stuff? Did he? Do
Yeah, I mean, I
before,
think he's like had a little dabble in all forms of racing as well.
Okay.
Actually, it's not necessarily drag racing, but yeah. Had a chat with this point. Real nice guy. The car was bought in the States. Did a couple of events out there before they brought it back to the UK, just to make sure everything was working on it as such, which obviously they knew it would. But yeah, they're here to learn over the next 2 events, and then they're going to start fine tuning and really getting to get the hang of drag
Yeah,
racing.
it's always unfortunately Frankie Taylor with a beautiful Banshee down there. Parachute popped out on the burnout.
Oh, did it?
To that.
Oh.
Yeah, so just being pushed back. Can't run with the chute hanging out.
Oh, curses.
I was looking forward to seeing that 'cause it's a lovely looking car. The thing is, though, is like I remember, I always remember like the custom car article I read where, and I think it was about, I think they were talking about Jimmy Hibbert, if you remember Jimmy,
Oh, yeah.
where they said, where Jimmy said, yeah, this year's only for fun. They said, yeah, the first year's always for fun. It's the next 21 after that
That's
that are
it.
deadly
That's
serious,
it.
and that's kind of how it goes, isn't it? You think, actually, this is really fun. This is getting even more fun. And then you come to a big event, you race in front of a big crowd, like which is one of the next time,
Yeah.
or the door slammers, or the main event, and you start racing against European racers. Then you get the chance to go race in Germany or Sweden. You think, this is awesome. And there goes your life savings. Right, Brett Featherstone, previous champ. With the 980, 3/10 of a second off his dialing, which is rather unusual. 950 is about where they normally
Yeah.
are. So, we got Super Pro coming round in just a moment. I think that's it for.
We're still on 32 for Pro ET, so
Well, I don't think Frankie had a number, did she?
no, not yet.
It tends a lot to be missing.
Right, I'm just going to go through the list to see who we are missing. I've got 3 so far. Right, we haven't seen, well, we have seen, but not a number on the board yet for Frankie Taylor. Paul Marston, Grumpy's Dodge. Haven't seen that run at all. Simon Goff, obviously, we just mentioned.
Is
with the
Simon
big-
entered in Pro E2?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Susie McClure with the Eye Candy Dragster. It's here, but it hasn't come down into the lanes yet. So they're 4 that we're missing.
Down to
But
one
maybe
more.
the entry. I can't spot who the other one is.
Down to one more try.
Oh,
though.
Johnny McClure with the Willis. Haven't seen Johnny yet. We've seen Jack and we've seen Doug, but we haven't seen Johnny. So only 2 of the 4 McClure cars have come down. But such a strong entry considering everything that's going on in the world at the moment. Really good to see. But yeah, as you say, it is Super Pro ET. The Gluebird is just out there at the moment, just doing a little bit of track prep. But looking down at that little Banshee Auto, it's a very unusual car because it's not centre drive. It's a left hooker, if you like. Frankie sits to the left of the drive line. Car imported from the States, must be about 3 years ago now, and taken a little while to get. It took them 2 years to sort of get it all sorted out. Car appeared last year at, I think it was Hot Rod Drags, where Mick Taylor drove it just to put some early runs in before Frankie got behind the wheel. Car first public appearance, I think, when it debuted the colour scheme at the Silverstone Festival. It was the first time Frankie ever drove it. It was across the grass onto the show arena. So quite an unusual experience. But it is a drop-dead gorgeous car. And photographs really, really well. Looks great. And what a car to step up into from Junior Dragster. Small block Chevy powered. And that's going to be a lot of fun for the Banshee team. Now, we actually, talking to the Banshee team, don't expect to see Mick Taylor out with the Fordson this year. So you're going to concentrate looking after Frankie. But Lee Taylor down there, we're hoping that we're going to see the Outlaw pickup truck this year. Because we didn't see much of it last season. They're concentrating on, obviously, the Fords and getting the Altered ready. But hopefully we're going to see the Outlaw pickup. I know we got new tyres for it last year. So we look forward to seeing that at some point. There's problems with people with too many cars in their families and stuff like that. It's not a bad problem. Well, breeze has picked up a little bit more. The turbines are all facing straight down the track, so it's a little bit of a headwind for them today.
I think by the looks of the motions down there, Frankie may get to take a green light.
Good.
But it won't count for qualifying.
Right.
It's out of session.
Okay.
That's my best guess.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere, are they?
It's just one of the more unfortunate things that can happen, isn't it? Especially if you've ever been shut off on the start line in a race car, it's one of the most unpleasant things that can ever have happened to you, to be honest. It's, I say unpleasant, obviously it doesn't compare to certain things, but
Frustrating.
yeah, it's just really, especially when you're in the car, because you've got no idea what the heck's going on. That's the problem.
Can we please have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
So we've got Super Pro round ready to run. Who's number one with a 741 from earlier, Cole?
Scott Hauser.
Aha, that makes perfect sense. It'd be easier if I change the screen. We're still on Amy.
Yeah, he's still on Pro
we're
T.
still on
That's
that.
why I didn't press the button.
Thank you.
I've just sort of looking down into the lanes there, but the vehicle that is in front of all those vehicles is one of the two new SPRC support vehicles. Fire 2 down there. Wow. What, they just look the nuts, don't they?
Yeah, dead
Absolutely
handy, yeah.
superb. Fire 1 is obviously at the top end, but the new 4 pickup trucks, livery designed by Pete Walters, and it's a flip-flop design because you've got the black leading into the red into the silver, and the other one is the red from into silver into black. Reason being that one of the trucks was silver and the other truck was black. They tried to make them look good, but it works absolutely superbly. And well done, Pete. Great design. Well done to the Santa Pod Racers Club for the acquisition and obviously the conversion of the 2 new pickup trucks. It just makes everything look so much smarter out there. And along with all the other improvements here at Santa Pod, looking at all the new fencing that's been erected at the moment. And if you are in the pairing lanes, you can see the new fencing there. And that goes all the way from the pairing lanes to the side where you would normally see the fuel teams, That goes all the way up to the pod shop. That fencing has all been replaced up there. It just looks so tidy and so smart. Also, round the back of the fuelers bar, all the fencing there has been replaced as well.
Cool.
Constant site upgrades.
Well, I
throughout the
don't
winter
think.
season.
I just had a message from Mr. Goff. I don't think he's going to make the final session because he's at home.
Yeah.
So I just sent him a message saying, "Why that aren't you here then?"
Well, afternoon, Si. Hi, Sharon.
Yeah, I presume what I get in a reply won't be broadcastable on the BBC over the
As per
airwaves.
usual.
Yeah, absolutely that. Never mind. Anyway, so car looks awesome. I presumed you were only entered this weekend for a little bit of extra testing, and probably after spending that long getting the car nice and shiny and in such a decent condition, you didn't really want to take it out of the garage on a day like yesterday to drag it up here. So, for the second or maybe actually third time of asking, Frankie Taylor with the Banshee. Yeah, it's a very odd arrangement for a altered chassis.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. But it obviously works.
So, will this be Frankie's first actual run in the car?
No, she did. Did she run at Flame and Thunder? I can't remember. I know the car came up to Hot Rod Drags and Mick was running it. I know they brought the car up to Flame and Thunder. I need to double check on that. I can't remember. But one thing is for sure, it ain't going to take Frankie that long to get used to this. She was pretty good in the junior days, to be honest.
Well, through the 15-second run, shoot out way before the finish line.
Is that licensing then?
It looks like it could be, especially as the shoot was at the far end, not down here.
Yeah.
Okay, Super Pro. I also presume, just for clarification, that wasn't a qualifying run. Super Street Bike into the lanes, please. Super Street Bike, please, into lanes Q2. We are on with round 2 of Super Pro qualifying. So, current number 1, like you said, is Scott Hauser. Qualifying based on so number 3 at the moment is Tom Atkinson. We're not going to have a bump spot for Super Pro because they're slightly short of 32 car field. However, it will still be a very tough and a very close. I think there's still 23 or 24 cars, which is still great for the end of March in the UK. Colin Morris. Back in the car. Stewart won the championship in Supergas last year. So, 2 roughly mid-8 second door cars. .847 goes 849 and 880. Tom Atkinson, number 1 qualifier for now. Colin Morris up to number 7 with that one. So, AC Bell, not driving the Olympic Slug for a change. In the Teenage Dream, in the Kestrel Lane, that's the big dart. 8.99 is his dialing. Up against the Tamworth Massive in the Slick Tricks Lane. 8.25 is the dialing for Mr. Mark Coulsell. From the world of Wild Bunch, they run to dial-ins as well. Steve says, yeah, oh, it's over there, mate, that way. Thank you. So Mark was really, really successful with this car. He has been in Wild Bunch and in Super Pro as well. Last year they made the long trip down to Hockenheim in Germany, got all the way to the final in Super Pro and only just lost out because he decided to take a close look at the wall. We all know the story behind it. It was still a good race and it was still a great event. And well done to Mark and the team. So back here racing in the UK. He's currently number 3 qualifier at the moment. Trying to run no quicker than 8.25, but as close as he can to it. Oh, he goes 8.17. 159 miles an hour. They don't seem too upset with that. Well done, sir. Congratulate yourself with the shave. 9.40. For AC Bell, a little bit off the minimum 8.99 needed to run in Super Pro. But well done to the Low Funds team. I think their quickest run ever is in the 8.0s, only just in the 8.0s, but still really good indeed. So the Crew Killer. Thus named because I unfortunately said it looks like he's trying to run his crew over all the time. John Tebenham in the Kestrel Lane taking on Bob Doyle with the Z case. That looked like a two-step malfunction for Bob. See what JT can do. 9.14, 1.45. A couple of ticks off where they want to be and should be, and they look a bit perplexed as to why it did that. 9.97. Bob Doyle did actually get an ET. Also, I think he's tuned in. Very good afternoon to our good buddy Dick Costa, watching him from over there in the Netherlands. Dick, not till the main event. What's the matter with you? You going soft on us? I thought Dutchies were hard people. Wait until the weather's nice. Actually, it's lovely today. I'm only joking. Dick, hope you're very well, my friend. And we'll see you soon, obviously. Simon, thanks for the explanation, mate. I wasn't quite expecting your life story, but I'll take it. No, Simon Goff saying that it's very decent of him, actually. He said the reason he isn't here racing this weekend, or in competition, if you like, was he wants to test the car before he comes out and runs it, because it's not fair to anyone else. If he has a problem, falls down the track or anything like that, he doesn't want to screw anything up for anyone else. So that is as decent as you can get, let's put it that way. So Simon, they were here yesterday, but went home because he wanted to put some runs in, and they didn't because of the weather. So Simon, hope to see you soon, mate, and great luck. Very, very best of luck with that beautiful new car. So, your champ from last year, Alan Dibwell, with the 4-link dragster in the Kestrel Lane, 7.69, taking on Jack Brewster with the blown Firebird. Well, Jack moves towards the centre line. 7.70 for Alan Dibwell, makes him your new #1 qualifier. Jack goes 10.92 at 1.05. Looks like he tried to get it. Looks like he tried to get the car on the two-step on the start line and it wouldn't hold. What a two-step is, very basically, it allows, there's a button on the steering wheel, the driver presses the button, it holds the car still on the start line, the driver can floor the throttle, but it's held at a predetermined RPM. Then when you let go of the button, the car leaves the start line. However, if you floor the throttle and the two-step's not working properly, i.e. the mechanism that holds it still, drags you through stage, which looks like what happened to Jack there. Lee Huxley and Dave Russell, that was a rubbish explanation, but I'll stick by it. And here we go. So Lee looking for 8.80, he's 12. Dave's currently number 14. Lee goes 9.15, way off what they wanted. Dave Russell as well, nowhere near with a 10.32. Lots of early season gremlins for both of those guys. Just heard from Sam Masters as well. Sam, thanks very much indeed for the message saying that they're not here this weekend, but all watching online. Special hello to Max and his girlfriend Chloe. They're also tuned in as well. Well, we do miss you, Sam. It would be good to have you all here. It's still a pretty tight field anyway, but having you guys here would just make it that bit more difficult. My wife's sending me photographs because she's gone out shopping while I'm here doing this. Yeah, I said, Kelly, my wife's sending me photographs while I'm out here doing this. But look at the rubbish that she buys when I'm not around to say don't do that. God's sake. Anyway, never mind. So Ashley Bell with the limpy slug. Not so slimpy with that big thing sticking out the top of the engine hood. In the Kestrel Lane, taking on Matt Peters. One of the really good new bunch of races we got in Super Pro. Driving the very successful Nick Good Racing machine. .820 off pace for Matt. Stays at number 5. Ashley Bell goes 8.91 at 1.53. Slowly but surely. It's all right. So, Rob Carter with Percy the Passat, Street Eliminator number 72. Requires some push rods, please. Ball end 8.700 to 3/8. Please help. So, if anyone's got any ball end push rods, 8.700 to 3/8, Rob would be absolutely delighted to talk to you. And I'm pretty sure that's got an LS in it, isn't it? Yeah. So there we go. If you think you can help Rob, then please go and see them. They would be delighted to see you, I'm sure. So your number one qualifier coming into this session, not so now. Scott Hauser. Oh no, Stevie. What a... Oh well. Hi, Babs. That car's beautiful. That's absolutely lovely. You don't want to bring it out in the open air. It might get dirty. Did look like a rather on-time leave. 7:38. Scotty's got about a 100th window to squeeze into if he wants number one, and he does it just like that. Back to the top. 7.38 with a 2 on a 380 dial-in. 0.02 of a second off. Number one qualifier again. Proper job that, Jeff. Absolutely perfect. So we've still got a few more cars to go. Scott's not guaranteed the number one spot. He just keeps taking it at the end of every session. We still have a few more cars to go in this session, and we've got one final qualifying session later on today. And qualifying is important because it determines the order and who races who in round one tomorrow. So the track crew doing their thing. I'm not sure. I don't think that was actually Callum that did that. Callum Swinchat in the altered in the Kestrel lane. I think that may have been the car before, which may have been Ashley Bell. I can't quite remember. So the tractor will be coming out. We're doing some sweeps and a little bit clear up to do. Hand back to Nitro FM for just a couple of moments, please, guys, if that's okay. Shouldn't be long at all. Probably no more than a minute or two, but we'll be back as soon as we can.
How's it? Ash. Come on, Ash. Good run from Ash.
So Al Williamson pulling over, but is Ash going to be straight into the nines? Oh no, 11.05 to 129. That was good launch as well, actually. 03 off the line, but the 60 foot was actually quite down, actually 213.
Ash looked like Al looked like he had a blowback just as he left the line, didn't it? I'm not quite sure.
Right, next pair then, Tony Higgs with the Triggers Broom, the certifiable nutter, as he's now labelled. Going alongside James Murray with the 9-second Cortina Estate. James did threaten to paint the car to make it look better, and we said, don't you dare. You've got to keep it like that.
Very deceptive, and he was making quite a few PBs last season,
Yes.
so it's good to see him progressing.
Oh, Tony just blazing the tyres there. And James not exactly hooking up brilliantly either. Tony's still going to go back 160 here. Oh, 166 at the stripe. There we go. Another one of your weird numbers. 1140 at 166. A 1268 at 125 there for James. So building the boost up, they'll bump into stage. Al Mack away. So is Andy. Andy, nice.
Ooh.
Looking run here, arrow straight from both of them.
Number one.
750.203. Nicely done for Andy Bond there. 896 at 163 there for Al Mack in at number 3. Mind you, that's launched hard.
It's a good run.
Yeah, very good indeed. Here comes Rob Carter with the pedal down. Could be close at the stripe, actually. 929 plays 962. Rob Carter goes in at 4. Look at the speed, 171 there for Rob.
So I know that Rob's got issues. Rob Slater. So,
Yeah, I saw Rob yesterday, actually.
yeah, I spoke to him this morning. I think he said number 7 lifter.
Okay, the silence broken by the sound of
Can't race this weekend.
Small Block Chevy.
79,
in Callum
116
Swinchat's
there for Michael.
altered down there.
Yeah, so is Rob...
Another regular with a Wild Bunch and in Super Pro as well. This car a number of years ago when it debuted was a bit wild, to say the least. And they seem to have got it, I don't want to say on rails because that'll put the kiss of whatever on it, but an 894 out of a small block altered is pretty stout. Callum's really good on the tree, always has been. And the car itself is just immaculate. So Carrott's currently in on the front page just at number 16. He only put in a, funnily enough, 16-second pass earlier on today. Nothing like what this car's capable of. Well, improves his ET by about 4 seconds, but still taking it easy for now. So next up is Mark Bailey with the Cuda. 876 is a seriously quick dialing for a big door car like that. I bet that's so fun to drive. So, will it be an 876? It's an 891, 151 miles an hour. He was 6, he stays 6. Actually, didn't improve. He went 887 earlier on today. I think this actually could be the last car of the session for Super Pro.
Right, got lots of requests coming in actually. First one, I'm assuming this is for Harley J Derby actually. Anis has been in touch. Any chance we can put a shout out for a Transbrake solenoid for TH400 gearbox? So yeah, we need one of those please. I'm going to assume that is for Harley J Derby. So yeah, pretty desperate to get hold of one of those. You've already mentioned about the push rods for Hazel Carter and Rob Carter. Ken White's been in touch. Ken is everything about Street Weekend and Street Eliminator. He just says hi to everybody in the world of Street Eliminator. Sam Marston always tunes in actually, regardless of what's going on. Not there this weekend, all watching online. Say hi to Max and Chloe, also tuned in, so hi to Sam. But yeah, we certainly could do with the Transbrake solenoid please for TH400. And obviously we could do with those push rods for Percy the Passat.
There is Barry back in the driving seat of the family car. It never ceases to amaze. I've got to ask him whether they repaint it every winter or they just polish it, because it's just amazing. 752 on a 750. Unbelievably, only gets him the number 4 spot.
Yeah, 010 light as well. We're in the process sorting cars out for the summer shows, shall we say. And 2 big shows this year, so obviously Silverstone Festival and Carfest. But they're both typically on the same weekend.
Oh, you're
August
kidding.
bank holiday. Barry Giles is going down to Carfest.
There's an easy answer to that. Have 2 bank holidays in August.
That would be a good
One
idea.
at the beginning, one at the
Yeah,
end.
that'll
So
work.
then, yeah, they could put them on different weekends.
Yeah, that'll work.
Problems by the looks of it. Is that just with the reverser or the whole? No, it looks like that's it. Unfortunately
Yeah,
for
going a
Andy
long way
Clifford.
further back, yeah.
I love that car. So it's going to be on his own. Richard Tunstall with the Jamie Dodger. Went 9:46 earlier today.
Yeah, basically, new everything. New trans, new torque converter, engine change, the whole lot. 9:28, 143. Didn't get a test run in yesterday.
Right.
Jed Guy's been doing all the work on the car. And I said, well, any changes? And Jed started going, well, how long have you got? And just started reeling through the list. So, yeah, huge amount of changes to the Jammy Dodger.
So that's Paul Hudson.
Someone that we're missing this weekend, but hopefully maybe here at the rearranged Festival of Power, but certainly at the event after that for the rest of the season will be Martin Kirbishley. So obviously he runs in comp.
Yeah. Okay.
So Martin's been in touch with me quite a lot recently. Look forward to seeing Martin come up with the race car.
Actually travelling up with the Roadster.
Yes, yeah, he's got a different
What we
vehicle
need
now.
to do, Callum or any of the official bods from SPR, Santa Paula Raceway, if you're listening in, I don't think there's anywhere on the planet other than this country that has, other than America obviously, that has actually got 4 Brogy Roadsters that all compete.
That's true, yeah.
Now, if Dave Fulton's got his here,
Yeah.
you've got that one. I'm just trying to think where they all are, actually.
Well, we got Stu Doyney,
There you go.
Richard Tunstall,
Yep.
Martin Kirbishley, Dave Fulton.
There you go.
Well, they're not all of them are Brogy Roasters, bearing in mind that Richard Tunstall's car was built by Kevin Carousel.
That's right.
It's a
But it's the
but it's
actual
the style,
the body.
Yeah, the body,
Yeah.
Roadster. Yeah.
Could we have Funny Bike into the Bearing Lane lanes, please? Excuse me, Funny Bike for Q2.
And then we can get just let those two go through. Yeah, Paul Brown with his Roadster up as well. That's another one.
There you go. 888, just that bit too quick for Paul Hudson. 9:28 for Warren Watts. Good to see Warren joining in Supercom.
Yeah, well, he's the
Lovely.
class sponsor now as well. So
Yeah,
big
top
thanks
man.
to Warren. Right.
No Dolly.
No. Joe came down in Super Pro round 1, had an issue. Car was towed back to the pits, and I can only assume that the problem is worse than they thought because we haven't seen the car since. So that is not the start to the season that they wanted at all.
Well, only
fingers
one more
crossed.
session
Yeah.
to get a run in.
Right, on to Street Eliminator. Tony Higgs, the certifiable nutter, going alongside Al Williamson with a Howlin' Hauler. Oh, Tony blazed the tyres to 1140. I mean, when I say blazed the tyres, his 60 foot was like 2.4.
In a cloud of smoke.
Wheel spin all the way.
Well, Al Williamson hasn't got a number on the board yet, so I'm sure he will do this time.
That's better from Tony. Oh, a little bit of tyre slip. Well, still not going to get a representative number. Tony, much better.
Oh, dearie
Look at the
me, look.
speed!
Check that out, 192 miles an hour, 7.77, 60 foot of 126. He's perfectly safe down there, don't worry.
Yeah, the
He's
chute's
got
out.
the
He's
chute
just about
out.
to
He's
turn
fine.
the corner.
He's absolutely fine. Al cruises through with a 17.31 at 71 miles an hour. He'll have one more chance to improve on that, but
192 from Tony Higgs.
well,
wow.
with those turbos, make sure there's no cats within 10 miles of the racetrack. I think.
Yeah. Wow.
He drives that around on the street at home, doesn't he, Jen?
Yeah.
He does, yeah, exactly. Jesus
That's
Christ.
that's Jen's kitchen. That is. That's
is,
not Tony's car. It's Jen's kitchen that keeps going up and down the racetrack.
They're just retrieving something from the racetrack at the top end just before the finish line, round about, I'd say about 1,200 foot. Not sure what it was, but that might have been just something rubbing anyway. He had no trouble slowing down. It was all okay. But still, I'm thinking that may be a PB speed for him.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't think he's been north of 190 before.
Yeah, just wait till he can turn it up a bit off on the start line.
Puts him into the number 2 spot with that one.
Well, the good news is the track is clean, which fingers crossed means that there's nothing wrong with the car. Loads wrong with Tony, nothing with the car.
Just for the record, Al Williamson coasted through with a 17:31 on that run. Needs to go quicker than 13:99, I think it is, to qualify.
Even if he's done it before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that so? That's every single event, is it?
Yeah. Right, Rachel Smith put the call out for a welder earlier, and many thanks indeed to the Hales. It was an exhaust bracket that they needed to get welded back on, and duly achieved, so big thanks to the Hales. So Graham Smith out once again with that beautiful 57 Bel Air Chevy, currently on a 962, and the Transit God himself. He was so happy being called the Transit God by you, of all people.
So happy I had to run.
He's so happy with it, he's now got it on his hoodies and his T-shirts.
Oh, you're joking.
No, he's got Transit God on. He goes, well, I might as well roll with it, mightn't I?
I'm guessing Graham is still not on nitrous just yet. He hasn't given in to the temptation, as it's only his second run of the year, but still a nice looking 9:57, 1:42. And 10:29 at 1:30. The reason I said that was because when it was part of Door Slammers, wasn't it? And he was here with that.
Transit Mania.
Transit Mania was here.
Yeah.
So I just said to everybody in Transit Mania, he must be
The Transit God.
Gotta be.
Yeah, he's got it on his sweatshirt, his T-shirts now.
He didn't. Sorry, I mean, I'm laughing. He didn't look that chuffed with it when I said it to him the first time. Anyway, well, like you said, if something sticks, you can't help it.
Yeah, you can't help it. We are responsible for quite a few of those, but there we go. Yeah, Tony Six, I suppose I've got to get a certifiable nutter made on my shirt. I said, yeah, of course you have.
Yeah, whatever.
Right, Elliot Day, and welcome new addition to the class, Michael D'Souza with that beautiful Zephyr.
Was that part of the We'd Love to See That in Street Eliminator campaign?
No, he did the Street Eliminator trials last year.
Ah, that'll be why. Okay.
He'd always come to events like Nostalgia Nights, Hot Rod Drags, things like that, but now he's fully into Street Eliminator. And
Good boy.
Why not?
Up against Elliot Day with that immaculately turned out Willis. That really is a hell of a car. Elliot's a great young lad. Not only a great driver.
Oh, perfect light, Elliot Day.
There you go. Not only a great driver.
Wow.
A perfect one.
0002 off the line. Elliot Day takes the money. Absolutely superb one there.
Well, Michael D'Souza goes 10.98, 124 miles an hour.
Yeah, Perfect Light Award is presented in association with Kath and Tig Napier of Multistang Pro ET Team Bad Habit Racing. So congratulations, Elliot Day taking the Perfect Light Award with Eurodragster and Kath and Tig Napier. Well done.
God, dear me, squinting, you could be in, I don't know, Carolina, California, anywhere, somewhere beginning with C anyway. Andy Bond and the very lovely Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah, that Buick is on the verge of going into the sevens. It's had 2 8.0 passes last year. Could this be the one? Andy Bond looks like he's going north
He's
of
on the
200
brakes.
again. No, 128, 838, 179 for Vix there. It's her quickest run of the weekend. So, well, it's only her second run of the weekend, but yeah, Andy Bond on the brakes there. Still
Yeah,
went
you saw
823.
that. I don't know if you noticed. I saw the car dip actually just after half track. It was like that was around about where he lifted, but Victoria wasn't too far behind him most of the way down. Still a good side by
Speed
side
at the
run.
8th was a bit different, so 154 to 136, but Vix is getting on very, very well with that Buick. And I said that will be in the sevens at some stage in the next month or so, if not this weekend.
Last two cars in the class, James Murray and Al McSweeney. James Murray currently your number 10 qualifier. With the 1260, he can go way quicker than that. And right behind them are, well, everyone's they're all nutters, but Super Street Bike kind of take it and to another level, don't they?
Yeah. Super Gas, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
So, current number qualifier is 7.50. Al McSweeney, if it's a good run, will be within a shout of getting there. Really nice looking launch. No tyre slip whatsoever, I don't think, that time. 778 at 180 miles an hour. Just to show you what that runner Tony Higgs would have been, 192. He had the same ET, but he was 12 miles an hour faster. 993 though for James Murray, 135. Great result from them as well. Well done.
Didn't take long to get back into the nines, did it?
No.
Well done, James. Has been quicker.
Probably gave it a wash.
Yeah. Well, he did threaten to paint it, and we said no. No.
So, Super Street Bike Q2, number one after session one. The only man in the sixes, funnily enough, was Daniel Lentz. He's in the Kestrel lane, all the way from Hungary. He's taking on... he won't be taking on anyone. They're shutting him off on the start line. He's got...
Fluid leak of some description down there. But Jake getting ready to go. Jake had phenomenal wheel spin off the line in Q1. No such issues this time round. 121 to 60 foot. 457.
God,
at the
that's
eighth.
moving. 689 at 212 miles an hour. Do you notice his foot got blown off the peg as well when he was going down the end of the swell?
Yeah, so he's up to number 2. Well done, Jake.
Yeah, well done to the marshals for spotting that before he got any further down the racetrack, because the trouble is that even the slightest little drip or smidge of any sort of fluid coming out of a bike or a car, as soon as you give it full gas, it tends to go very wrong very, very quickly, because once it's put under pressure, and the last thing you want to do is launch a motor at this early part of the year, or any time, frankly. So, the one and only Bootman himself.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a rule in Super Street, but he's got a proper set of race boots this time round.
It's because he's in Super Street.
I think it's because
he
in
doesn't
Super
think
Street.
it's a real class. That's what it is. It's probably what you said. Still goes 1050 at 156. Is that his bike from last year?
Yeah,
Is
same
that
bike.
one yeah, okay. Just decided to open it up a bit and run it in Super Street Bike.
Yeah, it's, well, when I say the same bike, it's the same frame, same body. Obviously, it's going to be a totally different engine combination. I don't know if it's a different engine. I don't know about the electronics on the bike, but I'll catch up with Johnny later on and I'll let you know.
So that's Margot Schmidt down there in the Kestrel lane. You always know it's a good time when you see a post from Margot and Fizz, who's her mascot, on the way to go racing. And I think that was Thursday, wasn't it? When they came over here from the Netherlands. Margot's best, I'm sure she's running the 60s over 200 miles an hour. I think I was at the top end to interview her. I think the first time she went over 200, and to say she was delighted was a bit of a...
She's going to get a number on the board this time round. There, the first one, she had rolled the beams, but that is looking very sweet indeed. 743, 193. Gets her qualified, that's the important thing. In at number 3.
I don't know what it is with those bikes. It looks like someone just presses fast forward, doesn't it? After they get to 60 foot, it really does look like, because they've got a tiny back tyre, they can't hit them off the start line that hard. But after that, my goodness me! I always wondered if anyone out there in listening land would know. Has anyone ever run one of the motors that's in one of these Super Street bikes in a big tyre bike just to see what it would do? I'm sure the engines must be very, very similar. I just wonder what they would do with slicks and bars. That's all.
Good question.
Just out of blind curiosity. Brad Head and Al Morrison, your next pair. 850 and 950 bike, please, into the lanes. 850 and 950 into the lanes, please. So Brad Head, another one stepping up to Super Street.
Alan Morrison only just getting his feet on the pegs. 750. Brad 846.
So Brad's bike, is that a new machine or is that?
No, again, totally. Well, it's a built bike by Jake, and the plan for Brad this year, Brad is going to do the full FIM tour.
Okay.
So he's going to go to Sweden, Hockenheim, and everything. Jake Michelle is concentrating on ACU,
Right.
but Jake is going to go to Hockenheim to, in effect, crew for Brad. So that's their sort of plan this year. So Jake concentrating on ACU, Brad concentrating on FIM.
Comp Eliminator Top Fuel Bike 30-minute warning. Chris Reed, voice to all the rest of us, in the Kestrel Lane, a very soft bump of 15.32, and it's him that's actually on the bump at the moment. Al Morrison Jr., your defending champ, in the Slicktrix Lane.
121 again for Al Morrison, but he's off the gas.
And they both are. 8.59 for Boyce does improve actually up to number 7. All sorts of funky stuff going on that one. Lots of engines not very happy at all. But just want to say why it's gone quiet. Kath, thank you very much indeed for sponsoring and helping out Super Street Bike, even though she can't hear me. But Kathy Taylor, otherwise known as Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike. Kath, thank you very much indeed for your long-term support of all the bike races. I'm sure they love and appreciate you for it. I'm sure they tell you that. So, one more session to go for Super Street Bike coming up a little later on today. I think we're back into comp bike again. So, I'm just trying to work out, you know what I was saying earlier about working out what the low ET of the weekend would be? I'm still thinking it's going to be Eric. Unless Steve Woolack can run any quicker.
Yeah.
I still think it's going to be Eric Richard. That's Eric over there on the yellow machine in the Kestrel Lane. This bike is a mid 6 second runner, a bit of a terror in the European Top Fuel Bike Series. Taking home Dave Peters with the Rigaboot Express. That will be the centre line. Woo! Well done,
That
Dave
was
Peters,
close.
on running a 760 at only 122 miles an hour. Goodness me. They're both okay. They both look to be completely fine. Eric stayed on that as long as he possibly could, but the bike did not come back. Good job, Dave Peters left after him, so he could see what was going on. But needless to say, we got a little bit of clearing up to do with blocks and stuff.
It was almost like Dave Peters felt like he was on a good run and was trying to overtake Eric at the stripe, so he got his time.
Right, Eric started on my left-hand side. He's now on my right-hand side, but if I keep going...
I'll go round him.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Dave Peters is currently at the top end, petitioning to keep that 760 as his time. Anyway, we're going to be down for a couple of moments, folk. We've got to take the fog mat out there and do a little bit of sweeping, because when somebody punts the blocks, it does send bits of them kind of all over the place.
I'll tell you what, it's all those one of those do we, don't we.
Well, if there's no bits, it's a real simple case of just replacing the blocks.
Yeah.
This used to take ages in days gone by, didn't it?
Nobody's sprinting for the tractor, so that makes me think it's okay.
Most importantly, hope both riders are okay at the top end. They appear to be. They both turned off the track, no problem. Eric managed to keep it off the right wall, even though he started in the left. And Dave Peters expertly kept it out the way too.
Is that somebody going for the tractor now? It is.
Yeah.
Right, so...
Yeah, Nitro FM just for a couple of moments. It won't be too long, though.
Yeah, Nitro FM 96.2, always there for us as and when we need them. And it is that time, so let's hand it over to the radio station. We'll be back with you with a continuation of qualifying here at the Easter Nationals. 10:58, 64 mile an hour for Alia. Goes to number 7. Pollen. Well, another new name to Junior Drag Bike this season. Obviously, we know Grace Pollen well, but this is Sophie. 993. Slots in at number 8. But that's 12 of them that put numbers on the board so far. So Carl Dawes in a 12 flat. We normally see him with the white hat on the start line when Anna goes.
Oh, okay.
But it's like Carl's turn. 13:41.
So underneath us this time we've got Scott. Hysteria Racing family. Scott's got to our track thinking, come on Brett, where are you? Good looking run for Scott on the rebuilt bike. 968, that'll work. And a 10:28 for Brett. Number 1 for now is Scott Collier and Casey Holgate, another pair of Rugrats. 11 flat, 9:45, 11 flat in the Slick Tricks lane. I don't think that's going to be 11 flat. Unfortunately for Casey, the bike just trickling up the racetrack. 10:57, 1:33, good speed for Liam. ET just a little bit off. Well, unfortunately, I think Casey's going to get timed out on the boards at the top end. She's still going. She will make it to the turn-off, but I don't think, unfortunately, she's going to get any laps time. Yeah, she is still going. Well, feels a little bit too keen to get the season started. And Pete Harrison, 10.90 for Pete, 11.6. Yeah, not sure what. So 10:51 is Dave Styling. $10.90. 11 flat goes 15.09 for Jake. Plenty more chance to step up from that though. Well, as you'd expect, Gary's gone flying past Robbie. 9.09 at 1:44, 10.07. Robbie Dobby actually goes to number 2. He was 0.12 off of his dial-in. Side of the racetrack, 10.80 for him. Good looking launch for Chris. 10.23 at 1:27. Crew seem happy with that. And other side of the track, 11.18. Super Pro into the lanes, please, for $11.15, $11.57. 5 for Nicholas, 10 for Scott. I think we've got a couple more this year. Previously in Junior Drag Bike. Looking for 9.30. Still at the top of the pile after the first session is Scott Collier with 9.68. That was on a 9.60, so there is quite a bit of room still at the top. But no one's done a better job than Scott so far. Pretty good from Grace. 10.06 at 1:32. Well, not on her dial-in, but they look absolutely delighted with it all the same. Well,
How do you kind of know what
so it's 10.75, 10.98. He goes in at number 4. So we're done with ET Bike. Scott Collier, number 1.
Oh, 001 this time round. That is a cracking light. Almost perfect. If he was 1 thou quicker, it would have been a perfect light. Well, 10,000th quicker, actually. So, well done, Liam. Set your stall out very early indeed. All right, next up then, Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Junior Dragon. Well, a little bit too keen there for Grace, but Teddy Howe, 013. He's just moved up from number 10 into the number 2 spot with that one. Very, very nice indeed from Teddy. That drops Grace down from 3 to number 4. In the middle, it's very sticky indeed, because that's where all the cars have been launching from. But Daniel coming over to the left-hand side doesn't want to get stuck to the start line. But no help for Daniel, goes red. Not as bad as he was earlier. Freddie Taylor, no improvement for him. 05 light keeps him in at number 6. Girls rule there at the moment. Ada goes 02 red. Lola Bell gets one the right side though. 07 green. That slots Lola Bell in at number 8. And Ada drops a spot there to 14. Always want to try and stage in exactly the same spot for each run. Oh, Jake, just that little bit too keen there. Puts a red on the tree. 07. Emily goes 0.19. I don't think they're going to move up from those yet. Oh, no, Emily does from 18 to 14. Jake stays number 20. Right, next up. So problems there for Eva. So it's going to be a solo for Emmy. It's away off the line. Currently sits in the number 13 spot. Going to stay there, actually. '21 juniors have put numbers on the board so far. There's still more of them to come. Chance you could give a shout out to Zach Johnson? Nah, no, I can't do that. No, joking aside. Yeah, absolutely no problem at all. So a big shout out to Zach Johnson. I should say a former junior dragster racer. And at some stage we would love to see him get back on track. The news though from Zach. An 042 light, very nicely done. '04 red, just that little bit too keen there for Ted, but an '09 green for Tom. That's going to move him up from number 21. Going to put him in at number 10. Nicely done, Tom. Nice. Luke has got a chance to do it this season, but he's got that pesky Liam McDonald to get round as well. Jacqueline Bartley, though, a great Q1 session. Oh, Luke Mugridge. He was number 19. He's gone up to number 3 with that one. Jacqueline drops to number 4 because Luke Mugridge in now at number 3. Nice flat launch. 03 light. Although a red, but he should have left it alone. That's 9:35.
Well, at least it knows the first number was the right one.
Yeah. I would imagine this should be a half-track run.
It's a pretty good reaction time as well, all things considered.
Yeah, it was a 3:30 actually, not half-track.
Yeah, the trouble is, if you need to get a quarter-mile licence, this is the only place.
Yeah.
See as well.
42 entered, but they haven't all put runs in yet.
So about a second difference in dialing. Dave Robb runs substantially off what he was looking for.
Step shop is basically never run slower than a 10. It's been phenomenal change. Well, they're both looking for 984. 989 a pair. Well, Vic goes up from 10 to 5 with a 989 with a 0. Mark goes 989 with a 6. Stays number 4.
It's pretty brave bracket racing with the drift car as well. Hard to do.
It's all right, actually. Oh,
really good.
11:37.
And he's number one.
Number 1. But then let's not forget. I did rather rib him a little bit at the Nostalgia Superstock Awards night because it was his birthday.
Into the nines with a 997.
But look at Doug McClure, 11:66 on a 65. Doug takes number 1 spot.
But now.
What's that? Is that because of the calories and everything? I said no, it was the fire hazard.
Yeah, due to the hotel, mate.
That's it, yeah. Right, Mason Griffinson, Freddie Thompson. Mason, 11:30 gets 11:70. Freddie Thompson goes 24 to 21, goes 11:58. Harley J goes too soon. 004 light for John Bean. It was another big wheel stand. That's a good looking run. 9:13. Oh, he's backed it up and he's gone to number 3. Oh, outstanding from John
When
Bean.
you're closer to, that's all.
010 light there for Bob. It's all about the ETs though. 9:37 and 9:15 the targets. 9:39, 9:60. Warren Watts goes to number 1. Nice. So Doris the Charger lifts the front wheels off the line. Actually got wheelie bars on there as well. Goes 909 with a 3. Is that number 1? Wait for Tom to cross. Oh, it's number 2. So Tom Watkins goes to number 2 with that one. Dave Cho gets there first, 998. Matthew goes 11:33. 26 to 16. Matthew Dowdy sets another PB there. Well done, Matthew. $9.36 for Dave, helps him. 23 to 16. Adrian, a 10.95 for him. No movement in position. Well, 0 lights a pair, but it's all about the ET. Amy, 9.59 with a 4. Please say hi. And well done to your new number 1 qualifier, Amy Watkins. Neil moves up 23 to 10. A 44. Cool. He's got a Beetle, I think.
He has indeed. Oh, look. That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, Skeevy Gates on the tree with an 0-2.
Wow, 8.66.
That's tightening up a bit more like we want to see. 10.76.
Could dip into the 8s, all being well, but it's early days when Nick's car is on the verge of going into the 7s. So, yeah, there is differences between them. But the biggest difference is engine.
He's looking for a 966 here. 938.
You won't mind that at
No,
all.
you're not bothered about that one. 142 miles an hour and a 10.37 for Ronnie Mercer gets him in at number 16. Reuven actually gets bumped back to 1 spot by the improvement made in the other lane. Featherstone, previous champ. With the 980, 3/10 of a second off his dial-in, which is rather unusual. 950 is about where they're. And here we go. So Lee looking for 8.80. He's 12. Dave's currently number 14. Lee goes 9:15, way off what they wanted. Dave Russell as well, nowhere near with a 10:30.
Well, once again, sterling track work by our crew out there, getting everything ready once again so we can continue. This is Funny Bike, Martin Zylstra and Ryan Davidson. Martin currently number 2, qualifier 7:51. Ryan on an 8:94. So Martin stays number 2, but it's a row for Ryan. Ryan goes into the 7:82. Martin goes 7:76. So top 4 bikes in Funny Bike end up in the 7-second zone. As we shift to Comp Bike, Chris Neary going alongside Anna Sasiak. Chris Kenny number 11 at the moment, 9:44. Anna number 7, the sweet but psycho Busa on an 8:70. A little bit of wheel spin off the line there for Anna, but gathers it up nicely. 8:22 for Anna. Nice improvement. Chris Neary goes into the 8s as 8:88. Goes up from 11 to 9. And a number 7. Right, next up then, Andrew Christophe. Lining up alongside Michael Piggott. Michael number 2 with a 7:54. Andrew currently number 4 on a 7:84. Side by side, Andrew got his nose out in front, goes 7:82, finds a couple of hundreds. Michael Piggott, 10:72 off the gas, 87 mile an hour at the strike. Danny Death. Danny DF. So used to seeing Dan on there, but he's changed to Danny this year, alongside Michael Gooding. So the side chick Hayabusa currently in the number 6 spot with an 8.18. Looking to get into the 7s here. Michael on 11:15, obviously just looking to move on up here. $10.85 there for Michael. And Dan, I thought he was actually going to stay put, but he did go in the end. No time or speed. Number 1 qualifier coming into this session, still holding on to it though, is Mark Dainty, the Born to Be Wild machine. 7:37, as the capabilities are going quicker. Let's see what he can do. Going alongside Adam Burns. Bike looking fantastic in the new colour scheme this year. Currently on an 8:92, looking to go a fair bit quicker. Well, Mark Dainty off and running 125 to 60 foot. What is this going to turn into? It's a 7:11. 190 miles an hour. That pushes the number 1 spot further away. Adam Burnso moves up from number 10 to number 5 with a 7:95. It's a good run there for Adam. But Mark Dainty cementing that number 1 spot for the time being, 7:11. Very, very good run indeed. Still got more to come. Danny Cockrell and Lenny Paget round there. I think there's a couple below us as well. Indeed, there is. Jasmine Cordell didn't have an engine last night, but went up to the hospital of the Davis family, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it's all going to work out A-OK. All right, Paul Hambridge, the Silent Assassin Machines down there as well. But just a track check in the Slick Tricks lane. Oh, curses. Looks like we do have a bit of fluid there, literally just off the start line, going up to 3:30. So track having a good look. Also having a good look in the shutdown area as well. Yeah, so Ian about to come out of the tractor. Hopefully this one won't be too long. But I'll tell you what, no waffle for me for a few moments, because hand over the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2. We will back with you with the continuation of qualifying here at the Easter Nationals. O2 light. Yeah, spot the Cresswell.
It's me. They're all absolutely on it this morning.
Well, I want to see Pete and Jamie race again as well. So, 1473. Chris goes in at number 4. Jamie, want to see you racing again? This could be very interesting to see how quick Dan can go. We're not rolling the beams, so that's not going to help him. It goes 1084, 116. Ruben goes 972.
His is a G and Gary's is an H, so Gary should be slightly slower, probably by a tenth or thereabouts anyway, than Spence's. And a 002 light as well.
Light for Gary. $11.23, $11.40.
Well,
yeah, we just need to get Gary's index in there.
$7.79 at 175. Good opening number. 2024 for Rob. There were a few yes-no moments on the way down there, as you can probably hear. And this summer, all being well, there's going to be a whole bunch of people on fuel bikes as well. Just kept flying for that 8th mile mark. 1.14 to 60 foot for Steve. He was off the throttle by the 8th mile at 450, only 136 miles an hour. Trickles crossed with an 827 as we get our first whiff this summer of Nitro up here in the tower. Thank you very much, sir. Well, Holly actually powered through the slide, did a really good job of it. She's not going to get any elapsed time, though, unfortunately, because she backed out of stage just as the light ran. 13.02 for Anouk. Right numbers, wrong way round. Her dialing was 13.20. Good start there. I think Holly obviously wants in the Kestrel lane. 13.24 for John. And Declan goes 14.34. So Richard's going to be on his own this time. 9.35 is the number. Goes 9.52, which I think actually should be enough to put him number one for now. There he goes, 14.60 into the second spot for now. Tricks Lane. $10.15, right on the money. And a 15.71, not far off either. Actually, Lyra goes to number 2 with that one. That'll do. Do get some time on the board, though, believe it or not. 25.05, it's 68 miles an hour. And Morrison. Must be so fun to go bike racing with your dad. Yeah. 10.86 for Leah to number 5. Brad goes 11.73 on 11.50. Number 3.
I probably just can't remember who the other one was now, but they're looking after it. And I've got to say a big thank you actually to Ian King. Ian has donated a lot of his former big trophies, if you like, that he'd won over his time racing, and keeping them in the sport. He's donated them to the Junior Drag Bike Club, and they're going to be repurposed and given out there. So
wonderful idea.
So thank you ever so much indeed to Ian King for doing that.
Out there, that's Isaiah Alvarez from Bedford, obviously. Just making it to the 8th mile. I'm not sure it will be timed out there because that did take a while to get there. Yeah, I think he might have been timed out, unfortunately. That's why no numbers come up on the board. But yeah, that is a real nice idea.
So we're back once again as we continue qualifying here in Combike for the Easter Nationals, our first round of the National Championships for a fair few of our sportsman racers this year. Jasmine Cordell and Paul Hambidge. Well, Paul's already put a pass in of 8.92. This will be Jazz's first pass of the year. $7.45 for Paul Hambidge there. $7.65 for Jasmine Cordell. So Jazz goes in at number 4. Paul moves up from 11 to 2. Side by side sevens. Nicely done. Len Paget, Danny Cockrell. Lenny, yep, he's okay. Just having a good look down the left-hand side of the bike there. Good looking runs a pair. 7:35. Danny Cockrell, he goes to number 2. Len 7:89. 165 goes down the spot purely because Danny went up there. 195 miles an hour at the strike though for Dan Cockrell. Nicely done, sir. We move on to Supergas and its number 1 qualifier, Bob Molden, with the White Noise Peugeot 205. Going alongside number 6 qualifier at the moment, Tim Moore with Tim's Toy, the 55 Chevy. Tim went 10:14 in Q1. As we know, Bob took that number 1 spot with a 9:91. .10.06 and a 10.10. So Bob obviously stays number 1. Tim Moore moves up from 6 to 5 with that one. Next out, Andy Harrison, Wayne Hiscock. So the Brute Force Sierra, currently number 3, 10.04. Wayne on a 10.14. He is number 6. The Sierra just coming up to the line in the Kestrel Lane. Wayne waiting patiently, both into pre-stage. .959 for Wayne Hiscock, a little bit too quick there by a mile. 9.98 for Andy Harrison. Number 3 spot for him. Right, number two qualifier at the moment is Stu Morris. He's down there with the Camaro, and it's Stu Doiney, currently number 7 with a 10.97. Not clockwork run in round 1, but let's see what he's got for us in this one. So the Camaro taking on the Roadster. Throttle stops lift and they charge to the stripe around about 150 plus. Problems for Stu Doiney again. 9.85 breakout for Stu Morris. $15.65 for Stu Doiney. Not quite sure what's going on there. 2 for 2. Not going the way they wanted it to. All right, Vic Parsons, Dave Fulton, your next pair. Right, both of them are in the well, Vic's actually on an 11 at the moment, but both looking to get high 9s. $9.95. Dave Fulton moves up from 4 to 3, but Vic Parsons 8 to 2 with that one with a 9.94. So top 5 are in the 9.9s now. Let's see how the Jammy Dodger gets on. And that should be Jazz behind the wheel. As I can see Richard out back and Jed also standing behind the car. So, yep, Jasmine Tunstall. Nicely away. Throttle stop lift. $10.67, 139. Just a case of getting the car set up now. Let's have a look then. 850 bike. Can we have Comp Eliminator and Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator and Top Fuel Bike, can we have you into the lanes, please? .815 there for Mick Wynyard. Way too quick on the 850 index for the class, but 930 there. And engines are shut off. It's a little bit of a concentration on the start line in the Slick Tricks lane. So let's give you a rundown. 850 bike running at the moment, to be followed by 950 bike and Sportsman ET. And be a break for track prep, and we get ready for Comp Eliminator and Top Fuel Bike. Junior Drag Bike and ET Bike, and that will be round 2 qualifying all done and dusted. And then we go into our last qualifying. So track crew taking a good old look at the Slick Tricks lane at the moment, looking in the lanes. You'll see the remainder of our bikes ready to come around in 850 and 950. And Sportsman ET in the lanes, obviously, for the car classes. Simon Swarbrick and Kirsty Tram ahead of the lanes. And then that looks like Jago Stokes and Debbie Taylor, the next pair after that. And then, of course, we do have Junior Drag Bike down there as well. And ET Bike not too far away either. Right, the tractor's going out as well, actually, so a little bit more of a clean-up than we initially thought. So again, that game of ping pong with Nitro FM. If you can take the airwaves over, we'll be back when we continue qualifying here at the Easter Nationals.
.11.15, 11.57, 5 for Nicholas, 10 for Scott. I think we've got a couple more this year. Previously in Junior Drag Bike, looking for 9.30. Still at the top of the pile after the first session is Scott Collier with 9.68. That was on a 9.60, so there is quite a bit of room still at the top. But no one's done a better job than Scott so far. Pretty good from Grace. 10.06 at 1.32. Well, not on her dial-in, but they look absolutely delighted with it all the same. Well,
How do you kind of know what is
so it's 10.75, 10.98. He goes in at number 4. So we're done with ET Bike. Scott Collier, number 1.
Oh, 001 this time round. That is a cracking light. Almost perfect. If he was 1 thou quicker, it would have been a perfect light. Well, 10,000th quicker, actually. So when I'm Liam, set his stall out very early indeed. All right, next up then, Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Junior Drag. Well, a little bit too keen there for Grace, but Teddy Howe, 013. He's just moved up from number 10 into the number 2 spot with that one. Very, very nice indeed from Teddy. That drops Grace down from 3 to number 4. In the middle, it's very sticky indeed, because that's where all the cars have been launching from. But Daniel coming over to the left-hand side doesn't want to get stuck to the start line. But no help for Daniel. Goes red. Not as bad as he was earlier. Freddie Taylor, no improvement from him. 05 light keeps him in at number 6. Yours rule there at the moment. Ada goes 02 red. Lola Bell gets one the right side though. 07 green. That slots Lola Bell in at number 8. And Ada drops a spot there to 14. Always want to try and stage in exactly the same spot for each run. Oh, Jake, just that little bit too keen there. Puts a red on the tree. 07. We don't get
Emily goes
19. Too many boys. Perhaps going to move up. Oh no, Emily does from 18 to. Typically, when he will say something, it's one of the longest burnouts from a bike going. He can't get heard. Ian Crutchlow, J Rowe, your next pair. Critch currently number 1 from an 8.53 on his Q1 pass, and J Rowe, well, he just went a little bit too quick, went 8.41.
Good looking race right there as well. Oh my goodness me. 8.50 with a 4 for J Rowe. Your new number 1 qualifier, Craig Wright. Comes underneath the tower now. I beg your pardon, what did 8.44 breakout that time, beg your pardon. In the other lane. So Craig currently sits at number 4 with an 8.70. We've had 7 riders put in times. I think there's more entered than that, isn't there? Maybe only 1.
Well, basically, Critch had already gone 8.53, so he had to push to 8.50, went too quick. J Rowe broke out, so he had to go slower than 8.50, and he did. Just. That's exactly the way you should do it.
See what Craig's got on this one. Improvement on 8.70 to an 8.55 with a 5. Only improves 1 spot. He'd be a lot happier with that, though.
Yeah.
And with that boy's reaction times, puts him right in the mix, as always. He always is, though. It sort of a sudden feels like it's summer.
Yeah, what's it like out there, Goofs?
It's
Just been
lovely.
outside,
It's great. But it really does, doesn't it? It just feels like, hang on, it's, you know, it was horrendously, you know, dreary weather yesterday, and all of a sudden it's summer.
Right, Mr. Giannopoulos from Greece, I believe, although it says Wiltshire on the boards. Now then, just a bit of an update. This is part of the JKE Raceworks team. He's got to do 2 events on a club license before he can get his national license. When he gets that, he'll move up to Super Street Bike.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But he can't run Super Street Bike straight away. So there we go, 8.38, 178. Nicely done.
Already too quick for the class. Yeah, 178's knocking on a bit as well, isn't it?
All right, Stacey Reed comes forward. All right, Stacey currently number 6 on a 9.88. Sun is so bright. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying that, but I will. The sun is so bright I can't see the screen.
Well, that's a lot better from Stace that time round. Backing off slightly at the top end and not quite enough, though. 8.44, 158. They've got something to work from, though, that time, which is always a good thing.
Right, move to 950 bike, and that is Dave Hall down there, the artist, going alongside Josh McLean. Got Sportsman ET lined up after 950 bike. 972 plays 999. They swap places actually. Dave Hall goes up to number 2 from number 3. Right, number 1 man then, Rob Stanley. See if we can improve on his 966. Uh, 969 this time round, just 300 slower than his 966 ran in Q1, but stays in the number 1 spot. Right, we move to Sportsman ET. First pair, Simon Swarbrick with the pop. And I do believe that's going to be Kirsty Tram down there with the 50 Shades of Racing Camaro.
Yeah, Kirsty had a bit of a misstep in the first qualifying session, most unusual for her. Currently only 19. She can do better than that, as can Simon Swarbrick.
Yeah, so no Andy Dibby racing this weekend. I know he's here because he went and did his 5K run this morning, but Dib's not behind the wheel this weekend. Well, much better off the line this time for Kirsty. Actually, a 0.4 light. Nicely done, but she's looking for a 12 flat. Gets 12.09. Nicely done. Simon Swarbrick goes too quick, though. 12.30 on a 12.42. Kirsty moves up from 19 to 6 with that one. Jago Stokes sticks with the 13.20 darling. Debbie Taylor, 13.47 for her. They are number 8 and 9 respectively at the moment. Let's see what they've got. Can they improve? Oh, too light for Debbie Taylor. Been well pleased with that one. Getting a sportsman car to react well is pretty tricky, but Deb did a brilliant job with that. 13.28. Jago Stokes moved from 8 to 6. Debbie improves as well, 9 to 7. Gets the 13.56 there. Well done. Right, Terence Attry, Terry for short, 1908 darling with the Cherokee, cunningly disguised as a Ford Focus.
Doing a good job as well.
Yeah, and Ash with the Dream Wrecker Skyline, 13.25 for him. Now, we realised on Q1, Ash didn't build up the boost and everything and launch the car. Will he do the same? No, it bogged that time. It had too much revs and it bogged.
Well, let's see if it runs 13.25 this time. It was nice and smooth before.
Yeah. 13.41.
He's the right side, though.
1883 breakout, a little bit too quick there for the Focus.
Okay, the website and wheels down there of Chris Wynn. 15.20 in the Kestrel Lane. And Gary Lake, the Arabian Night.
Oh, 4 light there for Gary. Well, then 14 flat is the target. Let's see how close he is, or is he wide of the mark? He breaks out, 13.94, too quick. Chris Wynn, 15.56 on a 15.20. He moves up actually, 26 to 19. Gary stays put at number 14. All right, Georgina Smith and Troy Attry up next. Z28 Camaro called Blue Temptation, darling in 12.50. And the blue Toyota Supra, 15.95, darling there.
So these are their second runs today, hopefully getting a little closer to their Darlings. That is the idea throughout the day.
Well, Troy's going to get there first.
By some margin.
12.76.
That'll help.
Oh, Georgina, 16.01.
Yeah, George goes to number 4, Troy up to number 16. So that run from Georgina, puts her up to number 4. Okay, Clive Dandridge, just outside the front page at number 17, against Rob Creswell with the Smurf. Wonder why it could be called that in the Slick Tricks lane.
Well, spot the season campaigners, both of them with 0 lights there. But the Darlings end, 12.66, 14.65. Can they be hit? 12.70, not far off. That's going to move him up. Yeah, 17 to 4.
Rob breaks out by 5 thou.
Ow, ow, ow. Drops him a spot as well, the Smurf. Down from 6 to 7.
Just ace, that's what we hold for. A small sweep out there. I noticed there's what looked like a nice small pile of burnout rubber down there. We've got Comp Eliminator round to run again. Sorry, Williams Brothers Eliminator round to run again.
4 of the 8 are WBR cars. 4 of the 7, actually, I should say.
The majority. Yeah, still a few more sportsman cars to go. We've got Top Fuel Bike around again. Maybe you'll see Phil Crossley out at some point over the weekend as well.
Yes.
Either with the Imperial Wizard or
yeah, one of them, yeah.
One would be nice. 2 would be great.
Yeah, thinking about comp, we haven't seen 2 of the cars that are actually booked in. That's obviously Nick Williams with the Copo and Ahmed Jamshed with the Silver Surfer.
I saw Nick towing round this time. Hopefully Ahmed's had enough of a lay-in, so he'll be here for this one too.
Our first time this year switching on our air conditioning unit.
Oh, don't rub it in.
Courtesy of AMH Air Conditioning, Andy Hatfield. Always appreciate that.
Very much so, dearie me. Well, the thing is as well, I always feel a little bit guilty saying this sitting up here, but it's like a proper little greenhouse sitting up here. Actually, it is a greenhouse.
Yeah.
It's more effective than a greenhouse. In fact, I don't know why they grow plants in here. Well, they do, me and you. But things like all the computers and everything that run our timing system and all that, they're all up the other end of the tower, and they get really, really hot, especially in the summer, as you can imagine. So it's absolute, forget us. It's absolutely vital that all that machinery keeps working.
Right, here we go then. Continuation of qualifying here. This is Sportsman ET carrying on. And it's the family cat of Richard Palmer down there, the Jaguar. Number 1 qualifier. Alongside Chris Creswell, currently number 6. Green in both lanes. All right, 14.70 plays 13.52. It's a 13.45 breakout for Richard, too quick. And it's an 18.44 for Chris, too slow. But Richard stays 1, Chris stays 6. Alan Medley and Chris Lyram. Alan Donning in 13.55 with the Mustang, 12.85 for the Falcon.
It's good to see some of the nostalgia Superstock guys and girls getting involved in other classes as well.
They do, yeah. They're not due to race until
Nostalgia Nats.
Nostalgia Nats, yeah, that's right. So, yeah, having to play this weekend in Pro ET. And, of course, with the Nostalgia Superstock, it's only a 3-round national championship for them.
Really?
But they have a 3-round Nostalgia Championship as well. So that's
Do they not combine the two, or?
no, 2 separate championships. You got Nostalgia Nationals, Dragstalgia, and the Mopars for their Lifestyle Championship. And then Hot Rod Drags is just to play.
So 12.85 for Chris goes 12.85 with a 3, your new number 1 qualifier. Al Medley stays put at 19 with a 14.48 and a 13.55. Yeah, the reason that there's 2 different championships, I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark at this one, is because some of the cars are legal to race
That's right.
in Motorsport UK competition, like this kind of event, and others aren't.
Correct.
But they don't want to. What's the word I'm looking for?
Well, they don't want to cut them about,
That's
put roll
right. Yeah,
cages in them, and
forget their roots, because
Yeah.
they all started.
Yeah.
They all started at non-permitted
Exactly
events,
right.
didn't they?
pretty much the same with Outlaw Anglia as well, actually. You have like the
Yeah.
National Championship and you have the Lifestyle Championship. Well, issues for the T-Caddy getting off the line. Jay McCready, though,
Nice looking run.
15.36 on 15.11. So Alex eventually getting through with a 26 on a 21 dialing.
So I think your number 1 qualifier for a little while after the first session was Steph Pateman. She's now down to number 3. 14.01 with the family towing wagon. Against James Grew.
Yeah, James Grew broke out by less than 200ths on his first pass with Mont Blanc.
I'd love them to leave the dial-ins on there for when they take the kids to school on Monday. You know what I mean? Why has your dad got numbers on the back of his car? Well, it's secretly a race car, that's why.
Yeah. Well, Steph goes.
Whoa, too quick.
13.92.
Nearly a tenth too quick, actually. 16.22 helps James up to number 18.
Well, track crew doing a little bit of sweeping out there, but nothing untoward. So we'll look at the lanes to see who's going to be next round.
Holly Walters is underneath us in the Kestrel lane. Just waiting to find out who she'll be up against.
Pete and Flick in the next pair, that's for sure. And the jog back to the start line.
In synchronisation as well. Look at them.
Young gazelles, the pair of them.
Formation broom team.
They thought they're taking up defensive positions in Quidditch, wouldn't it? The wrong broomsticks. Right, here we go then. Holly Walters. And that's Jill Medley. $15.56 plays $12.45 on this one.
Nice reaction time, Jill. 014 from a street driven
That
car.
will do nicely.
Yeah, pretty outstanding no matter what. $12.52 and a 45.
Yeah, 14 to 9 for Jill. Holly goes 15 to 7. 15.62 on a 56 there. So the pack constantly being reshuffled. So one Mustang just goes through. Let's see another one. Felicity Gibbs lines up with Little Miss Rampage alongside Pete Walters. $17.29 for Flick. $12.38 for Pete.
Where are they at the moment? Pete's number 4, Flick's number 19.
Right, so it is going to be Pete there first with a 12.41 on a 38. Nicely done. Felicity moves up from 19 to 15. No movement for Pete. Flick goes through there with a 17.40.
2 good runs in a row is always good for the soul, though. So, Brian Huxley with the Super Focus, as it should be known. That's what your eyes are. Taking on Sylvia Purcell from Worcester. With a convertible Mustang in the Kestrel lane. Now you would think Ford Focus would not normally beat Ford Mustang. There's your answer. $30.44 is what Brian's looking for. He goes 43 with the 3, just that bit too quick. And Sylvia stays at 22 with a 15.28 and 14.90. Yeah, Brian breaks out by just that much. Okay, we've got ET Bike round there, got Top Fuel Bike down there too, and Comp Eliminator, which I think are just being given the word to fire out. Spencer Tram and Dan Williams look like being the first pair. Going to be coming round this time.
Just a little bit of a hush at the moment, just waiting for next ones to come round.
It's about to be broken. So, 2 American big block cars, 1 Camaro, 1 Chevelle.
So, Comp Eliminator Q2. So, going to be Dan Williams with the Chevelle, going alongside Spencer Tram with the Camaro.
Spence, I think, is your current #1 qualifier, actually.
He is indeed, yeah. Dan slightly rolled the beams on his run.
Yeah, there's a very good chance either one of these two, well, Spence could keep it. There's a good chance Dan's going to take the #1 spot. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, but it's a proper bun fight in comp. So I think a car that's following could take #1 from both of them.
For Dan. 10:42, 11:22 for Spence, stays #1.
Right, Gary Carr, who got a feeling he might do well this weekend, not going to say anymore. Ruben Dawson with the Copo.
11:85. My goodness, he can
Destroy that
number.
exactly.
Well, Ruben is not going to be far behind as well. Ruben Dawson with his first competition event in Competition Eliminator.
Looking good for Ruben. It's going to go 9.6, 9.5. For Ruben. Nicely done, but Gary Carr into #1, 11.31. Ruben into #2.
Well, that's going to shake things up, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
The good news is we got a little Civic down here as well.
excellent. We got
Think
both
we
of
got
them,
Nick.
actually. Yep, that's good. So, for once, I predicted something that was right. Pretty rare, but there we go.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So that's 0.54 under.
Yeah, that's nice.
I mean, to be completely fair, weather conditions are going to help, but that's great. Well, I think this should be Rob Smallworth and Nick Williams. Unfortunately, Rob has not moved forward after the burnout.
Ah. Right, you've got Dan Williams, it's actually Nick Williams down there.
Yeah, 11:25 is not Nick Williams.
Should be FFSA1. Whoa! Wheel stand into wheel spin there, my goodness me. 826,
With a
168.
pedal as well.
Wow.
Look at that. Deary me. Well, if his index of 11:25 was real,
No, that was
the-
Dan's index.
Yeah, I know, but that would be the quickest ever index demolishing run I've ever seen in Comp.
Yeah.
It wasn't, so it's fine. But you know what I mean.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the rear end unloaded just because
Yeah. Well, the
Well-
wheels, it came up a lot higher than expected.
it came up too far.
Yeah. Jeez. The changes worked. Right. I'm at Jamshed. Gordon Darby. What a legend he's turned into over the few short years. He's been around a while, let's be fair.
He very much has.
But what he can do with these cars, and
Right,
Brilliant.
Army's just going to be taking this from A to B. It's if I read it right, it's the world's first ever K24 Honda billet engine.
wow.
And Army doesn't want to break it the first time it ever goes down the track.
Blame him.
That car's well capable of running low 8s. You know where he wants to go with it, though, in the 7s,
yeah.
ideally. But that's just a trickle run, just to make sure everything works as it should. 13.04. The problem Ahmed's had for quite some time is that even though the car has the potential to go quicker, way quicker than the Index, which is 920 for front-wheel drive, I think it's still 920, isn't it? His chassis tag
Yes.
is 850.
Yeah. Well, not anymore.
Is
No,
it
I
been
think
done?
it's been upgraded, yeah, because that was one of the things that they had to do. But also, when you say you've got a billet, the only one at the moment, bearing in mind it's front-wheel drive, they have a habit of shaking everything to bits.
Yeah.
If you don't want all that vibration going into that brand new billet motor, so it's another reason why they want to try and keep it calm initially. Yeah, the wonderful world of Comp Eliminator, where there is, it's a tuner's class. It's as simple as that. You just go as hard and as fast as you can,
I just want to
without
say,
destroying your index.
I just want to say, where are all the Dragster and Altered guys? It's all. I'm only joking, of course.
Yeah.
I don't care what cars they are. It's great that Comp Eliminator is alive and well. But you know,
Watch this space. We know that
there's loads. I'm joking.
the Chaos Brothers, you know, they're still trying to get parts sorted out for the Altered. Robin.
Yeah.
So we know they'll come back in due course. Jordan Payne, he was on the dyno on Monday. They found some shavings. Found some shavings in the oils. They didn't want to risk it. They took the engine apart. Found nothing wrong. But by the time they reassembled it, it was just too late to come up here. So they had to
in the
withdraw.
States, Comp is populated by small block dragsters and
Yeah.
things like that, and
Yeah.
not here.
But let's have a look at this. I mean, the sponsorship for Comp is growing. This weekend, the winner of the event gets £150 and a number one qualifier gets 50 quid from Williams Brothers. EDA put in 80 quid in for the winner and 40 quid for the runner-up. BSI Transport, 150 quid for the winner.
That's cool.
50 quid for the runner-up. Marshall Body Paint and Restoration, 50 quid for the runner, 25 quid for the runner-up. Pro Race Engineering, 50 quid and 50 quid. It's non-stop money coming in for Comp.
Top Fuel Bike, Steve Willett. Lots of hopping and skipping going on.
Black stripe to 330.
Yeah, 1.14 to 60, which was around about what he did earlier. It just didn't leave like we know it can. 9.13 at 94, still nice to get that whiff up your nostrils though, isn't it? Yeah. Comp is an ever-growing class, and what I was basically getting at is, my God, there's so many cars around.
Yes.
As well. I've noticed as well. There's one Comp entrant for the main event, and it's Pro Mod.
Is what?
It's a Pro Mod. It's Chris Orthodox.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just
Jolly
to make it even more fun, like it needed to be. Anyway, sorry. We're on with Junior Drag Bike, folks. I think ET Bike are right behind them. We're winding down towards the end of the second qualifying session. We've got one more to go. Yeah, Luke, thank you very much indeed, Luke. I thought it was. He's still on an 850 tag.
Yeah. Oh, it
Ahmed.
is. Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
yeah.
Ahmed's car had been redone. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But then
I love
Ahmed
that.
was
I love-
building another car, though, wasn't he?
I don't know. What I really love about that, though, is that spend all the money on the motor to go fast, not the chassis.
Yeah.
Anyway, top bloke. What a racer. Okay, Richard Wilcox and John McLean. Richard's currently number 2, and he runs a 10.51 on 9.40. That's not going to help. John actually moves up from 10 to 9.
Yeah, Luke's another one, actually. We're getting the trying to get the golf
that's a
race
good point.
ready.
I would say you'd be missed, mate, but I'd be lying.
Harsh.
We miss the cars in the class. That's what we miss, let's face it, isn't it, really? I'm sure I'll get the same. It's just no problem. So, junior drag bike, excellent class. Brings on the next generation of bike racers. When, as a good friend of mine once said, they run out of, when the adults run out of organs to donate to medical science. That was a joke. That was something my friend said. I'm just repeating what he said. That's not my opinion. So that's Lyra Humber, who's currently number 3, actually. breaks out by half a second. So that's the Nuke Burgering in the Slick Tricks lane and Maggie Smallman.
All right, Nuke currently number 13, Maggie number 5. You put that on heat.
I think I have. Oh, look, it's on 19.
Yeah, it's on heat.
Oh, that'll be one then. Give a monkey a remote control. So Maggie's going to get there first with the 1050. She dialed in a 975. However, Anouk goes to number 1 with a 1302 on a 1298. Which button do you press?
Mode. Needs to be on that one.
Ah. Fine. Oh, that's much better. Straight away.
Well,
So
Brad,
what's-
a bit too keen there. Way too keen, actually. It's all about Leah. What can she do on a 1080, darling? Oh, 1078. 200's too quick.
Yeah, Brad didn't get time because he went before the tree ran.
Right, Holly King and Rico Patterson, your next pair.
Holly's not got a number on the board, actually.
Well, again, the back end steps up, but Holly gathers it in.
I told you she wants a speedway bike. Yeah, that's what it is. Good looking run though, 852, 82 miles an hour. Rico's going to say number 2. Holly actually slots into the number 9 spot for now. I bet Mum loves watching her do that every time.
And Harry Isaacs and Declan Butt, your next pair. They are 14 and 13 respectively. Got dialings of 965 for Harry, Declan a 14 flat. Oh, Harry just sort of raises his arm in despair there. Declan, though, he wants a 14-second time slip to appear. He's going to get one, a 14.30. Now then, where does that move him up to? He's currently number 13. He's definitely going to move up. It's a case of where to. Come on. He moves up to number 13 from number 6. Good move. So well on to Declan, 13-6 for that one. Right, Harry gets another chance here. First event on the bike. Nicely done, Harry. Gets off the line well. Now then, 965 is the target. Currently number 14. Goes 950. Oh, it's a breakout. Oh, just too much by 700ths of a second. But a good confidence building run anyway, once he got going. Right, Jackson King. Currently number 13. Looking for 1350 here. He went 1468, so let's see. I think 1350, he shouldn't break out on that. Stranger things have happened though. $14.24. That moves him up from 13 to 11. Right, next up is Alia Lester. 10 flat the dial-in. Or just hanging in second gear a little bit longer there. That still broke out with a 986. So going to stay in the number 9 spot. Still the juniors keep coming. This is Sophie Pollen. Target time for her, 9.50. So just a reset of the power switch there, I think, because the power just tripped. So yeah, we're back and running. So just a pause whilst we sort out a power issue, and obviously we'll pick it up. Oh, Harry just sort of raised his arm in despair there. Declan, though, he wants a 14-second time slip to appear. He's going to get one, a 14:30. Now then, where does that move him up to? He's currently number 13. He's definitely going to move up. It's a case of where to. First event on the bike. Nicely done, Harry. Gets off the line well. Now then, 9:65 is the target. Currently number 14. Goes 9:50. Oh, it's a breakout. Oh, just too much by 700ths of a second. But a good confidence building run anyway, once he got going. Right, Jackson King. He went 14:68, so let's see. I think 13:50, he shouldn't break out on that. Stranger things have happened though. $14.24. That moves him up from 13 to 11. Just hanging in second gear a little bit longer there. That still broke out with a 986. So going to stay in the number 9 spot. Well, a couple of power issues, as you may or may not gathered there, so we couldn't really communicate with the outside world too much, but thanks ever so much indeed to Nitro FM for picking it up where we couldn't.
Everybody out there saying thanks for the quiet. We didn't need you to anyway. Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot. I get that all the time. Right, so Kyle Bushby and Phil Pratt were on to ET bike. Qualifying session number 2. Phil hasn't got a time on the board yet. Expect that to change.
No, he came to the line, did his through, and he just didn't. Well, he didn't get off the line. Simple as that. Didn't get into stage the bike. No issues this time round though. 9:21. Kyle goes 12:74. So Phil in at number 3. Kyle goes from 14 to 7.
Phil's number 7 and he's 0.21 off.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of wriggle room up the top there, isn't there? Carl Hester and Gary Hester. Current number 6, 9, 912 and 1080 breakout. Gary moves to 4. Carl stays put, excuse me, at number 9.
I've just had a photograph sent to me of Rob and Pete Brown watching the live feed from home. Just
I'm
literally
just trying to see what I'm looking at.
lying on the lounge floor. Look at those two.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Oh, bless them. So the Maras watching in. Thanks, Natalie, for the picture.
Or not, as the case may
Or
be.
not, yeah.
No.
And talking of family relations, here we got Carl Hester and Gary Hester.
We just had them.
Oh, we just had them. Sorry,
we
they've
just
gone
had them.
through.
No, that's
Yeah.
all right. No problem. It's Grace Pollen down there in the Slick Tricks lane, moving up from junior drag bike. Going to be taking on Liam Holgate,
Another former junior drag bike
the
racer.
original rug rat, I think.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
I'm not being rude because the bike's still called that. Good looking runs in both lanes and a 006 reaction time as well. Liam up to 13. Grace stays put at 12. She was slightly quicker earlier on, I think. But still, two nice consistent runs. Up next, we've got Dayglow Dave Grundy in the Kestrel lane.
Dave. That's going to stick, isn't it?
Why not? Seriously. Up against your current number one qualifier, Mr. Scott Collier. The bike looking absolutely resplendent after its slight oops last summer. Some of the inside bits decided they wanted to be outside bits. But it's rebuilt, looking as good as ever.
Along to the days of the RD as well.
002 light for Dave Grundy there. Right, Scott's looking for 963 this time. Better run a 960. Slows up to a 975, 134. And Dave Grundy goes 1197, over a second and a half off. Yeah, the Collier's wondering where that 10th went, I think. Yeah, exactly. He didn't have it on the limiter for long enough, Jerry. That was the problem. Okay, Pete Harrison and Scott Smith. Pete Harrison, Kestrel Lane, 1090. Actually, both of them dial 1090. Flat. Scott Smith actually goes to number 2 with that. Pete Harrison moves up from 14 to 10. Yeah, there is still, with all due respect to everybody in ET Bike, there's a lot of room at the top because Scott Collier is still number 1 and he's 0.08 of a second off his time. Nick Playden and Justin Morton. Justin Morton hasn't got a number on the board yet. Justin is in the Slick Tricks lane with the 10 flat on the board. .11.59. I'm not sure that's going to help. Justin Morton might actually get a time on the board this time, though. Which he does. Goes into 17. Okay, Brett Cordell. .970 taking on Leo Lester. 1075. Leo actually had a bit of a moment earlier on. Sorted himself out, got the bike back together, and ended up number 7. .1098 and .1095. No help for either, I don't think. Okay, Robbie W with the Super Penguin. Kestrel Lane, 995 and 11 flat for Jake Bowden. Jake Bowden's bike really does look like it's missing the wheelie bars.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not. It's just because you don't normally see big tyre slick bikes without wheelie bars.
I think Jake was running like a Harley last year, was it?
I think so.
Yeah, certainly a different machine, that's for sure.
Uh, 10-11, sorry.
Yeah, 133 there for Robbie. Jake, that goes 13.95 on that 11 flat. They stay put though. Robbie 3, Jake 16. You see, it's Chris Venn.
No one's really picked it up in this session yet, though, which is a little surprising. Actually, this is the end of the session. We've got Junior Dragster waiting around the corner. Yeah. I think you got a lot of money for the bet that Scott Collier might not be number one at the end of this. However, it's just down to Chris Venn.
He stays 6 actually, 10.24. So, I think that is a wrap for Q2.
Lucas Oil Junior Dragster, qualifying session number 3.
Right, so I think it's about time to get this news out for Junior Dragster actually, because obviously when we had the information given to us at Q1, there was not many people tuned in.
Go on.
But we've got to say a huge, huge thank you to the Green family. Clive Green was a big fan of drag racing over the years. Sadly, no longer with us, left us last year. And in his memory, the Green family have decided that they would put some money into the Junior Dragster kitty,
Oh, awesome.
which is absolutely superb. So basically, the winner of the championship this year will get £500.
Awesome.
The runner-up of the championship will get something, but it depends on what happens in racing and qualifying. If we get a perfect light from anybody at any event, the first person to do it will get 50 quid.
Excellent.
If the perfect light doesn't go, the 50 quid goes into the championship runner-up pot.
That's awesome. Very quickly, Daniel Weir up to number 7 with a 0-2. Red light for Mr. Taylor.
Yeah.
Carry on to Colin, sorry.
So if we get, like, so I think the Junior Dragster is 6 rounds of the championship. If we get 6 perfect lights in racing, the championship runner-up is not going to get anything out of that kitty.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you get no perfect lights in Junior Dragster, that runner-up kitty is going to be 300
So
quid.
basically, you want to be good, but not that good.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So the winner is guaranteed in the championship £500. The runner-up. So basically, there's £800 being put in by the Green family, and that's how it's worked out.
Awesome idea.
And it's
And very kind
The
as
money
well.
has already come in, so it's with the SPRC, so it's guaranteed. So massive thank you to the Green family for supporting the juniors. And as we all keep saying, as the Green family agree with, the juniors are the future of the sport. That's where they wanted the money to go.
There's a junior drag racer who's America's latest Top Fuel star.
Indeed. There's a lot of them.
In fact, the vast
When does she
majority of them
start?
are
Yeah, when does she start though?
later this summer.
Yeah.
Basically. Red light for Grace Smith with the boost monkey. Emmy Cromwell goes 0.11. She was 16. That's going to help a little bit, actually. Yeah, moves up to 15. So that is quite tough. Yeah, Ida Zetterstrom, who basically is now at the point of Top Fuel stardom, and she's going to be running some races in Europe in the summer as well as in the States.
Oh, is she? I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
she's already been confirmed because she's still supported by Edelbrock and KW Parts.
Right.
KW Klintberg Way, European firm, and there's a few events she's going to be at, and I think the announcement the other day was definitely one of them will be Hockenheim.
Right.
So she's still going to be running over here as well.
Excellent.
So there you go. That's what junior drag racers end up
Yeah.
doing. Emily Moore and Eddie Mae Brown. 0.117 and a 0.201. I don't think Ellie's going to move anywhere with that one. She deep staged as well, probably just made sure she didn't want a red light.
Yeah. Yeah, they stay put 9 and 17.
Yeah, Ellie's doing a great job of costing mum and dad loads of money now because she needs another bigger car. I know which one it is, but I can't say it out loud like everything.
Right, birthday boy himself, Graham McDonald, brings his lad up to the line. Liam, the champion from last year, and he's also our #1 qualifier at the moment. The 001, mind you, he was #1 qualifier after Q1, but improved on that number for Q2.
How these guys haven't, sorry, just very quickly, how they haven't got sponsorship from Skoda yet, I don't know. Have
yeah.
Skoda been contacted?
I don't know.
Just a thought.
Molly Openshaw, currently in the number 10 spot. There's 05.
If you've got no idea what I'm talking about, the McDonald family travel in is it a Skoda Fabia estate?
Octavia estate, I think it is.
The car comes apart, the expensive bit, the motor goes in the car, the dragster chassis goes on the roof, the tent goes in the back, and they obviously go in the car. And Liam goes red, unfortunately, after all that. 07 red. 0.10 to Molly Openshaw. Liam's still going to stay #1 though. Yeah, it's just a terrific way of going racing. And, you know, obviously, we love everyone that comes racing, but people that do it like that, it's just like special. It's like people that bring fuel cars to a race on open trailers and stuff like that. We still have loads of that going on as well.
Right, Lewis Dynamite herself, Neve Deevy, going alongside Sam Fairhurst for this one.
That was close.
Oh, it was, wasn't it?
Sam's going to do himself some favours. Whoa, Sam going all over the place, about 330. He's still got his foot in it though. Sam moves up to number 10 with that 049. That was a big move, Sam Fairhurst. The track crew doing their thing. Neve was 0-2 red. Yeah, the track crew just checking out there. It's very unusual for Junior Drag to get out. No, everything seems good.
Right, numbers 3 and 4 in the qualified order at the moment. Luke Mugridge and Jacqueline Bartlett.
Yeah, all is calm apart from Mum and Dad after that one by the looks of it. It's one of my favourite quotes when Don Prudhomme had an accident. The interviewer said to him, "Are you okay?" And he went, "Yeah, I'm fine." And she said, "What about your wife?" She said, "Oh God, she's worse than I am." She wasn't even in the car, obviously. Yeah. So Luke Mogridge, number 3, Jacqueline Bartlett, number 4. They've got 0 1s to their name so far. Jacqueline's got red.
Luke up to number 2, 007. Well, they were the top 2 in the points last year. They are top 2 in qualifying. But there is still a gap at the top. Teddy Howe, he's number 3. Frankie Kent looking to move on up here.
Silly question coming up. So if the
silly
McDonald
answer to follow.
Yeah, I'm sure. The McDonald family get everywhere in their Skoda. Where's the golf cart come from?
Good question. I know the caravan lives in the compound here.
That will be it then.
So I would assume the golf cart stays in the same place.
Fair enough. And they don't have the golf cart when they go racing in Europe. That was a bit close for Teddy, 0-3 reds. Frankie goes 0.12 green. It is a green.
That's going to move up from number 20, probably to number 12, something like that. 12, 13. 18. 18? Wow.
2 spots.
God, they've got to be bunched up really tight there. All right, Harry Peters and Eva Davis. Now, Eva did come down for that run earlier on, but I think there was a fuel leak, actually, because one of the tyres was covered in liquid. But no such issue this time round. So, Nick Davis bringing young Eva to the line.
That's one thing, you know, when you get into drag racing when you're younger, it never quite prepares you for the fact that in years to come, you'll be guiding your kids into stage.
Well, not only that, you got former champion Luke Fulton helping as well.
Well, currently Eva's not qualified, so she needs this one. Hopefully a green.
That'll do.
That was very green for both of them, actually.
So 15 and 21, but they're in the show. All right, Tom Peters, Ted Sullivan. Josh Seaborn got in touch actually and asked me to read this out during Junior Dragsters qualifying. The Mad Max team will be back at the next event. Max is doing well, better than he has been. So you could do a big shout out for us, be really appreciated. Kind regards, Josh. Well, we wish Max all the best. I know he really wanted to be here this weekend. Of course, that's Mackenzie Love. And Josh says a big hi and wish everybody a good weekend in the juniors. So, Josh, good to hear from you, mate.
Tom Peters, Ted Sullivan, 001 for Ted Sullivan.
Wow.
What's the last digit? That's only
2.
good enough for number 2.
He almost took it.
A 001 with a 2 gets him number 2. However, that's still pretty whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sure you know.
Right, looking for miracles and running out of time on this one. Leah Callett's been in touch. Heard you wonder where I was in qualifying. Unfortunately, it looks like the torque converter is kaput. Unless a miracle happens, we can get one of our quali tomorrow. Then we are both out. So gutted. All I wanted was a New Year blast. But still super happy we are here at least. Well, sending lots of love, Leah. It's not the way you want to start a season at all. But yeah, it sucks. It really does.
There's nothing worse than being at a racetrack when everyone else is racing and you ain't.
Yeah.
And your car's here as well. That's bad. So commiserations to the whole Kellett family. Hopefully something can happen for you soon. Kai Cooper and Jake Cooper. Kai's well in with a 0-2. Jake isn't even on the front page. Needs better than a .10. Which she's got with a 0-1. That'll be number 4.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, he's just bumped his brother down a bit.
Yeah, isn't all.
Yeah, well done, Jake. So Jake ends up 4, Kai 7 at the moment. Well, they're all bunching up rather nicely now. Ada Cassisi, Lola Bell Kent. Both capable of pulling good lights. Now will be a good opportunity.
Yeah, again, they both need... Where are we?
Well, an O light to get into the top 16. Simple as that. Well, in actual fact, Lola Bell's already 14, so...
Why always aren't playing tricks with me? There's numbers missing from that, isn't there? Yeah, like 13, 14, 15. Lola goes red by 0.9. It's got a big red. 0.14 for Ada. Not sure that's going to improve.
No, I don't think it will.
21.
Oh, one spot. Yeah, up to number 20. I think that is a wrap for Junior Dragster. It is indeed, so congratulations. At the end of all of that, to Liam McDonald for holding on to that number 1 spot just. There's a good old battle with 3 000 lights in the end there. 2 of them were 001s. So, yeah, very, very tight indeed in Junior Dragster. So, and there is a number 1 qualifier presentation in the pits tonight after racing. So, going to hit the ground running straight away with Lucas Oils. It's the full support for the whole season long. We've got everything sorted already. So, massive, massive thanks to Lucas Oils for once again supporting our juniors, the future of the sport. And, yeah. And Nicole is here all weekend long as well from Lucas, so she's getting a proper baptism of drag racing this weekend. So I know she's having a good day. Actually, spent the second qualifying session in the tower with us up here. She was Q1 down on the start line. So yeah, enjoying it. Next up though, it is Pro ET. And well, we did put a call out for something for Harley J, and I think it was a button for a trans brake actually for a TH400. So with Harley J in the lanes, looks like they got that one sorted. So well done to them. Hans van der Speck is down there. Adrian Portelli lined up. Mark Huxley, Dave Fulton, Laura Bainton, Ronnie Mercer, the cars that we can see, but obviously all the others are tucked around the corner as well. So we're into our final qualifying session, and then we get ready for eliminations tomorrow. The tracks are just doing a little bit of sledding out there. Tell you what, Nitro FM, if you can take it for a moment, we'll take it back when we continue qualifying here at Santopod for the Easter Nationals. So Martin stays number 2, but it's a row for Ryan. Ryan goes into the 782. Martin. A little bit of wheel spin off the line there for Anna, but gathers it up nicely. 8.22 for Anna. Nice improvement. Chris Neary goes into the 8s as 8.88 goes up. Side by side, Andrew got his nose out in front, goes 7.82, finds a couple of hundreds. Michael Piggott 10.72 off the gas, 87 mile an hour at the strike. Well, Mark Dainty off and running 125 to 60 foot. What is this going to turn into? It's a 7.11, 190 miles an hour. That pushes the number 1 spot further away. Alan Burnstow moves up from number 10 to number 5 with a 7.95. 7.45 for Paul Hambidge there. 7.65 for Jasmine Cordell. Lenny, yep, he's okay. He was just having a good look down the left-hand side of the bike there. Good looking runs a pair. 7.35 Danny Cockrell, he goes to number 2. Len 7.89, 1.65 goes down the spot purely because Danny went up there. .10.06 and a 10.10. So Bob Hodgson stays number 1. Tim Moore moves up from 6 to 5. .9.59 for Wayne Hiscock, a little bit too quick there by a mile. 9.98 for Andy Harrison. Throttle stops lift and they charge to the stripe around about 150 plus. Problems for Stu Dorney again. 9.85 breakout for Stu Morris. $15.65 for Stu Doiney. Not quite sure what's going on there. 2 for 2. Not going the way they wanted it to. $9.95. Dave Fulton moves up from 4 to 3, but Vic Parsons 8 to 2 with that one with a 9.94. Nicely away. Throttle stop lift. $10.67, 139. Just a case of getting the car set. 8:15 there for Mick Wynyard. Way too quick on the 8:50 index for the class, but 9:30 there.
Good looking race right there as well. Oh my goodness me. 850 with a 4 for J Rowe. Your new number one qualifier, Craig Wright.
8:50 went too quick. J-Row broke out, so we had to go slower than 8:50, and he did. Just. That's exactly the way you should do it.
See what Craig's got on this one. Improvement on 870 to an 855 with a 5. Only improves one spot. Would be a lot happier with that though.
Yeah, 2 events on a club license before he can get his national license. When he gets that, he'll move up to Super Street Bike.
Oh really?
Yeah. But you can't run Super Street Bike straight away. So there we go. 8:38, 178. Nicely done.
Already. Well, that's a lot better from Stace that time round. Backing off slightly at the top end and not quite enough though. 8:44, 158. They got something to work from though that time, which is always a good thing.
969 this time round, just 300 slower than his 966 ran in Q1, but stays in the number one spot. Well, much better off the line this time for Kirst. Actually, a 0.4 light. Nicely done, but she's looking for a 12 flat. Gets 12.09. Nicely done. Simon Swarbrick goes too quick, though. 12.30 on a 12.42. Kirsty moves up from 19 to 6 with that one. Let's see what they've got. Can they improve? Oh, too light for Debbie Taylor. Been well pleased with that one. Getting a sportsman car to react well is pretty tricky, but Deb did a brilliant job with that. 13.28. Jago Stokes moved from 8 to 6. Debbie improves as well, 9 to 7. Gets the 13.56 there. Well done. On Q1, Ash didn't build up the boost and everything and launch the car. Will he do the same? No, it bogged that time. It had too much revs and it bogged.
Well, let's see if he runs 13.25 this time. It was nice and smooth before.
Yeah. 13.41.
It's the right side though.
1883 breakout, a little bit too quick there for the Focus. Oh, 4 light there for Gary. Well, then 14 flat is the target. Let's see how close he is, or is he wide of the mark? He breaks out 13.94, too quick. Chris Wynn 15.56 on a 15.20. He moves up actually 26 to 19. Gary stays put at number 14.
Runs today, hopefully getting a little closer to their dial-ins. That is the idea throughout the day.
Mark Troy's going to get there first.
By some margin.
12.76.
That'll help.
Oh, Georgina 16.01.
In the slick tricks lane.
Can we please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro into the pairing lanes.
We are on with the last qualifying session for Pro ET. Big question is, will Simon Goff make this qualifying session?
Yeah. Got a Chinook helicopter?
No.
No. Time machine?
I'll give you a clue, folks. He's sitting at home watching in Essex. So that'll be a no. So yeah, last qualifying session for Pro ET. Now, I think we've actually had 33 cars run, because Frankie Taylor did run. Whether she's actually allowed to run eliminations a lot, we don't know.
Well, no, she's still licensing.
Okay, so no
her
then.
next run will be a full pass. But does that get her?
Don't you have to do 2?
No, it's only 1.
Okay. Anyway, Hans van der Speck and someone who has no elapsed time at all, which is Harley Darby in the Slick Tricks lane.
Is that right?
I don't think it is.
I'm sure he's.
No, it's 867, not 876. That's why. Doesn't matter that Harley goes red. Looking for a 904. 902, he breaks out. Hans goes 1073, over 2/10 of a second away, unfortunately. Still a good run for Harley. He's still going to be hard work in round 1 tomorrow. Okay, so Mr. Dave Fulton. You know what I was saying about silly names that stick, by the way, earlier?
Don't lift Dave.
Don't lift Dave, yeah, I know. He really likes that one. Adrian Portelli.
Well, both of the wide awake come off the line, that's for sure. Trouble 02 for Adrian, 02 for Dave off the line.
4:31. Dave just a bit too quick.
Yeah, if he lifted. That's harsh. That's really harsh.
That's true.
Yeah, but 931 breakout, a little bit too quick. 1098 on a 1088 for Adrian.
I just noticed man standing down there without car. Will Clark as well. No Will Clark this
Oh,
weekend.
yeah. That hurts.
Anyway, Laura Baton and Ronnie Mercer, your next pair. So I think everyone that's going to be coming around to run at the moment will be qualified. Still going to be a tough old 32 car field. To go, 10, 34 to 3, your new number 1 qualifier, 10:48 on the other side of the track with a breakout. Look at the dial-in for Reuven Dawson.
906, Mark Huxley, 986. I think that is the first time that I can remember that Ronnie Mercer's gone all the way through qualifying without nitrous.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, a 10.3 is right in the middle of what he normally runs.
Yeah.
So with nitrous, low 9, high 8.
Yeah.
Without it, 11.20.
Yeah.
So where's the 11.3 bit? Sorry, 10.3 bit come from anyway?
Oh no, it's normally in the 10s, 10.4. Right, come on, Reuven. 906.
We went 9.3, I think.
that'll do.
15. 140. Someone's going to be destroying their indexing comp.
Yeah. 988. Good number there for young Mr. Huxley. Goes to number 8 with that one. Well, it doesn't take them long to get all their stuff together, does it? 3 rounds of qualifying and, yeah, they're setting themselves up for the season. Oh, right, okay. Being told to shut off there, Andrew Brook. Right, now, is there an issue with the track or is there an issue with him? Yeah, an issue with a car.
Well, he's the one that's not qualified, but he's still licensing.
Yes,
I think,
he is,
isn't
yeah.
It's a very interesting spelling of Wrexham. I'd be interested to know if that's the correct place name or not. I don't think it is, do you? No. Okay, Stevie Gates.
What if Si's looking on with interest in...
I wonder if it's still got that fresh Simon Goff smell. Would you I'm gonna
He's
get. I'm gonna
a
get
good
such
job.
a.
He's a mate. Isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good job at it. I'm gonna get so much crap for that. Okay, so yes, Stevie Gates. 863 is the dial-in. I'm pretty sure the car's still got the same Jeff Bull racing engine in there that served Simon so well for many years.
Well, the dial-in is 863 for Stevie. 8:59 with a 9, a breakout of 400ths of a second. But I tell you what, a great day for that team.
Very consistent
Yeah.
as well, obviously. So Neil Watkins just going through the burnout underneath the tower, underneath us in the slip tricks lane.
Haven't seen Shane much today, actually. We got.
I must admit, the reply from Simon was way more polite than I thought it would be.
Yeah. So Harrison Brown bringing Neil Watkins up to the line. Oh, 01 red. All right, 11:41 is the target. 11:43 is the number. 13 to 10 on that one.
Well, interestingly, Dave Procehurst hasn't changed the dial-in, so will nitrous. There's the difference.
There we go.
I'm guessing the nitrous didn't fire on the last run. That's
it must be.
normally why. But didn't work. That's normally why things don't go quite as quick as they plan to. Warren Watts at the moment is number 3 with the 916 that he ran previously. This time dies on 912.
Well, fair to say things are progressing well with their street weekend entry. Warren Watts,
What are they doing?
a hearse.
Of course.
And
Well,
a
that's
limo. A hearse and a limo.
Perfect touring vehicle, a hearse.
Yeah. 01 red, but it's all about the ETs. Let's have a look. 912 target, 913.
Hearse does go quicker, but not that much quicker. Very quick story. A good friend of mine had a hearse, and he said, customised, said, fantastic. It's the only one that's got. It's the only car you can go shopping in that's got a master bedroom in the back as well. That's probably why they're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're all trying to come up with names for it. And they've gone for Dead Serious Racing in the end, but I said Coffin Fit.
That's superb.
But yeah, a lot of fun with that
Well,
one.
one of the thing, the one I really liked, which Nobby was going to use for his hearse, was Death Warmed Up.
Yeah. Oh,
But no, a coffin fit, I think it's brilliant. That's really good. So, Tom Watkins, Dave Cherrett. Oh, 905.
oh, look at that. Dave Cherrett to number 1. 990 with a 1 on a 990. Oh, so close to the perfect ET. But not quite. But nevertheless, Dave Cherrett, top of the pile.
From Pomona a week ago to number 1 qualifier a week later. So far, anyway.
From hail and snow to sunshine in a week.
There you go.
Hang on a minute. California.
Yeah, that's right. Hail and snow in California to sunshine and number 1 qualifier in the UK
Yeah.
the week after.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works, I think. Okay, Bob Molden with the 939. That's one of the quicker dial-ins I've ever seen for that car. Vic Parsons, 989. Oh,
984.
and Bob breaks out by a measly 100th of a second. Could we have Supercomp into the lanes, please, for the last qualifying session? Sorry if that doesn't include you, Leah. Supercom into the lanes, please, for session number 3.
Now there is a chance, it won't apply to Joe, but there is a chance for Leia if they do manage to get a torque converter, because they've got Q4 in Supercom tomorrow morning.
So did Joe make a run or not?
No.
So Freddie Thompson with the Capri, and previous champ Brett Featherstone with the Nova and a 009 light as well. 973 on a 69, that's more like it. He goes up to number 17, believe it or not, he's still going to start from the bottom half of the ladder, and he's 600th off. So Jack McClure with Goldilocks.
Oh, wow.
And Mason Griffiths with the Sour Grape. Go on, Colin.
Leah, fingers crossed, could be back. It's a wait and see. It's a wait and see. Fingers crossed. If it works, we'll say we'll tell the world, but we'll wait and see how they get on. Right, Mason Griffiths with the Sour Grape and Jack McClure with Goldilocks. 1167 plays 1150. 1156 breakout for Mason. I don't think he cares about that. 1354 there for Jack. Right, racer of the day. I'm going to give it to him. John Bean. What has he got for us this time? Darlin 9.13. Tom Kay with a black belt racing dragster 10.23. If this car hooks and launches again, you could see another 9.1. Will we see a 9.0? What have they done to that car
Nitrous.
in the last 4 months? Well, he's had nitrous before,
Yeah.
but he's found something. I know Jeff Bull engine in there, so whether that's Jeff's worked his magic, I don't know.
Like everyone, it's probably a ton of money for 3/10 or something like that.
Yeah,
But,
let's see. Oh, right, that wheelie bar, John.
that was a little bit too high, almost.
9.11. He breaks out. That's just Tom Kay just went 25 on a 23.
Yeah, 10.25 for Tom Kay. That moves him up to number 10, even though he's 0.02 of a second off.
Yeah. Well, if you say to John Bean, I'll tell you what, John, you'll dial in 9.13 and break out. You'd have taken that all day long.
And go flying past the Christmas tree.
Okay, Matthew Dowdy and Lee Morris. Now, Lee, uncustomary Dowdy number 21. Matt Dowdy number 17. Matt loving the new power plant in the car. So dials 11.28 this time. Let's see what he's got for us.
Didn't Matt have trouble getting to the number? For
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, it was pretty because the engine
Yeah?
well, didn't have enough. But this one's is a lot quicker. Oh, 10.14 with an O. Breakout. 11.42 on a 28. Matt stays 17. And Lee Morris stays put as well.
Well, that'd be great if Leah does get it fixed, by the way. But what bad luck for Joe. Although, to be completely fair, he was on the pro kit, so what can you do?
That's
I'm
hard.
only joking.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's a rough situation, especially with a one-day event. I think this is one of only 2 one-day events we have all year, isn't it?
Yeah, green light's the other one, isn't it?
Or sorry, 2-day events, as in one qualifying day. Yeah.
Right, Amy Watkins and Nick Muckridge. Amy number 3, Nick number 20.
Yeah, Nick's another one that we can really carve up the top order anytime.
04 light there for Amy. $65, 18 for Nick. That's a big old breakout. So they stay put, 3 and 20. All right, Don Scott and Darren Huxley, your next pair. Don moving the dial in to his previous run, so 9.95. Darren Huxley 11.21 with the Nissan 180 SX.
Didn't Darren go number 1 for a little while? I'm pretty sure he did, didn't
Yeah,
he?
well, I think Don when he ran was the quickest, but obviously things change. .10.02 there for Don. 11.74 for Darren. No movements, they stay put.
Okay, Dougie McClure with the Slugs S, taking on Mr. Not qualifying at the moment so far this year. Just kidding, Dave. Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra. He's currently all the way down at number 30. However, this is where we show a momentary flash of northern brilliance. I said that with a straight face. In the Kestrel Lane. No, I love him. Dave's such a nice guy, and I was honestly, after all the hard work he's put in and made that show quality car, he really did deserve it last year. He did. He was just ace at qualifying last year, but the car hasn't been on the numbers so far this weekend. Looking for 9.53, he's been in the 9.80s, which in Pro ET is a long way off. Still off.
71.
9.71, yeah. Well, he moves up 2 spots to 28, but still not what he wanted.
11.57, but a 005 light there from Doug. Stays number 7. As we look at Simon Innes. Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. Currently number 5, darling a 10.76.
So this is the last qualifying run. Yeah, Simon's already number 5, so... And he's also only 2 thou off, I think.
Oh, 75 with a 6. Oh,
Right numbers, fellas, wrong way round. Well done.
it was just that far away. Right, Andrew Brook.
Yeah, didn't get to make a run, unfortunately, earlier. Oh, we got Frankie as well, beg your pardon. We've got another licensing run.
Yeah, licensing, I think both of these two.
That's about as good looking licensing run as you'll ever get, that is.
I agree. 929, 140. Nicely done.
Was he supposed to pull the chute?
Not sure. Well, it's not over 150, so does he need to? I'm not sure. I don't know what the ruling is on that.
Yeah, just to explain, folks, what we talk about licensing, is it's what you do in these cars is you make burnout, 60-foot run, burnout, half-track run, burnout, full run, and provided the race director and the organisers are happy with what you do, that happens. You get the thumbs up from the marshals to say, yep, that's okay. And then when you have done your licensing, you are allowed in competition. These cars aren't quite the same as circuit cars, where you just go slightly a bit faster around each lap. So Frankie's last run was to the 8th, I think, wasn't it? It's a good looking run.
Yeah, 1172. That's within the Pro ET time frame. And the handshake, I think, is happy days.
Looks like Frankie's done as well.
Yeah, well done to Mick and Lee and the gang down there.
Now, perversely, that means they can't race anymore this weekend because they didn't qualify for the class they were in.
Yeah.
But it does mean they can come back next time and compete with everyone else.
Yeah.
Okay, Super Pro ET, last qualifying session. Can we have Street Eliminator into the lanes, please, for your last session? Street Eliminator, please, into the lanes. We're still on Pro ET on there. I was just going to give you the order. I think the 738 with the 2 is still Scott Hauser.
Yeah, number 2 is Alan Didwell, 770. 849 is Tom Atkinson. 263. Is that Tom?
Could be him down there, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is Matt Peters.
Yeah, Matt Peters is going to be taking on...
Oh, no, he's number 6, sorry. Right. We'll suss it.
is Alan Didwell, wearing the number 1 from last year. When he wasn't good, he was lucky. When he wasn't lucky, he was extremely good. And the most important thing, as always, in Super Pro and any sort of bracket racing, he was consistent. He consistently went rounds at every single event he entered, didn't he? And a big well done again to Alan Didwell for taking home the championship last year. So, Dylan Racing again, 767, 769. As you'd expect, nothing in it. Well, Matt Peters moves up 1 with a 71 on a 67. Alan Didwell stays number 2, but what another, just a perfect example of why that man won the championship last year. 770 on a 769. Yeah. That's how you do it.
And an 05 light to boot.
You got it. Also, a very good afternoon, and sorry you're not here, to Chris and Becky Parker. Chris, thank you very much indeed for the message, mate. Hope you're doing okay. And yeah, we hope to see you a little bit later on in the season, all being well, when it's a bit warmer. It's quite a nice day, though, to be honest with you. It's really not that bad. But anyway, anyone else watching in, a very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for joining us. Without you guys, we couldn't do it. So, Bob Doyle, number 10, Tom Atkinson, 3. Super Street Bike into the lanes, please, for your last session of the day. Super Street Bike, please, into the lanes. Yeah, so Tom Dials 848. Bob. 873.
850 on 848 there for Tom. Stays number 3. Breakout there for the Bath bloke. 868, just that little bit too quick on the 873, darling. All right, Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino. Going alongside the Rusty Dog, Steve Saunders. $8.94 dial in for Callum. $8.40. I think you called that, but Super Street Bike into the lanes, but the old thingy bobby stopped.
Yeah, so Steve Saunders hasn't got a number on the board as well, unfortunately. Got towed away last time. He will do this time.
He's still got that front wheel wobble there.
$8.94 for Callum, $9.09, not quite where he wants to be. Steve Saunders will get a number on the board, and he will be in the elimination ladder, but not quite in the way they wanted it to be. Actually, he goes into number 17, would you believe?
That's a John Tevenham burnout.
It is.
Yep.
So, Colin Morris and John Tevenham, currently number 10 and 8. Has JT managed to get this over 150 yet?
Yes, he has. Yeah, did it last year.
I know he's been oh so close, like literally millions of times before. He's also entered the Pro Mod into Dos Lamas again.
Excellent. So Colin Morris looking for 875. What's he got? 878. Moves off from 8 to 5. John Terminer, 917. Stays number 10.
Yeah, JT falling off a little from where he needs to be.
Right, Scott Hauser with the Bang Tidy Dragster. He is your number 1 qualifier. 738 with a 2. Going alongside Mark Bailey.
Yeah, Mark Bailey launching like an absolute band. Well, the car is bandit, or should I just say Barracuda? Looking for 876. I think he's been 87 he went earlier on.
Oh, dar below for a pair.
Goodness me.
Off the line. 738, 883. They both stay put, but wow.
What a great side-by-side run.
Yeah.
So Jack Brewster going to be taking on Lee Huxley. I think Lee might be struggling to hear his own car when he comes into stage.
Yeah.
Great addition to Door Slammers as well in a couple of months' time is the 760 heads-up class.
Yes. And funny enough, we were talking about that last night with a couple of races, and they were debating whether to go into Pro Street or
That.
760. So be interesting.
Well, the thing is, though, is that the great thing about it, I mean, we know Door Slammers is a proper big international event now. So heads up 760 in this class, or 760 heads up in this class, sorry. Pro Street as it is in Scandinavia or the Nordic countries or whatever. For a ton of money. Way more money than they could ever win anywhere else. And the guys and girls that race in Pro Street out in Sweden are bloody good. They're really, really good.
Yeah.
So hopefully some are going to be making the trip over and thinking, you know what, I'm going to have some of that money. However, there's quite a few of our UK-based racers that might have something to say about that, and maybe some of the European ones too, you never know. So it's going to be fun. I think Jack Brewster's going to be in the mix. The 760 dial-in is actually reminded me. Lee Huxley with an 899.
Nicely pedalled, Jack.
And straight. Shoots out early too, a 753, 175.
Yeah, 753 in a breakout.
990 for Lee Huxley. Looks like struggling to run the number, actually, unfortunately. I wonder whether shake was part of getting it to run on the dial. What do you reckon?
Possible. Yeah, you obviously realise it's such good money. They pulled the chute early to try and slow it down on the stripe. Didn't slow it down much, did it? I think it may have blossomed at the line, so it didn't really slow him.
I think is that AC or Ashley? I think that's Ashley. It is.
And that's Mark Courcelle with the ball breaker just reversing back.
Wow, look at the dial-in as well. 8.08.
Oh, Bob.
Is that right?
The
Or
Bob-
does that just say Bob? Yeah,
Bob the Bob
exactly.
dial-in.
It's Bob the dial-in. Yeah, absolutely that. Well, commiserations to Ashley Bell. So, 8.08. You will see a new world standing jump record if they break out.
If I remember rightly, the PB is 809. I can't remember.
I think it's
but
about there.
826.
159. Still good, still consistent.
Yeah.
I think they were just hoping, made a couple of changes, I guess, after that run earlier at 8-1, thinking we can do that. Bob's not in favour at the moment. Andy Thetford. Now, have we seen Andy out yet?
He has. He had a
Yeah.
cracking first run, actually. Broke out big style. Very, very good run indeed.
Good.
Hence the dial-in of 760. He dialed in 780 and broke out, I think.
I think, well, another one for 760 at the door slammers.
Yeah.
The thing I was thinking as well is that Andy's really getting to grips with this car, obviously, and I think he's another one that's just been on the dyno at John Sleeth's, isn't he?
Yes, he has, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went 780 earlier.
Taking on AC Bell, who ran a best of 940. Now they've cut off. The Super Pro is 899.
Oh, that's a shame for Andy. Just bumped through stage. It's a shame 'cause that's a good looking run. Curses. 930, 141 there for AC.
Slight improvement. I do think that if you look at the Giles and Hartley car, it does look like it's been freshly painted every single time it rolls out. It's just immaculate. And Phil Topping. Have we seen
Yes, it's the first time we've seen this latest incarnation of cars. That black and green flamed altered. There it comes. Yeah, look at that. Grandad's toy number 2, but let's have a look at Barry Giles before Phil does his run. I've got a sneaky suspicion they brought him around a little bit too soon because Barry is,
backing up?
yeah.
Well, I thought they were going to run side by side, but Phil pulled round into this lane.
Yeah, Georgina, wrong lane. They should have been in the other lane, but never mind. Well, he ain't going to make the run now. So. Is he? Yeah. So Barry on a solo.
So 751 for Barry, went 752 earlier on today.
7:53 on a 51 stays number 4.
Well, unfortunately for Phil,
No, that's wasn't part of
an
the plan.
unscheduled front end disassembly, I think, is the way that goes. Phil's absolutely fine. The car, I'm sure, is fine too. But the front wheel on the right-hand side, as Phil looks at it, is definitely folded in. I think the left-hand side may well be as well. So we might, sorry for the pun, Leah, but we might be getting the dolly out for the first time today. Yeah, there we go. Here comes a jack. Just by magic. Also,
Well, needs to take the jack out there as well, obviously to... well, there goes Phil. He's he's milking the applause up
oh,
there.
that's part of the act.
Yeah.
Totally part of the act. It is now, Phil. You can't get, just say yes.
Well, it's a killer-looking car, that's for sure. And I know Phil won't take long to get the handle on it. That's a given.
Well, that was the car. I'm pretty sure that was the fuel altered or thereabouts that Roy Wilding was building. Yep, is that right? I don't know how close Roy got to completing it, but obviously Phil managed to talk him into selling it. While we do a quick, gentle retrieval job out there, we'll hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of moments. Still got more from Super Pro to come. We've got Super Street Bike and Street Eliminator 2.
Lenny, yep, he's okay. Just having a good look down the left-hand side of the bike there. Good looking runs a pair. 7:35 Danny Cockrell, he goes to number 2. Len 7:89 165 goes down the spot purely because Danny went up there. 10.06 and a 10.10. So Bob Ross stays number 1. Tim Moore moves up from 6 to 5. $9.59 for Wayne Hiscock. A little bit too quick there by a mile. $9.98 for Andy Harrison. Throttle stops lift and they charge to the stride around about 150 plus. Problems for Stu Dorney again. 9.85 breakout for Stu Morris. $15.65 for Stu Dorney. Not quite sure what's going on there. 2 for 2. Not going the way they wanted it to. $9.95. Dave Fulton moves up from 4 to 3, but Vic Parsons 8 to 2 with that one with a $9.94. Nicely away. Throttle stop lift. $10.67, $1.39. Just a case of getting the car set. $8.15 there for Mick Wynyard. Way too quick on the late 50 index for the class. But $9.30 there.
Good looking race right there as well. Oh my goodness me. 8.50 with a 4 for J Rowe. Your new number 1 qualifier, Craig Wright.
8.50 went too quick. J Rowe broke out, so we had to go slower than 8.50, and he did. Just. That's exactly the way you should do it.
See what Craig's got on this one. Improvement on 8.70 to an 8.55 with a 5. Only improves 1 spot. He'd be a lot happier with that though.
Yeah, 2 events on a club license before he can get his national license. When he gets that, he'll move up to Super Street Bike.
Oh really?
Yeah. But you can't run Super Street Bike straight away. So there we go. 8.38, 1.78. Nicely done.
Already. Well, that's a lot better from Stace that time round. Backing off slightly at the top end and not quite enough though. 8.44, 1.58. They got something to work from though that time, which is always a good thing.
$9.69 this time round, just 300 slower than his 9.66 ran in Q1, but stays in the number 1 spot. Well, much better off the line this time for Kirst. Actually, a 0.4 light, nicely done, but she's looking for a 12 flat. Gets 12.09, nicely done. Simon Swarbrick goes too quick though, 12.30 on a 12.42. Kirsty moves up from 19 to 6 with that one. Let's see what they've got. Can they improve? Oh, too light for Debbie Taylor. Been well pleased with that one. Getting a sportsman car to react well is pretty tricky, but Deb did a brilliant job with that. 13.28. Jago Stokes moved from 8 to 6. Debbie improves as well, 9 to 7. Gets the 13.56 there. Well done. On Q1, Ash didn't build up the boost and everything and launched the car. Will he do the same? No, it bogged that time. It had too much revs and it bogged.
Well, let's see if it runs 13.25 this time. It was nice and smooth before.
Yeah. 13.41.
He's the right side though.
18.83 breakout, a little bit too quick there for the Focus. 04 light there for Gary. Well then, 14 flat is the target. Let's see how close he is, or is he wide of the mark? He breaks out 13.94, too quick. Chris Wynn, 15.56 on a 15.20. He moves up actually 26 to 19. Gary stays put at number 14.
Runs today, hopefully getting a little closer to their dial-ins. That is the idea throughout the day.
Well, Troy's going to get there first.
By some margin.
12.76.
That'll help.
Oh, Georgina, 16.01.
In the Slick Tricks lane.
Well, spot the season campaigners, both of them with 0 lights there. But the dial-ins end, 12.66, 14.65. Can they be hit? 12.70, not far off. That's going to move him up. Yeah, 17 to 4.
Rob breaks out by 5 thou.
Ow, ow, ow. Green in both lanes. All right, 14.70 plays 13.52. It's a 13.45 breakout for Richard, too quick. And it's an 18.44 for Chris, too slow. But Richard stays 1, Chris stays 6. Nostalgia Nationals, Dragstalgia, and the Mopars for their Lifestyle Championship. And then Hot Rod Drags is just to play.
So 12.85 for Chris, goes 12.
All right, let's see who the Rattle and Hum is. It is the one and only Al Schofield with the Scud Dragster.
With that lovely hunting sound of a blown small block. Going to be very interesting to see what this car can do, let's just say. The drag racing hook has struck quite deep for Al Schofield, I think.
Yep.
Can we have Comp Bike and Funny Bike into the lanes, please? Comp and Funny Bike, please, into the pairing lanes. Thank you.
Not going to mention any numbers, but this was bargain of the century, this car.
What, the chassis?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a 7-second race car. I think, Al, when the engine is out of the Red Mist Altered
That's right, yeah.
purchased.
Car raced in Top Dragster in the States. So, yeah. See how they get on.
The best thing about dragsters is you can pretend to get them through customs as step ladders. I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Yeah.
Take the
What's
body.
that rear wing? It's a stabiliser. It stops you
it's
falling
nothing
over.
like
You
that.
know.
What you do, strap into the top of a container upside down, take the body paddles off, and say, no, it's a step ladder.
Yeah.
Right. So, Al Schofield with, I don't know if this is his first run, is it?
Good
Familiarisation
question,
run,
yeah.
I should say.
106 to 60.
That won't be an 8.99, will it? That'll be a 7. There we go. 7.83, only 141 miles an hour. That was always on the cards, wasn't it? That's breakout of the day, that is, isn't it?
Oh, it's the 106 to 60 that got me. 480 at the 8th at 140.
Well, the engine in the Altered went in the mid-7s, mid to low 7s. So in a dragster, it's easily going to do the same.
Right, Supercomp. Richard Tunstall with the Jambi Dodge down there. Now that we've only got 4 cars in Supercomp at the moment, you may get a 5th tomorrow morning. Fingers crossed for Leah. Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes. He's in the number 4 spot, only a 15.21. That's probably because he hasn't had a decent run in yet. Just checking over. Yep, thumbs up. So Richard's going to get the run in. Oh, Jed's done a huge amount of work on this.
It's supposed to be a loud pedal, not a go right pedal.
9.19 for Richard. That's going to put him up to number 2. Andy Clifford, 12.52. Well, it is an improvement, but his fun bit was trying to keep it straight.
Supergas 850 bike into the lanes, please. Supergas and 850 into the pairing lanes, please.
So your number 1 qualifier then, Paul Hudson with the pension pot. Doesn't look like we got Warren Watts this time round.
He only just recently ran in Pro ET, that may be it.
Yeah.
Letting it cool down a bit. We've got Super Street Bike, we've got Street Eliminator coming up too.
I only said hello to one of them earlier on, but I haven't really given the others a shout, actually. Ian Blackett, Blackett Photography. A very, very good day to you, sir. The resident photographer here at Santa Pod Raceway. If you go down this track, be it a Run Your Brung or a championship event, Ian will always capture the run and gets the memory sticks round to the studio. And Paula will generate those images. Also, Mr. Wilshire, a very, very good afternoon to you, sir. A doff of the cap to you, sir. Good to see you here, Andy. And, of course, I've already mentioned Julia today. And the Pudgemeister is down there. Callum, a very good afternoon to you, mate. I know I saw you first thing this morning. Good to see you, especially when we opened the boot of your car. Appreciate that one, mate. Thanks ever so much indeed.
What, tons of Easter eggs?
No, other things.
Even better than Easter eggs, obviously.
Yeah. $8.95 with a 6. Well, that just cements his number 1 spot for the time being, with another qualifier coming tomorrow morning for them.
Right, track prep going on right now. We've got both of our street tyre classes. That's why they do it right now, just to make sure the track is nice and sticky for them. And we'll be back with you very, very shortly indeed. Nitro FM just for a few moments. That would be fab. Thank you. Well, I hate to interrupt young Miss Hale, but we're about to go with the class that the Hale's normally in. Street Eliminator. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, to be accurate. That's what I was going to say. How many awesome Street Eliminator cars have we got to see this season?
I've got to have a word with this man. You can take it for a minute.
No problem. A lot is the short answer. So Ash Cooper with the world's quickest and fastest transit in the Kestrel Lane. Yeah, this is street racing in the UK, folks, or street legal racing in the UK, I should say, not street racing. We're on a racetrack, aren't we? And Al Williamson with the Howling Hauler. This is their last qualifying session, and then they're going out on their cruise a little while later. And then for all you street tyre fans, we have Street Weekend in June. Look it up. It's going to be epic. Start here at Santipod on Friday, go up to Melbourne Raceway near York Saturday, and then back to Santipod on the Sunday. Last man standing with the quickest times over both events, or both 3 tracks, I beg your pardon, 3 days, wins. Al Williamson with, lots of popping and banging going on. Ashley Cooper back into the 9s with a 993, 140 miles an hour. Ever thought of running it in Supergas? You never know. Yeah, Street Weekend. It's basically a UK drag and drive event. Starts on Friday here. Everyone has to put in a run or 2 here, then get a move on up the M1 and across to Melbourne for Saturday. Put in a couple of runs at York, or Melbourne Raceway, I beg your pardon. 8th mile, brilliant 8 mile facility up there, and then leave, come back down here for Saturday evening, and then do the same here on Sunday. So Victoria Smith and James Murray, your next pair. Victoria, her quickest run so far is an 8:38. She's been 8 zeros. That big old Buick does like running mile an hour. James Murray back in the 9s with a 993. Another good looking run for the Buick. Low 8. Oh my word, how close can you get? 8 flat. 189 miles an hour. She's just waiting for the dramatic moment to do it, I'm sure. Terrific run as well for James Murray. 9.80, 137 in the other lane. That 7-second run is coming. And I'm sure for the man in the Capri down here in the Kestrel Lane, that 200 mile an hour run is coming as well. He went 192 miles an hour earlier on today in 7.76 seconds. And that was still comparatively soft. And I say that with my tongue in my cheek, comparatively soft. Taking on Elliot Day with the Plan B. Elliot's best DT so far, 9:35. He was the winner of the Perfect Light Award. He went 000 on the tree earlier on today. Can he cap off a really good day by putting it in the 8s as well? No wheel spin for Tony Higgs and a 1.18, 60 foot as well. What can that Capri do this time? 7:48, 193 miles an hour. His quickest and fastest run ever. And on the other side of the racetrack, Elliot Day, 8:59, 159 miles an hour. I think that was, folks, side by side, personal bests. Very, very rare you get that both cars in both lanes do that. 1.18, 60 foot though for Tony Higgs, and 193 miles an hour out the back door. But Elliot wasn't letting him have any of it. He was 134 to 60 and he went 8:59 with that. Well, it's at nearly 160 miles an hour. Welcome to Street Eliminator, Michael D'Souza, where no one takes it easy on you, ever. What a lovely name for a Zephyr, Bella. So, Michael's quickest elapsed time so far is a 10:98. Big improvement, 10:71, 134. Well, how many times has this happened throughout a season? Last qualifying session, and Andy Bond is not your number one qualifier. That is currently Tony Higgs with that 7:48 we just saw. Either one of these two could take it off him, or neither. We're going to have to wait and see. If neither of them do, I think it'll also be Tony Higgs' first ever number one qualified spot. Al McSweeney, Andy Bond. Both well capable of running in the sevens. And one of them in the sixes. Andy Bond goes to number one. 7:41 at 201 miles an hour. Al McSweeney, how rough is Street Eliminator? 7:49 only gets you the number 3 spot. 188 miles an hour. Outstanding stuff. Yeah, give them a round of applause. They absolutely deserve that. What a great session for Street Eliminator that was. Number 1 qualifier, Andy Bond. Number 2 qualifier, Tony Higgs. Number 3, Al McSweeney. The great thing about that as well is they're all so close together. That could be won and lost on a hole shot tomorrow. Unfortunately for Graham Smith, being pushed away, not making this run. Hopefully he'll be able to make the cruise, so he'll be eligible for eliminations tomorrow. So, Super Street Bike, last session. Daniel Lentz, Al Morrison. These two guys had an absolute battle for the European Super Street Bike Championship last year. Sorry, not these two. It was Al Morrison Jr. that did, not Alan Morrison. My mistake, sorry. Anyway, it was another Morrison. So, Alan Morrison, he's number 5, 750. He is in the Kestrel lane. Daniel Lentz looks like he's got the same issue that he had earlier on today. No. Unfortunately, it looks like he's going to have to click it off again. It will be Alan Morrison on a Veyron. Desperately disappointing for Daniel Lentz, but it's better than having an exploded engine. Yeah, there's moisture down there on the track. Real nice. 742, 191 for Al Morrison. That's got to be driving him mad. I mean, he's still qualified. He's still number 1 qualifier. He will be racing tomorrow. But you'd much rather have 3 runs before you race than just the 1. And then 2 of them stop before you get in stage. So, Jake Michelle, Margot Schmidt. Jake, earlier on today, went 6.89. The number 1 qualifier at the moment is 6.84. Only a few hundredths in it. Jake has everything in his skill set to take that number 1 spot. He's down there in the Kestrel lane, taking on Margot Schmidt. Margot's currently number 4 with a 743. She has the potential to do exactly the same as well. Daniel Lentz hanging around on the start line because that's one of his team bikes, ridden by Margot. Ridiculous that looked. Get that man a straitjacket. Margot goes 17 flat at only 45 miles an hour, unfortunately. Okay, Johnny Hines and Brad Head, 2 newbies for Super Street for 2024. Brad in the... Neither of these two have really been quicker than they went when they were racing in 850 bike. However, they have the potential to go way quicker than that. All part of the learning curve of running in super street bike. You just got to replace the blocks and any scattered bits up the top end. Yeah, blocks going back on there. I'm sure both bike riders are okay. They both made the turn off, no problem at all. I think we've still got Boyce left to go if he's under the tower, but I can't see, unfortunately. Also, Graham Smith, you all right, sir? Is it okay? It is all right. Okay, good. I hope you're going to be able to make the cruise anyway. That'd be really cool. So yeah, just replacing the blocks at the top end. Shouldn't be too long. Turned out for a real beautiful day for a drag race, to be honest with you, considering it's done nothing but hammer it down for months. The fact that we might get two take it. So the last of the block workers, as they may be called, going back for safety on the other side of the wall. And getting the call forward for the next pair. I think this will be the last pair of Super Streeters. Then we're on to funny bike, I think. So no Boyce for this one. It's just going to be Alan Morrison Jr. His current best ET is 7.47. He can go more than half a second quicker than that. He was also the first and only European Super Street bike rider to go over 230 miles an hour last summer. That's a lot more like it. Will it be number one? Not quite. By that much he misses out. Number two, that is. 685 at 215 miles an hour for Al Morrison Jr. Bumps everybody back by one spot. So Daniel Lentz, even though he only made one run today, he still finishes number one, would you believe? As we're on to Funny Bike. So, Funny Bike. The last session. Martin Zylstra and Roger Moore. Now, they made a lot of improvements to the bike. Kept the same rider, though, strangely enough. But a lot of improvements.
Was that you saying? Are you saying that's the bit that didn't need improving?
That's exactly what I was saying, yes. I know them very well. I would not say anything,
correct,
and not say anything else. Yeah. Anyway, so but they did make a lot of improvements to the bike. Best run to date of he's on the board, so he's qualified with a 12-second ET, but they don't want a 12-second ET. They want one at least 5 seconds quicker than that. Well, Martin Zylstra is long gone. Roger was running okay till then. Martin goes 761. Not bad. Not better, as the saying goes. 979. Only 95 miles an hour for Roger Moore. He stays put at number 6. So Dave Peters should have been taking on Ryan Davidson, but Ryan Davidson isn't in the other lane, unfortunately. So the Rigger Express going to be on a bye run. He's already run 760. He's going for the centre line, but pulls it back. 8:02, no improvement, unfortunately. Sometimes they go where they want to go. Okay, this is Ryan Davidson. Sportsman ET into the Perry lanes, please. We have Sportsman ET. Yeah, Ryan Davidson down there. On Phil Crossley's bike.
Yeah, I was having a good chat with Martin just then and missed all the fun of Street Eliminator.
That was pretty good. Looks like Tony Higgs has got something for everyone else this summer.
Yeah. Nicely leaned over. 793, 175 there. So he moves into the sevens. Or stays in the sevens, I should say. Already been 782.
And I think I saw Aspen and Noble in there actually as well. Another person who was having a bit of a fraught, another young lady having a bit of a fraught time, was Jasmine Cordell. Saw a photograph of her yesterday with no engine in the bike, but a very small Jazz sitting in the engine bay instead. Yes.
Well, she did get a run in earlier, did she?
I think she's back now. So,
She's back now for
yeah.
another one. Good stuff.
Anyway, this is Ashwin Lenoble. He was in Funny Bike this weekend. He'd previously won in Pro Stock, actually. Just taking his necklace off, saying no. Actually, I'm not sure whether that is a necklace. I don't know what it is. I'm only joking. Anyway, so Aspen the Noble currently a best of 873. Oh, that's a shame because that was a good looking run. Till the point it wasn't. Okay, we're on to comp bike. Qualifying session number 3. 14 bikes have already put in elapsed times.
Yeah, stout classes actually. Very good indeed.
It's all the Super Street bikes in there. Just kidding. I'm only joking. I'm not going to call it Super Street Bike Light anymore, promise. So, Andrew Christophe and Jasmine Cordell, who did make it down to run and ran in the 7.6s. She's also been out racing in the States as well. She ran South Georgia Motorsports Park over our winter. Did very well at it too. Yeah, Jazz is in the Slick Tricks lane. Prefers to be sat on the top of the bike as opposed to stuffed in it, I should think. These two are quite evenly matched actually, both 7-second machines. Just very different ways around doing it. You clearly see the Super Street Bike style machine of Andrew Christophe in the Kestrel lane and the more pro stock bike type by the Jasmine.
Be a speed difference at the stripe, although it'd be similar ETs, 163 and 190. Well, that tells the story.
Just the other way round, really, actually. Well, Andrew actually just bumped her down one spot with that run. That 765 with a 2 was better than Jasmine 765 with an 8 from earlier on. However, I think Jasmine will take being qualified after yesterday, let's put it that way.
Paul Hambidge, the silent assassin, going alongside Michael Piggott. 745 at the moment, number for Paul. Michael was on a 754.
Yeah, Paul Hambidge, one of those that can run deep into the sevens. Been there on many occasions, actually. What's he run this time? 745. Well, actually, both of these are in the mid-sevens.
Yeah.
Boss man for Warp Speed on the start line looking on as well.
Whoa,
Oh.
7:29. 193. Great riding job. You can see him move his body weight around. Try
Having
and
a
keep
good
the
look
weight
at
for
the wall as well, yeah. Well, that
Nicely
actually
done.
takes him to number 2. Great runs, both of them. Very good indeed.
All right, Anna Satsiak, currently number 10 with an 8:22. Adam Burns, number 8, 7:95. Love the new colour scheme for Adam Burns this year. That really, really does look good. Early contender for best appearing bike. That really does look good.
So he dipped into the 7s earlier, but only just.
Well, good light, straight and true. 7:95 previous, 7:94 this time. 8:48, 171 for Anna. Right, the Hovo Racing teammates of Chris Neary and Michael Gooding up next.
Yeah, bizarrely, again, both of them used to be an ET bike. Yeah, comp bike really is a kind of catch-all. You can run anything you like in comp bike, can't you?
Yeah, pretty much. $7.96, Chris Neary. Nicely done, 12 to number 9 there. 10.54, Michael Gooding.
Yeah, improving in time. I don't think he improved his qualified
Yeah.
slot though.
Well, top 9, all in the 7s.
So Dan Diath.
Should make it 10 into the 7s, but he's on an 8.18 at the moment. Graham Dance, lots of new trickery on there as well. 8.80, just getting the new combination sorted out, and Graham will be in the 7s in the not too distant future. Be nice to see both of these in the 7s here, but let's see how it goes. Well, I think Dan's on his way there.
That's a lot more like it.
Yep, 56, 191 up to number 5. And Graham does improve up to 820, 163, so 12 to 11 for him. Can we have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET, let's have you into the lanes.
Right, unfortunately, Dave's sprinting for the tractor. It's not time for harvest, unfortunately. It means we have some clean-up to do up the top end.
Yeah, the spotters are out there very, very quickly indeed. No, going for the sweep, actually.
Possibly the quickest way to do it.
So we're in comp bike at the moment. Still to come is Supergas, 850 bike, 950 bike, Sportsman ET, which we've just called, and then Comp Eliminator, Top Fuel bike, Junior Drag bike, and ET bike to wrap up our day. But as I say, the sweep is going out at the moment, so a chance to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2 once again. And of course, we will pick it back up again when qualifying continues.
19.
Right, so it is going to be Pete there first with a 12.41 on a 38. Nicely done. Felicity moves up from 19 to 15. No movement for Pete. Flick goes through there with a 17.40.
There's your answer. 13.44 is what Brian's looking for. He goes 43 with the 3, just that bit too quick. And Sylvia stays at 22 with a 15.28 and 14.90.
Got a feeling you might do well this weekend. Not going to say any more. Reuben Dawson with the Copo.
11.85. My goodness, he can
Destroy that
number.
exactly.
Well, Reuben is not going to be far behind as well. Reuben Dawson with his first competition event in Competition Eliminator.
Looking good for Reuben. It's going to go 9.6, 9. Whoa! Wheel stand into wheel spin there. My goodness me. 8.26, 168.
With a pedal as well.
Wow.
Look at that. Deary me. Well, if I read it right, it's the first ever, the world's first ever K24 Honda billet engine.
Wow.
And Ahmed doesn't want to break it the first time it ever goes down the track.
Blame him.
That car's well capable of running low 8s. You know where he wants to go with it, though, in the 7s,
yeah.
ideally. But that's just a trickle run just to make sure everything works as it should. 13.04. The problem Ahmed's had for quite some time.
Body paint and restoration, 50 quid for the runner, 25 quid for the runner-up. Pro Race Engineering, 50 quid and 50 quid. It's non-stop money coming in for comp.
Top Fuel Bike, Steve Waller. Lots of hopping and skipping going on.
Black stripe to 330.
Yeah, 1.14 to 60, which was around about what he did earlier. It just didn't leave like we know it can. 9.13 at 94. Still nice to get that whiff up your nostrils, though, isn't it? Yeah. Luke, thank you very much indeed, Luke. I thought it was. He's still on an 850 tag.
Yeah. Oh,
Ahmed.
it is. Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought Ahmed's car had been redone. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But then Ahmed was building another car, though, wasn't he?
I don't know. What I really love about that, though, is that spend all the money on the motor to go fast, not the chassis.
Yeah.
Anyway, top bloke. What a racer. Okay, Richard Wilcox and John McLean. Richard's currently number 2, and he runs a 10.51 on 9.40. That's not going to help. John actually moves up from 10 to 9. That was a joke. That was something my friend said. I'm just repeating what he said. That's not my opinion. So that's Lyra Humber, who's currently number 3, actually. Breaks out by half a second. So that's the Nürburgring in the slip.
You put that on heat.
Can I have? Oh, look, it's on 19.
Yeah, it's on heat.
Oh, that'll be one then. Give a monkey a remote control. So Maggie's going to get there first with the 10.50. She dialed in 9.75. However, Anouk goes to number 1 with a 13.02 on a 12.98.
Well,
So
Brad, a bit too keen there. Way too keen, actually. It's all about Leah. What can she do on a 1080, darling? Oh, 1078. 200's too quick.
Yeah, Brad didn't get time because he went before the tree ran.
Well, again, the back end steps up, but Holly gathers it in.
I told you she wants a speedway bike.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Good looking run though, 8.52, 82 miles an hour. Rico's going to say number 2. Holly actually slots into the number 9 spot for now. I bet Mum loves watching her do that every time.
Oh, Harry just sort of raised his arm in despair there. Declan, though, he wants a 14-second time slip to appear. He's going to get one, a 14:30. Now then, where does that move him up to? He's currently number 13. He's definitely going to move up. It's a case of where to. First event on the bike. Nicely done, Harry. Gets off the line well. Now then, 9:65 is the target. Currently number 14. Goes 9:50. Oh, it's a breakout. Oh, just too much by 700ths of a second. But a good confidence building run anyway, once he got going. Right, Jackson King. He went 14:68, so let's see. I think 13:50, he shouldn't break out on that. Stranger things have happened though. $14.24. That moves him up from 13 to 11. Just hanging in second gear a little bit longer there. That still broke out with a 986. So going to stay in the number 9 spot. And he just didn't, well, he didn't get off the line, simple as that. Didn't get into stage the bike. No issues this time around though. 9:21. Kyle goes 12:74. So Phil in at number 3, Kyle goes from 14 to 7.
Phil's number 7. Carl Hester and Gary Hester. Currently number 6, 9, 9:12 and 10:80 breakout. Gary moves to 4. Carl stays put, at number 9.
I've just had a photograph sent.
The bike's still called that. Looking runs in both lanes and a 006 reaction time as well. Liam up to 13. Gray stays put at 12. She was slightly quicker earlier on, I think. But it's rebuilt, looking as good as ever.
Along to the days of the RD as well.
002 light for Dave Grundy there. Right, Scott's looking for 963 this time. Better run a 960. Slows up to a 975. 134. And Dave Grundy goes 11.97, over a second and a half off. Yeah. flat. Scott Smith actually goes to number 2 with that. Pete Harrison moves up from 14 to 10. Yeah, there is still, with all due respect to everybody in ET Bike, there's a lot of room at the top. Yeah, Justin is in the Slick Tricks lane with the 10 flat on the board. .11.59. I'm not sure that's going to help. Justin Morton might actually get a time on the board this time, though. Which he does, goes into 17 and ended up number 7. .10.98 and 10.95. No help for either, I don't think. Okay, Robbie. 10.11, sorry.
Yeah, 133 there for Robbie. Jake, it depends on what happens in racing and qualifying. If we get a perfect light from anybody at any event, the first person to do it will get 50 quid.
Excellent.
If the perfect light doesn't go, the 50 quid goes into the championship runner-up pot.
That's awesome. Very quickly, Daniel Weir up to number 7 with a 0-2. Red light for Mr. Taylor.
Yeah.
Carry on to Colin, sorry.
So,
America's latest Top Fuel stuff.
Indeed. There's a lot of them.
In fact, the vast
When does she
majority of them
start?
are
Yeah, when does she start though?
later this summer,
Yeah.
basically. Red light for Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey. Emmy Cromwell goes .11. She was 16. That's going to help a little bit, actually. Yeah, moves up to 15. So that is quite tough. Yeah, Ida Zetterstrom, who went on to, who basically is now at the point of Top Fuel stardom, and she's going to be running some races in Europe in here as well.
Excellent.
So there you go. That's what junior drag racers end up doing. Emily Moore and Eddie Mae Brown. .117 and a .201. I don't think Ellie's going to move anywhere with that one. She deep staged as well. Probably just made sure she didn't want a red light.
Yeah. Yeah, they stay put 9 and 17.
Yeah, Ellie's doing it. The drag to chassis goes on the roof. The tent goes in the back. And they obviously go in the car. And Liam goes red, unfortunately, after all that. 0-7 red. .10 to Molly Openshaw. Liam's still going to stay number 1, though. Yeah, it's just a terrific way of going racing. And, you know, that was close.
Oh, it was, wasn't it?
Sam's going to do himself some favours. So, whoa, Sam going all over the place, about 3:30. He's still got his foot in it, though. Sam moves up to number 10 with that 0.49. That was a big move, Sam Fairhurst. The track crew doing their thing. Neve was 0-2 red. So Luke Mogridge number 3, Jacqueline Bartlett number 4. They've got 0-1s to their name so far. Jacqueline's got a red.
Luke up to number 2, 007. Well, they were the top 2 in the points last year. They are top 2 in qualifying.
Have the golf cart when they go racing in Europe. That was a bit close for Teddy, 0-3 reds. Frankie goes .12 green. It is a green.
That's going to move up from number 20, probably to number 12, something like that. 12, 13. 18. 18? Wow.
2 spots.
God, they've got to be bunched up really tight there.
Fight. So she needs this one, hopefully a green.
That'll do.
That was very green for both of them, actually.
So 15 and 21, but they're in the show. Bess, I know you really wanted to be here this weekend. Of course, that's Mackenzie Love. And Josh says a big hi and wish everybody a good weekend in the juniors. So, Josh, good to hear from you, mate.
Tom Peters, Ted Sullivan, 001 for Ted Sullivan.
Wow.
What's the last digit? That's only
2.
good enough for number 2.
He almost took it.
A 001 with a 2 gets him number 2. However, that's still pretty soon. Kai Cooper and Jake Cooper. Kai's well in with a 0-2. Jake isn't even on the front page. Needs better than a .10. Which he's got with a 0-1. That'll be number 4.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, he's just bumped his brother down a bit.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, well done, Jake. So Jake ends up 4, Kai 7 at the moment. Well, in actual fact, Lola Bell's already 14, so...
Why always aren't playing tricks with me? This number's missing from that, isn't there? Yeah, like 13, 14, 15. Lola goes red by 0.9. It's got a big red. 0.14 for Ada. Not sure that's going to improve.
No, I don't think it will.
21.
Oh, 1 spot. Yeah, up to number 20. I think that is a wrap for Junior Dragster. It is indeed, so congratulations. At the end of all of that, to Liam McDonald for holding on to that number 1 spot just. There's a good old battle with 3 000 lights in the end there. 2 of them were 001s. So, yeah, very, very tight indeed in Junior Dragster. So, and there is a number 1 qualifier presentation in the pits tonight after racing. So, going to hit the ground running straight away with Lucas Oils. It's the full support for the whole season long. We've got everything sorted already. So, massive, massive thanks to Lucas Oils for once again supporting our juniors, the future of the sport.
Doesn't matter that Harley goes red. Looking for a 904. 902, he breaks out. Hands goes 1073, over 0.2 of a second away, unfortunately.
Well, both of the wide awake club off the line, that's for sure. 002 for Adrian, 02 for Dave off the line.
431. Dave just a bit too quick.
Yeah, if he lifted.
Ronnie Mercer goes 10. 34 to 3. Your new number 1 qualifier. 1048. Where's the 11 3-bit? Sorry, 10 3-bit come from anyway?
Oh no, it's normally in the 10s, 10-4. Right, come on, Reuben. 906.
We went 9-3, I think.
that'll
15. 140. Someone's going to be destroying their indexing comp.
Yeah, 988. Good number there for young Mr. Huxley. Well, the dial-in is 863 for Stevie. 8:59 with a 9, a breakout of 0.04 of a second. But I tell you what, a great, great day for that team.
Very consistent
Yeah.
as well.
Oh, 01 red. Right, 11:41 is the target. 11:43 is the number. 13 to 10 on that one.
Well, interestingly, Dave Procehurst hasn't changed the dial-in.
And
Well,
a
that's
limo. A hearse and a limo.
Perfect touring vehicle, a hearse.
Yeah. 01 red, but it's all about the ETs. Let's have a look. 912 target, 913.
Dave Procehurst does go quicker, but not that. But no, a coffin fit, I think it's brilliant. That's really good. So, Tom Watkins, Dave Cherrett. Oh, 905.
Oh, look at that. Dave Cherrett to number 1. 990 with a 1 on a 990. Oh, so close to the perfect ET, but not quite. But nevertheless, Dave Cherritt, top of the pile.
From Pomona a week ago to number one qualifier a week later. So far,
from,
anyway.
From hail and snow to sunshine in a week.
There you go.
Oh, 984.
And Bob breaks out by a measly hundredth of a second. So Freddie Thompson with the Capri and previous champ Brett Featherstone with the Nova and a 009 light as well. 973 and a 69, that's more like it. He goes up to number 17, believe it or not, he's still going to start from the bottom half of the ladder. And he's 600th.
How they get on. Right, Mason Griffiths with the Sour Grape and Jack McClure with Goldilocks. 1167 plays 1150. 1156 breakout for Mason. I don't think he cares about that. 1354 there for Jack.
Be a ton of money for 3/10 or something like that.
Yeah,
But,
let's see. Oh, right, that wheelie bar, John.
that was a little bit too high, almost.
911. He breaks out. That's just Tom Kay just went 25 on a 23. I was 11:28 this time. Let's see what he's got for us.
Didn't Matt have trouble getting to the number? For
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, it was pretty
Quite
busy
recent.
engine.
Yeah.
What, didn't have enough. But this one's is a lot quicker. Oh, 10:14 with an O. Breakout. 11:42 on a 28. Matt stays 17. And Lee Morris stays put as well.
It's another one that we can really carve up the top order anytime.
04 light there for Amy. $65, 18 for Nick. That's a big old breakout. So they stay put 3 and 20. Obviously, things change. $10.02 there for Dom. 11.74 for Darren. No movement.
Yeah, Simon's already number 5, so. And he's also only 2 thou off, I think.
Oh, 75 with a 6. Oh.
Right numbers, fellas, wrong way round. These cars aren't quite the same as circuit cars where you just go slightly a bit faster around each lap. So Frankie's last run was to the 8th, I think, wasn't it? Good looking run.
Yeah, 11.72. That's within the Pro ET time frame. And the handshake, I think.
Yeah, so Steve Saunders hasn't got a number on the board as well, unfortunately. Got towed away last time. He will do this time.
He's still got that front wheel wobble there.
894 for Callum, 909, not quite where he wants to be. Steve Saunders will get a number on the board and he will be in the elimination ladder, but not quite in the way they wanted it to be. Actually, he goes...
Oh, dar below for a pair.
Goodness me.
Off the line. 738, 883. They both stay put, but wow.
What a great side-by-side run.
Yeah.
Lee Huxley with an 899.
Nicely pedalled, Jack.
And straight. Shoots out early to a 753, 175.
Yeah, 753 in a breakout.
99.
If I remember rightly, the PB is 809. I can't remember.
I think it's
but
about there.
8:26.
159.
$7.53 on a 51 stays number 4.
Well, unfortunately for Phil,
Indeed.
tons of Easter eggs.
No, other things.
Even better than Easter eggs, obviously.
Yeah. $8.95 with a 6. Well, that just cements his number 1 spot for the time being, with another qualifier coming tomorrow morning. Okay, so we're just about ready to get everybody back on track. Just a couple of quick shout-outs, actually. The first one, Grace Pollen she's actually based in the Junior Drag Bike pits, running an ET bike. They are trying to get hold of a VW auxiliary electric water pump. I know it's a bit of an unusual request, but if anybody has got a VW auxiliary electric water pump, could they please let Grace Pollen know that you'll find her sort of near the Junior Drag Bike pit area, because obviously you got one of the other Pollen family racing in there, although Grace is running in ET bike. So fingers crossed they can get that one sorted out. A few other people have been in touch in the meantime. Jack Petley's been in touch. Good afternoon, Jack. Hope you're keeping well. He said, could he please wish Pete Walters all the best with his old Camaro. He seems to be doing pretty good so far. Yeah, I think that's a bit of an understatement, actually. But yeah, he is. He's going very, very well indeed. Our good friend Colin Miller has been in touch. Fantastic day of racing, watching from sunny Scotland. Glad everyone's doing and has done so well today. Good to hear our dulcet tones again. So all the very best from me and Lynn. A very good afternoon to Colin and Lynn up there in sunny Scotland. Well, actually, Cole, it's sunny down here as well, mate. So look forward to seeing you, hopefully at the Festival of Power, but no doubt throughout the year. And I'm liking the way you're prepping the 34 for Street Weekend. So looking forward to that. What's next? Tow bar? Little trailer? You know, all that sort of thing. So, yeah, we can't wait for that. Yeah, so various messages from people that have been tuned in online. A few people watching on the banking, including Paul Brown. A very good afternoon to Paul. He just posted a picture a few minutes ago with Zoe up around on the banking area, I think they are. But the thing is, the sun's there, so I can't see him at the moment. But, yeah, good to see Paul's here, even though not running on the racetrack today. We got bikes underneath us. We've got Danny Cockrell and Len Paget down there, just waiting for the top end to clear. It's going to be very, very soon. We've got our start line crew all in position. And basically, once the track support vehicle at the top end goes around the corner, it's obviously on its last pass at the moment. That will go around the back, and we'll continue with our comp bike qualifying. Classes still to come. You've got Supergas in the lanes. They will be up next. We've also got 850 and 950 bike. We have Sportsman ET, Comp Eliminator, Top Fuel bike, Junior Drag bike, and ET bikes. So those are the classes still to run. And then, of course, tomorrow there is a little bit more qualifying for our smaller fields, but obviously for the bigger fields, they will be straight into eliminations. Kicking things off tomorrow morning will be Junior Dragster and ET Bike, Pro ET, Super Pro and Sportsman ET. They are purely into eliminations. Comp Eliminator actually get another qualifier tomorrow morning, as do Super Comp, Super Street Bike, Funny Bike, Comp Bike, 850, 950, Junior Drag Bike and Super Gas. Yeah, so they still get a bit more qualifying, but everybody else is pretty much into eliminations. Yeah, the Easter Nationals, not the event we originally planned, but it's the event we've got this weekend. Really good to see that the conditions are favourable for racing this weekend. But 100%, as I've said before, I'll say it again, 100% the right decision by the Santapod management and team here to shuffle the events around, because the fields, not just here, but pretty much all over the country, are still waterlogged. So, Len Paget, currently in the number 8 spot with a 7.78. Danny Cockrell, he's on a 7.35. This is qualifying session number 3 for Comp Bike. Now, Comp Bike do get one more qualifier tomorrow morning. Good runs for the pair of them. Danny Cockrell goes 7.36, just 100th off of what he ran earlier, and just 300s off earlier for Len Paget. So they stay put. Danny number 3, Len number 8. Right, this is Mark Dainty, the Born to be Wild. 7.11 so far in qualifying, an absolutely outstanding pass, knocking on all 7 rows again. 190 mile an hour is the speed he's currently on. Has he got enough to get into the 7.0s this weekend? Conditions looking pretty good, actually. The wind has dropped. It's not so much of a headwind anymore. But let's see then. Mark Dainty. He had to lean the bike over there. It was drifting right towards the wall, so you could see him shift his body weight, but the bike, although it did respond, it wasn't quite enough, so Mark, discretion kicked in there and just clicked the bike early. Now, I have been looking forward to this immensely. The fuel bike. Phil Crossley on the Imperial Wizard. A huge amount of work has taken place to get this bike back onto the quarter mile after, so we say, quite a few years. The Puma powered machine. Now this is, well, purely a checkout pass, because I think this is Phil's first ever pass on the bike. It sounded really strong on the burnout. Very sensible, just a 60-foot basically. Bike was actually drifting towards the centre line as well, so he would have had to have backed out of that anyway. But oh, so good to see that bike back on track once again. Irrelevant the numbers it ran, it was just the moment that the bike has appeared back on the quarter mile, and safety through the first exit at the top end. And Phil can get that bike back into the pits going, yeah. And why not? Excellent job. Well done, Phil. Right, we turn our attention back to Four Wheels. The Bluebird actually just getting ready to go out. So we got Super Gas lining up round there. And obviously we got a few bike classes to go through. Comp Eliminator and Top Fuel Bike won't be far away either. So I'll tell you what, Nitro FM, if you could just take it back for a moment, and as soon as the Bluebird gets back on station, we'll be able to continue running with qualifying here at the Easter Nationals. Okay, we continue then with Supergas. So, Stu Doyney and Tim Moore, the first pair. Well, Stu Doyney 0-4 off the line. Now then, can he parlay that into finally a decent number? He can. A 10.09 moves him up from 9 to 6. Tim Moore goes 10.33. Well, Stu have been battling gremlins all day long, but looks like they may have put them to bed. But, well, an 0-4 light, that certainly helped. Right, continuing then with Wayne Hiscock and Andy Harrison. Wayne Hiscock currently resides in the number 8 spot with a 10.14. Andy Harrison, number 5, with a 9.98. Wide away club off the line for Andy, 0.19 light. But it is all about ET. 10.05 plays at 9.94, so Andy Harrison moves up from 5 to 3. And Wayne, well, at 10.05, number 6 is where he is at the moment. Your number 1 qualifier is Bob Molden, going alongside Vic Parsons. Race number right, ladies, 475. So number 1 and number 2 at the moment then, Bob and Vic. Bob 962. I think Bob forgot to lift there. 139 mile an hour pass. Vic, 10.15, 118. He stays number 2. Obviously, Bob stays number 1 for the time being. Dave Fulton and Stuart Morris, your next pair. Both of them are already in the 9.9s, but can they move up? Dave Fulton on a 9.95. Stuart Morris on a 9.96. $9.81 breakout for Dave Fulton, $9.94. Slight improvement by 1 position there for the Morris boys. Jasmine Tunstall, the Jamie Dodger. 10.67 already. That was her first pass earlier on. Let's see what she can do this time. Anything between 10.10 and 9.90 will move her up. $9.94, it does move her up into the number 4 spot. Very nice run indeed there for Jazz. Right, 850 bike now. 8 contenders so far this weekend. Your number 1 qualifier is that man down there, Jay Rowe, going alongside number 3 rider at the moment, Craig Wright. 850 plays 855. $8.52 for Craig Hugh, moves up one spot to number 2 there. Nicely done. $8.56 for J Rowe. Already got an $8.50 in the bag, but Craig moves up from 3 to 2. Right, Ian Critchlow, the man that was number 2, dropped back to number 3. Going alongside Pete Slater, currently number 5. Critch running away. Let's see how close to 850 he can get. He goes a little bit too quick there. 848. Pete Slater goes 929. Stacey Reed. Already on a 988. We know she can go quicker because she can go underneath 850. May have just tickled the beams there. Result was a 9:13, 161. I think the data will probably tell a different, actually. So I think that was a good looking run. Just showing the beams were rolled there, but they'll check the data logger to see what the bike actually ran. Okay, Janopoulos then on the JKE Raceworks Hayabusa. Well, he went 8:38 earlier on, we know. He's here to learn how to ride this bike and go quick on it, I should say. But he's limited to 850 bike. He will step up to Super Street, but 850 where he's going to start. Yeah, drifting to the centre line, so just having to bring it round. He'll still take it all the way through. This will be the speed that'll be interesting. Well, 177 mile an hour, 8.80. Bizarrely, that's actually put him in the number 5 spot. Plenty more to come from that machine without a shadow of a doubt. Right, moving on to 950 bike. Rob Stanley and Josh McLean. So Rob currently number 1 spot, 966. Josh number 3 at 996. Plenty of space to get close to 950. And well, look at that. Rob Stanley, 956 on 139. Very, very nice run indeed. Good afternoon, Conrad. I've seen him for a little while. Good to see him here. 982. For Josh. Right, okay, let's see how Dave Hall gets on. 972 is current marker. They will be qualifying again tomorrow in 950. 9.60 for Dave. Nice run there. Closes that gap to Rob Stanley in number 1. Right, Sportsman E.T. Well, the perfect ET money is still up for grabs. The reaction time money's gone. Elliot Day took that. Will it go in this session for Sportsman ET? Chris Layram and Clive Dandridge. Well, they're number 1 and number 5, these two. Chris is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Dials at 12.85, pretty much what you ran earlier. $12.82 breakout, $12.97 the right side for Clive, but nowhere near his $12.66. So they stay put. Chris number 4, Clive number 5. Sorry, Chris number 1, Clive number 5. Debbie Taylor with the Mustang. Going alongside the champ. Of course, the Arabian Night, Gary Lake. Gary dialing in 13.90. Debbie, 13.55. Right, so Debbie Taylor will just about take the strike first. Quicker 13.55, gets a 46 breakout, too quick. And 14.08 on a 13.90, so no movements really for those two. Next up, Terence Attree with the Focus going alongside Ash with the Dream Wrecker. 13.25 for the Skyline, 18.70 for the Focus. $13.29 on a 25. That's going to move Ash up from number 16. Where's it going to put him? Oh no, hang on a minute. He can't be right, surely. He's not dropped a spot there. That's rather bizarre. Okay, we'll have to see how that one comes out in the wash. But Terry certainly moved up as well. Let's have a quick look, see where they ended up there. Yeah, Terry went in at number 6 there. And we reckon at 29. Yeah, going to be pretty close actually, around about number 5, number 6 spot. Right, Jago Stokes and Chris Wynn. 13.20 plays 15.20. Jago's going to get there first with a 13.28. Chris goes 15.14. He breaks out too quick. No improvement for Jago either. He stays put at number 12. Simon Swarbrick with a Ford Pop. 12.22 dial in for him. And James Grew with Mont Blanc. The Tuareg, 15.97 dial in. Broke out by less than 100th of a second earlier on today. So unfortunately we haven't got the red mullet with us this weekend, the El Camino, but the backup car doing him rather well. Ooh, mischief there for Simon. So might just be the wrong side. Well, the right side of 12.22, but not close. Well, 12.29. Actually, that helped him bizarrely up to number 13. But 16.01 on a 15.97. James Grew, 20 all the way up to number 5. Good move, actually, for both of them. Well, as afternoon turns into evening here, don't forget, folks, put your clocks forward 1 hour tonight. We'll probably see a few that have an extended line in the morning and forgotten all about it. But yeah, clocks change tonight. We lose an hour's kip. Right, Blue Temptation and the Tea Caddy up next. Troy Attree, currently number 21. Alexander Pryor, currently number 25. So Troy, 1260, gets a 1266. That's going to help him. Right, Alexander looking for a 2130. Gets a 2132. Wow. Troy goes up from 21 to 11, but Alexander, 25 up to number 4 with that one. Well, the caddy was lacking in nothing there. Caddy lacking, actually. Well, it wasn't lacking in anything there. Here's number. Right, Jay McCready with Ben's Van, 1521, darling. Richard Palmer with the Family Cat, 1347. Slip back to number 2. What was your number 1 qualifier earlier on? Nevertheless, done himself quite a few favours by qualifying that high up. Well, Calamity Jane with a very, very nice launch indeed. Going to be Richard getting there first. Looking for that 1347. Gets a 1355. And Jane McCready, look at that, 1522 on a 21. Jane moves up to number 4. Oh, the pack is being shuffled once again. Cracking run there for Jane. Right, let's see how Georgina Smith gets on. The GLA Racing Supra dialing in a 1595. Kirsty Tram, 1204. Well, Kirsty currently number 19, Georgina number 10. Let's see what the girls can do. They need to move it up because qualifying points could mean quite a lot towards the end of the season. And nice to see Andy Dibley down there, although he hasn't got his race car with him this weekend. Dibbs here supporting the team. Obviously, that's one of his cars down there. And Hutchinson and Dibley, great supporter of Sportsman ET Racing as well. So can Kirsty hit the 1204? 1211. And a 1598. Georgina moves up from 10 to 7 with that one. Unbelievably, Kirsty doesn't move at all. She stays number 19. Right, Al Medley with the Mustang. The Bad Penny going alongside Rob Cresswell with the Smurf. You could see Rob move before the tree had even come close to the green. He knows how that car reacts, and the end result was an 0-2 light. Very good indeed. Alan Medley's going to get there first due to the quicker dialing. Al gets a 13.55 with a 7. Rob Cresswell goes 14.71, drops a spot because Al Medley, with that 13.55, hits his number, goes to number 3. A very tidy move indeed. As once again, that pack is being shuffled, picking cards from the middle of the deck and moving them towards the top. Right, dual medley, Steph Pateman. So Steph is just being pushed down and down as some of the cars sort of sneaking in front of her here. Jill Medley currently number 15. Now Jill dials a 12.45, Steph a 14.01. $12.53 for Jill, 13.94 breakout there for Steph. No change in position. Right, Pete Walters, a car formerly owned by Jack Petley, and Jack's been in touch to wish Pete all the best with this car. Going alongside his sister, Holly Walters. Dear. No Fox given. Holly Walters' car. Oh, Holly gets the drop on the tree there against Pete. 0.4 light compared to a 0.10. Pete's going to get there first. Wants a 12.40. Gets a 12.33 breakout. Holly, 15.61 on a 57. Holly moves up 12 to number 10. Chris Cresswell and Felicity Gibbs. Chris looking for a 14.68. He's currently number 14. Flick is currently number 21. So two Fords from different sides of the pond. Got the Fiesta ST and of course the Mustang. $14.74 for Chris. 17.36 breakout for Flick. Oh, by less than 200ths as well. So they're going to stay put. Right, Brian Huxley with a Focus. 13.41. Sylvia Purcell. 14.90. Probably number 25. $13.54 for Brian, moves up to 22. Sylvia, 14.86, breaks up by 400ths of a second. Well, maybe just a little bit less than that, but she drops a spot, so Brian moves up. Right, as we get ourselves ready for Comp Eliminator, just a tiny bit of track prep. We've got something that I will announce in a little while, but we do have one of the Pro ET cars down to put a pass in, and I know all about that one, so thanks ever so much indeed for Mark for bringing me up to speed on what that pass will be. But anyway, what's going to be happening next is Comp Eliminator, Top Fuel Bike, Junior Drag Bike, and ET Bike, and that will be basically a wrap for us here this afternoon. And then the last car to go down the track today will be Mark Huxley with the Can-Do 2 Toyota on a very special pass. But yeah, it's just starting to get a little bit darker out there now as the evening comes in. 8:23 p.m. Don't forget, tomorrow though it will still be light because the clock's changed tonight. Do not forget. Put your clocks forward 1 hour. Otherwise, you'll think, what's going on with engines starting at 8 o'clock in the morning? Right, here we go then. Comp Eliminator. And it's the two Williams Brothers cars. You've got Gary Carr in the Boiling Point Nova, and you have got Spencer Tram with the 69 Camaro. Right, so time's adjusted. Gary Carr in the number 1 spot at the moment. Spencer Tram currently number 4. So index is then 1168 for Spencer Tram, 1185 for Gary Carr. Both away well, both with wheels up launches, both with 0 lights. $11.16, $11.32. Spencer moves up from 4 to 3, but Gary Carr stays in number 1. Well, we're not going to get the picture that we wanted today because I was really hoping that Reuben Dawson would go alongside Nick Williams to have the two copos together, but we got the two brothers then, Dan Williams, Nick Williams, going alongside each other here. Dan with the, well, he ran the Camaro last year very successfully, but switches to the Team Chevelle this year. Nick back behind the wheel of the Copo. Nick went 8.26 earlier, Dan went at 10.84. Beautiful launch there for Nick Williams. Went 8.26 earlier, this is hauling. 7.98, he's in the 7s. Oh wow, 10.22 for Dan Williams, but Nick Williams has cracked it. 7.98 in the Copo. All of that work has paid off. Nick Williams. Oh boy, 7.98 for Nick. Absolutely deliriously happy for the team. That was hard work getting it there, but boy oh boy, it paid off. And the speed, 170 miles an hour at the stripe. Quickest ET that car's ever gone, fastest it's ever gone. But congratulations, Nick, your first ever 7-second pass. Right, got to calm down after that for Reuben Dawson with the Copo. Dialing in, well, his index, 970. Now, can Reuben get into the low 9s? Could he possibly tickle an 8 here? Rob Smallworth, 799. That is the Sumo index, the super modified index. If everything goes right for Rob, could be in the mid-7s here, but let's see. Two good-looking runs. Oh, Rob just weaving around a little bit at the stripe, but goes 7.78. Oh, Reuben Dawson goes 9.12. Oh, that's really mixed things up there. Reuben Dawson goes to number 2 in qualifying there. So Gary Carr has dropped to number 3 with Nick Williams in at number 1. So it's the two Copo Camaro that have gone to 1 and 2. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, what a session. We've still got one more car down there, and that is Ahmed Jamshed. Just went into the burnout, but unfortunately the engine cut. So hopefully he can get started up again. Indeed he can. Gordon Darby round there like a shot. Well, he died on the burnout once again. I'm going to give it one more go. Probably more important just to get a run in than try and get a burnout sorted. As I say, 13.04 so far. But as I say, this is only the second run on this new billet engine in there. Well, once he got going, that is looking very sweet indeed. 988, 155 mile an hour. Nice one there for Ahmed. Okay, haven't got any top fuel bikes, so it's just junior bike and ET bike to go. But what a session for Comp Eliminator. That was absolutely outstanding. Ruben Dawson, brilliant run from him, but Nick Williams, his first ever 7-second run. Congratulations to Williams Brothers Racing. And bearing in mind that the head was still off the engine yesterday when they were working, trying to get everything ready for this weekend. But they pulled it round. And a rich reward indeed. Right, we move on. Junior drag bike, Richard Wilcox. Currently resides in the number 3 spot. Brad Morrison, number 5. We've had 14 riders in junior drag bike put in qualifying runs. Absolutely outstanding. Don't forget, I'm not too sure if this has been found yet, but we're hunting for a VW auxiliary electric water pump for Grace Pollen. So, if anybody's got one, fingers crossed, we can get one over to them. Not now because they're in the lanes, but let's have a look then. No change of positions there. A breakout, actually, for the Morrison bike. And no improvement on ET for Richard Wilcox either. 10.03 for him and 11.47. Rico Patterson, he's currently number 2. And one place ahead is the rider in the other lane, Anouk Bergering. Darlins, Anouk 13.02, Rico 13.35. $13.56 and $13.78. They stay put. Nuke stays number 1. Rico stays number 2. No help for either of those two. Sophie Pollen and Alia Lester. Sophie number 12 at the moment, looking for a 950, as is Alia Lester. They dial the same number. $8.91 for Sophie Pollen. Breakout by nearly 0.6 of a second. Oh, I love that. I absolutely love that. I don't think they care at all. So what? 8.91, brilliant run. 9.63. The other side, actually a bit more of a sensible number, actually. Goes to number 3 with that one. So Alia Lester, well done to her. I love it when a breakout is so big that they just go, oh, so what? Right, Asaya Alvarez on the Firecracker from Bedford, 13.90, dial in there. And the Spud Missile of John McLean, looking for 11.60. $12.32 and a breakout for Asaya there, 13.63, a bit quicker than the 13.90 that was the planned run. Declan Butt and Jackson King. Declan wants 14.30, Jackson in the Slick Tricks lane 13.70. Jackson breaks out by a second. I'll race you 0.6 of a second. Breaks out by a whole second. That's mad. What a run. Right, next up, in actual fact, the score will change so quickly. Leah Morrison up next, looking for a 1060. Maggie Smallman wants a 985. Maggie 1009. 1227. Maggie moves up one spot to number 7. Leah stays put, number 9. Harry Isaacs and Holly King, your next pair. Harry looking for 950. And here comes Holly. So as you say there, Harry 950, Holly 835. I think this is our either final pair or penultimate pair. We got our ET bike riders lined up, and then of course we've got Mark Huxley over there as well, ready to put his final run in of the day. So on our own then, Holly. Oh, breakout, 824 on that 835, so going to stay in number 10. Let's see how we can get Harry to get his run in. Oh, that's a shame, Harry. You're not going to get this pass in. It'll come good. Oh no, another junior coming through there. That's Lyra Humber on the Rugrat Racing Honda. Number of choice is 1430. So 1521 on a 1430. Lyra stays number 5. Right, turn the volume up just a little bit as we get into our last class of the day, which is ET Bike. And then we get to do it all again tomorrow, but this time it'll be eliminations for a lot of the classes straight away. Some of them will have a bit more qualifying. Right, going to be a solo then. Just double checking. Yep, Liam Holgate. Casey was there, but only Liam rolled forward. So target then for Liam, 953. Oh, unfortunately, Liam coasting already. Wasn't part of the plan. And just goes across the line with an 18.78. Right, Phil Pratt, Carl Hester, your next pair. Nine flat against a 10.77 on the dial-ins. Phil goes 9.05, 10.87 for Carl, but Phil Pratt goes to number 1 with that one. So well done indeed to Phil. Carl Hester moves up from 11 to 4. All coming good at the end of the day for those two. Justin Moulton and Dave Grundy. Well, Dave Grundy moves up from 12 to 6 there, 10.69 or 10.51 dial-in. No help for Justin. Wanted a 10 flat, goes 10.77. Gary Hester, Leo Lester, your next pair. .893 breakout for Gary Hester, just a little bit too quick. So he stays 7. Leo Lester goes 11.14 on that 10.85, stays number 9. Scott Collier and Peter Harrison, your next pair. Scott number 2 at the moment, looking for a 9.62. Peter Harrison, the number of choice for him is 11 flat. Well, Scott Collier goes to number 1, 9.63 with a 0 on a 9.62. Peter Harrison goes 11.10 on that 11 flat, so he moves up from 12 to 4. Scott Collier takes that number 1 away from Phil Pratt there. So well done to Scott. Continuing on, Chris Venn on that Harley, taking on Brett Cordell. .10.16 for Chris. Oh, he just breaks out by 0.04 of a second. A 10.26 for Brett, so no help for either of those two. Chris stays 9, Brett stays 13. Scott Smith and Robbie Dobby, your next pair. Robbie wants a 9.99 on the Super Penguin, and Scott Smith looking for an 11 flat. .10.89 breakout for Scott. Robbie goes 10.23. So they stay put. 3 and 6. Well, just a pair and a solo to go. Then we're done for qualifying today. And then the last car to run today will be Mark Huxley. And then we are done for the day. Jake Bowden, Kyle Rushby. So Carl looking for a 1250, Jake looking for 1350, 1341 and 1360. Jake Bowden moves up from 17 to 5 with that one. Kyle just drops a spot purely to Jake's improvement. Right, one more bike. Nick Pladen with the Partly Harley. I like that. Dial-in for him is 1140. So this is the last qualifying run of the day, and then we have a special run coming up from Mark Huxley. So Nick Pladen looking for an 1140. Oh, 1146. Nicely done, Nick Pladen. 12 to number 3. Okay, the last run of the day then. Mark Huxley has got a passenger on board. Andy Cunningham is on there. Spud to everybody that knows him. Fair to say that Spud is going through the mill a little bit at the moment. I'm not going to say too much more than that. So as a treat for him, he's having a passenger ride with Mark Huxley. Now, Mark doesn't normally do a burnout across the start line, but he's showboating, so he's giving him the full experience, shall we say. So it's a cracking burnout, reversing light of Freddie Fagerstrom, and let's see how these two get on here in the Toyota Corolla. So, Spud, enjoy this one, mate. Oh, and a perfect light! 0007 off the line. What's he got for us at the stripe? 10.11 at 130 miles an hour. Wow, I think he will live for that forever. Absolutely superb. But Mark Huxley gets a perfect light when he's doing a passenger ride. If you want to help Mark Huxley's racing career, Mark, carry a passenger more often, mate. Well done. But that's a wrap, folks. Thank you ever so much indeed. For those of you that have joined us today, it's actually been a pretty good day. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It's so good to have the band back together once again. The racing family starts off its 2024 season here at the Easter Nationals. Been a thoroughly enjoyable day. Some great racing, some great passes put in today. John Bean absolutely flying. Nick Williams into the sevens today. The return of the Imperial Wizard. And, of course, that wonderful passenger ride with a perfect light to wrap things up. We're going to sign off. Big thanks to everybody involved, to the timing crew, everybody up in the tower. And, of course, Eurodragster.com with Graham Watkins with the live reporting this weekend. Chris, the website on wheels has now been well and truly known. That works really well. And of course, Simon Groves has been up here observing and monitoring and saying, yeah, I think you boys have done good today. So, Eurodragster.com, thank you ever so much indeed. We're going to sign off from the tower. Thanks ever so much indeed. We will see you all tomorrow morning with a little bit more qualifying and, of course, eliminations. Nitro FM going to take over the airwaves for a little while. But from the tower, we're going to sign off. Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.